So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher.
How's it going, everybody? Slasher103, and we are back. My PC was bugging out, and I had to reset it, sadly, but we are now back. Now this is bugging out, so I gotta open that back up. Oh my god.
How stupid
There we go.
You? What's wrong with you, Jacob? I know. Kate just you telling that to Kate just proved it. Yeah, we know.
Okay, I'm just resetting everything back up right now.
You're just figuring this out now?
Feel free to watch me set things up so y'all can see what I'm doing. So I never leave you guys in the dark. Damn, they still haven't processed? Fuck's going on? Hey. Hey.
Sometimes I wonder what goes on inside your brain and how that's why I said looking at my partner. You notice I was blind as fuck. Oh. I thought you were asking Des if you were actually going to tattoo her on his forehead. I know she would. I know. Yo, what you said though just really reminded me of fucking Shameless and ass. Cheers.
Hey, yeah, remove the comment. I don't need to respond to people that are trolling. They don't deserve the time of day.
Oh. She's pregnant? Again? She was already pregnant once? I knew that chick when I was with Carlos. What's up, bud?
Forgot that I never even put a comment on that one.
What's up, bud? There we go.
There we go.
Look at this shit. Look at this kill cam. What's up, bud? Oh, that was fucking great. He's just standing there waiting for you to come around that corner. I come up right behind him. I'm like, what you doing? You looking at my partner? Yeah, I watched it. He was looking at you, bro. He was too focused on you. Didn't even notice I was right behind you. Blind as fuck. What's up, bud? There we go. Look at this shit. Look at this kill cam. What's up, bud? Oh, that was fucking great. He's just standing there waiting for you to come around that corner. I come up right behind him. I'm like, what you doing? You looking at my partner? Yeah.
So much spam. No, I don't. Fuck off. Trying to delete them, not view them. There we go.
Chocolate cake in there too, just to show you how much he loves you. have to talk to that lizard looking god. I haven't done it yet. Yeah. I have no idea where it is. Also, I've seen what you've seen. How the fuck are there old sprites and containers in this game? What the fuck? No, I was looking for him because I seen the swimming thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
We were on number 3.
Fantastic to have you here because we are working on the Scottish Claymore. We've got a lot of work cut out. First of all, I want to thank today's sponsor, which is Squarespace.
How much weed do you have?
It's a website building platform that I use.
No, like how much?
I've tried other ones. This is the easiest platform to use. It builds the most beautiful websites. Absolutely recommend it. There is a link in the description, squarespace.com/forge. You can get 10% off your first purchase.
No, I'm talking about your teeth.
So you can start building your online presence today. For me, first, however, let's start working on the Scottish Claymore. Dokily. So on part 2 of working on the Scottish Claymore, we had a little
You know, I only
bit of
take tiny ones.
found what may well be a pretty horrifying delamination, and I let you know
Hey,
that
look.
the next step was gonna be to grind it in order that we can see how deep the delamination goes and whether we need to start again. And so here we go.
Is that okay?
Yeah, they always
I've done a lot of grinding and that crack is still there. This isn't very promising, but I'm gonna flip it over. We're gonna
Thank
see
you,
how it looks
honey.
on the other side after a little grinding.
Because I am going to be helping out with the spots and everything. Because if I don't get the money before the end of the month, I'm going to, like, you're going to pay the spots that you owe, you know what I mean? But I'm going to pay you back for it. We only owe, I owe 30, you owe 20.
Gee whiz, this isn't good. Ugly. So I'm about 4 inches short of where I need to be. I'm assuming that I draw the tang out right about where I thinned it down. So this blade right here, obviously, you know, it's a pretty good length as it is, but of course I've now thinned it out a massive amount here, grinding away at the crack to see if we can grind past it.
Because any one of these days I could be getting my pay. It usually only takes up to a week for it to come in.
As you guys commented, I forged it out a very long.
Yeah, obviously, because... Oh, MJ, I dropped tobacco on you and you thought it was a bug. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to chip you out. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was me. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to, boo-boo. Oh, that felt good. You were like, wait, come back. That felt nice. Oh, you waiting for me to come cuddle because you know it's bedtime? Waiting for me to come cuddle because you know it's bedtime? Being a sweetheart waiting for daddy?
We can stretch out of it by bringing that width down a little bit closer to what the Claymore's width should be. So what happens is when I hit it, because the edge is thinner, it just folds over and rolls. It makes it really, really difficult to pin it down. So here's what I've been thinking. I was really, really worried that we're not going to get the lake. I'm still worried, but I think I just might. What I did here as a little experiment is I forged a lot closer to dimension. I started hand hammering the bevel, but then I had the idea to go to the other power hammer and put some very gentle radius dives in there to forge the edge down. So after bringing it narrower, I can then bring the width back out and make it closer to the finished dimension. This in turn obviously means we bring it narrower, it gets longer, but we still keep the width that we need. This might just work. We're going to keep working with it.
Yes, I do. I have like 240. No, I have 240. I have 240 in my thing right now.
Okay, so I have forged it out to the point where it starts cracking, which is right about there. That's where the cracks start. Now, bear in mind, the first 1.5 inch of material at the tip needs to be cut off. Oh boy. Oh, I'm a little nervous. This is where I find out if I'm going to start again. Okay, that's a meter. The thing is, that's a meter to where the crack is, and that doesn't at all account for having enough material to forge the tag, unless we decide to forge the tag out of the cracked portion, hoping that it will forge well together, and I don't know if it will. I'd love to have an answer for you. I don't have that answer just yet. Okay, so on further reflection, and after Jamie had a very, very good idea, it's too wide. I brought it down to then draw the edges out. Wanting to get extra length, actually, I brought it down a little more because I would have gotten some extra length. Now, if I was to do what I was planning, which is just forge it down into a tag, I need like another 4 inches of length on the thing, and there's not a chance I can get it, especially now that I've brought the edge. It's just going to roll if I try and bring it down this way to get the extra length. So this is where the cracks are. It's right along here, and it's the join between the the join between the Damascus steel and the 1065, the monosteel, right? Jamie had a cracking idea, which is wait, that's horribly unfunny.
I don't accept reactions like that, thank you.
Down either side of the Damascus into the cracks, get rid of the other material, and then
read the rules in the chat or don't post links at all. Please and thank you.
I don't have enough material, but I think it's the last chance, the last hope we've got of actually getting a Scottish claymore out of this lump of metal. So, into the forge we go.
Holy shit!
know it's a fucking bug, but how the fuck do you fix it?
Yeah, I told her. I said I told you.
Bitch.
I'm back,
Hello?
biscuit.
I told her this morning. Or this afternoon.
Oh, Slasher.
I'm back, biscuit.
And
Huh?
she told me.
You said you call me a biscuit, bitch.
Don't lay on my later, dog.
Yeah.
Okay, biscuit.
Oh, now it's working? Oh, still not reading on the site, though. Oh, there we go. It just fixed itself. Probably because I had to go on the site itself. That shit was bugging the fuck out.
I just now saw your text, bro.
You see that smoke? That's my glove. And my hand is inside my glove. And I'm noticing increasingly that the temperature
that?
of my hand is
Master, I
increasing.
just now saw your text.
Just edit that out, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, my as I was trying to say, my PC started bugging out and fucking my overlays weren't working and shit. I was like, holy shit, I didn't even fucking close no apps, no nothing. I said, fuck this shit, my PC's gonna turn the fuck off. I said, fuck closing apps, so it doesn't have time for that. Something's fucking up and I need it to fix itself now.
What the hell?
It's my OBS, my Chrome and everything. Fucking, I had to close all that. But I didn't even close it. I just literally just held my power button until it turned it completely off.
Okay, so I think I now just gotta cut it off right about there. Now we should be good to forge out the tank.
no!
Okay, shock horror, I think we've done it. I think the tang looks good. Jamie, you're a genius for the idea. Put your glasses on. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. Make sure everybody gives him a good thanks in the comments. Okay, the tang looks like it's about right. Now time to refine the blade. With a hand hammer, I'm gonna go across everything. If I can, I'm gonna keep it this width or narrower.
It's my overlay fucking has been at 0 all fucking day.
I don't want a long
Wasn't working, and then my fucking some of my fucking browsers weren't working, such as my fucking NVIDIA app, and a few of my other fucking apps weren't working properly, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I just thought, best thing to do is just fucking turn off the PC and turn it back on. And if something fucks up, turn it back off and turn it back on again. Which it did. I turned it off, my screen stayed black when I fucking turned it on, but I could see my mouse on screen, so I knew that thing was fucked up. So I was like, okay. It just kept doing a loading signal, loading signal, loading signal. So I was like, okay, turn it off one more time. Turn it back on. Perfectly fine, I hear doo-doo-doo. I was like, yeah, that's the sound I was looking for. And then as soon as I went back into my when I fucking opened up all my shit, everything started working again. I was like, fuck yeah. Quick and easy fix. Didn't have to worry about much, you know what I mean? What does everybody think about this blacksmithing? I think it's very interesting. Watching him forge it out very slowly.
I'm probably gonna take a shower though, honey.
Go ahead, honey.
Later on though, you know how I
Bruh, if you like blacksmithing, you don't watch Forge of Fire.
Already watched it all.
You already watched all of it?
I rewatch them here and there though.
But Outer Banks season 5.
Because it's interesting.
One real Scottish glamour. Aye, she's forged. She's not very straight, but let me tell you what, she's forged. Oh, I'm exhausted.
But
We're in the bus.
Okay.
I'm gonna catch some Z's tank. I'm gonna go lay down.
Righty-ho, so a little bit of straightening to
You
go.
gonna catch some Z's already?
Yeah. The only way I can actually wake up at a proper time is if I go to bed at 10 o'clock.
Hopefully get this nice and straight.
You know me, I like my 10 to 12 hours of sleep.
Okay.
But are you back home yet?
Yeah, I am.
Do you have your system set up?
No, but I'll wait till tomorrow.
So this tang has been off from it slightly.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if since you're home and shit tomorrow I'll wait for you if you want me to fucking help you out with the setup and whatnot. So that we can play some fucking games together, you know what I mean? Even if it's just something like temporary for the time being so that you can play.
I have a whole team.
But I don't have a PC yet, I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Are you okay? You're talking about the PlayStation, okay?
Yeah, so that we can play some COD or something, you know what I mean?
Oh!
Most likely COD, because that's like all we play.
Yeah, I know, right?
We gotta, like, once you get a PC, like, we'll have so many more games to play, bro.
Normalizing it, let's talk about websites. Again, it's time to give a big thank you to
like, I'll give you the whole walkthrough, like, if need be, like, you can even have me take over your PC and it'll fucking be 10 times fucking quicker. So I normally just don't take over people's PC and I just walk them through depending on their fucking choice, you know what I mean?
What the hell?
It's like, if I'm just a random fucking person joining a random in-person stream being like, yo, want me to take over your PC so I can help you with your settings? They'd be like, nah, the fuck?
Turns out it's a Squarespace website. It's the same with my website. It works great on the computer.
Since you know I'm not here to fucking ruin anything, I'm just here to help you out, and I'm not here to look at any information that I shouldn't be looking at. All I'm touching is your NVIDIA app, your Windows updates, and fucking OBS and shit like that. You know what I mean? That's about it. I don't fucking touch anything else.
10% off your first purchase and a free trial. Thank you, Squarespace, for sponsoring the video, making this stuff happen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having a good look. Get that website built, and I'll see you.
But nah, I'll most likely just fucking, when you get a PC, I'll just walk you through it. I'll have you share your screen and shit, you know what I mean?
We're working on this Scottish Claymore,
Okay.
and we've got a lot of grinding to do. Okay.
You'll have to download Discord on your PC when you do that.
So I've got my
And I can walk you through it on
I'm going
everything.
to take the 9-inch grinder. I'm going to slap this on a piece of angle iron in the vise, in the grinding room. We're going to try and get down to bare metal.
And have your phone on hand when I'm talking to you, in case we need to switch over to your phone if we need to turn off your PC for certain things.
Bro, I always have my phone on. You should know that by now.
I know, just like me. Alright, but I love you, brother. You have a good sleep.
Good night.
Good night, brother.
Bye.
Well, thankfully that didn't take too long. I've got the scale up. We've got it down to clean metal, which is very important because that gives us somewhere to start from. And I think the next step, I think this is the smart thing to do, is going to be to put this in the ferric chloride and give it a test etch. Why? Well, obviously with this pattern that's going to be running straight down the middle, and with it being wider, I want to make sure that when we profile this, we're profiling it in a way that is generous to the pattern, that looks good, makes it all look straight, and now while everything's thick and could be moved around or bent if need be, or ground to make it then fit better with the pattern, I want to do that now instead of right at the end when we do the final etch. So we're going to etch it, we're going to have a look at it. This should also show if there are any cracks. But we're going to etch it and we're going to have a look and we're going to see how the pattern is down the piece. Hopefully it works well. Oh boy, got it close. Into the ferric chloride we go. After having degreased it, make sure there's no oil on it. How am I going to get the ferric chloride off it? Look at that, teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Can't work. How you doing? Oh, googly doggly. Well, it's difficult to tell on camera. These test etches never really show up so well to the camera. But to my eye, I can see it's actually looking pretty good. I don't seem to have any major problems with biases to one side or the other with the pattern. Looks wonderfully organic. I'm a little concerned about how neat the weld is at the tip. That could be a problem. Maybe it'll grind out. It swells a little unnaturally, but obviously that's just a result of the forging process being, you know, a lot of hand hammer work and going back and forth and having those struggles going from power hammer to hand hammer, etc., etc. Time to work out exactly where we're going to grind these edges to and make sure we got it nice and flat and straight. Oh, blue dye, come, how you're so lovely. Your color's so blue, so great for scribing. Blue dye, come, blue dye, come. Right, so I also put some blue dye down the middle. We've got this piece of ground steel, which should indeed be pretty straight. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay that on there, and we are going to scribe a center line so we can measure from it and scribe our edges. Okay, well, we've got it all scribed up. I've got my length there. We've got a nice 90-degree scribe here. It's ready to plot our edges. You'll notice a lot of wastage there. I might well end up just cutting this up with a zip disc on a grinder. Once I plotted out the Scottish Claymore width on this thing, I went, holy moly, this is a lot thinner than I made it. Which obviously a lot of you have been mentioning, but it really hit home right about here. This issue goes all the way back to episode 2, where I ended up forging it out way too thick, forging the bevels, and then not having enough length because of the cracks, so I had to then try and forge the bevels back down, but it was very, very tricky. Frankly, I'm shocked that we're even here. All this material that's going to be wasted could really help to get this even longer. Oh well, it's time to go to the grinding room and start cutting. Exactly. So, since you saw me last, we have got those sides cut. We've ground them to the scribe lines, which means that we got something good to work with here. From that baseline, I then wanted to make sure that we got the thing straight and we're ready to start working on the next step, which I've never done this before, and frankly, I'm utterly terrified about the idea of doing this, which is the reason I've never done it before, but but the nervousness is part of why this is going to be enjoyable and educational, because we're making a blood groove. That's right, we're gonna make a fuller. We're gonna make the fuller with the grinder. Oh boy. Okay, so the fullers are roughed out in the blade at 60 grit. None of the bevels are ground down any further. Going with the fullers first, so that then as we bring the bevels down... I actually don't have a reason for why we're doing the fullers first. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm struggling, but we're trying our best. I'm excited that I tried fullers. I think this is going to end up being really special, especially with the twisted Damascus. But having the fullers that are ground in, that should distort it, so we have a lot of work to do on that. And sadly, now it's time to talk about something that's a little bit more of a somber tone, not as enjoyable as grinding fullers, which of course in the Barker Street video that you will have seen 2 videos ago, lots of people were asking about Sam again. And a few weeks ago, I did a very, very brief explanation, and I absolutely should have done a little bit of a better explanation for that. So about a month or so ago, I ended up deciding that Sam, working for me, it just wasn't working out quite as well as I would have liked it to. And so sadly, Sam is no longer working for the company, but what Sam is doing now is very exciting. He's making his own YouTube videos on his YouTube channel. He's done a bloody good job. He's got some awesome collaborations lined up, notably with Michael Cthulhu, which is very exciting. There's a big name. That's a big name sword maker on YouTube. And so because of that, ladies and gentlemen, please do make sure that you go and check out Sam's videos. Of course, you know, Sam helped out on the live shows for a year or so, and Sam was always popping up in the videos throughout the year. Make sure you go check out his videos so you can see more of what he's doing and what he gets up to now that he's working in his own business for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you watching. It's been a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to working some more on the sword. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. So bad. Scottish, haggis, that's the one, laddie. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're working on the Scottish claymore. If you're new here, that's not actually how I talk. I talk a little more like that, but we are indeed working on the Scottish claymore. Today is part 5, and yesterday you saw us end off by trying to grind the fuller. It is not all the way there. We got some more grinding to do. It's gonna be another long day of trying new things, learning, experimentation. Hopefully no roughed out. What I now want to find out, however, is what is the thickness there at the bottom of the fuller right now as it stands roughed out. So let's see if I take these magnets, put my calipers on it, 19.75 with 2 magnets, take away 16, 3.75 millimeters thick at the bottom of the fuller line. So 3.75 millimeters of thickness up here. It kind of feels like it's about the same thing the whole way down. It means I got plenty of material to work with. I'm going to thin that down just a smidge more before we start working on the bevels, and I think I'm in fact going to be thinning it down freehand now that I've got it set. Being freehand shouldn't be too much of an issue. As I was working on the grinder, I was adjusting the height of the small wheel there so that as we got down the tapered blade there, we were trying to keep it as centered as possible. It looks pretty centered here. It's a little off to that side. Freehand should be able to fix that. If not, I will put the tool rest back on and work it that way. So yeah, lots more grinding to go.
Here, Jacob.
So after many hours in the grinding room, here I am.
I can't get up.
Scribed a horizontal line. I'd already done this before I made the,
I can't get up.
But silly me, I didn't ground the bevels before.
No, I couldn't get up.
The tang shoulders set. That's what I'm doing right now. It's too wide.
No, I tried to get up
I'm
and
going to
it
use
couldn't. It
a
wouldn't let
file
me.
guide, a carbide file guide, that I can just clamp up and then file to the file guide. Instead, I'm just going to be working to scribe lines on either side. Now, of course, as we've learned over doing these projects, it's best to get a nice radius in the transition between the blade and the tang. That way, we don't cause a stress riser that a sharp transition would cause. Now, I tell you, I'm certainly no expert with a file. I am just trying to learn just as much as the next guy, but what I do know is the best way to use a file. It's only with the push strokes. You give it a little bit of a clean every so often, you can get a proper file card to be able to clean a file properly. But it's only going to cut when I push forwards. So there's only a reason to touch it to the metal when I am pushing forwards and cutting. This is actually a brand new file, first time I've used it. And let me tell you, there is nothing quite as satisfying as using a new file and feeling it just cut away at the steel with absolute ease. Very pleased I got some new ones. This round file is just a chainsaw file, which is very nice because they're very easy to get a hold of, and they're also very inexpensive. Hell, all good files are inexpensive compared to the work that they'll do for you. There is nothing like having a good file, spending a little extra for the quality. It'll save you a lot of elbow grease. So now, using the side of the file that doesn't have teeth facing downwards, so I don't cut into my radius too much, I'm just going to clean up the tang area here. And with a little tweak, now I believe we are ready for the heat treat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for normalizing cycle number 1. It's unideal, but we're going to use the forge. We've got a tube in the forge to get a more even heat, and I'm going to paint the forge to heat it up. Back and forth, hopefully get even heat, then 3 normalizing cycles before the hardening.
No, we can't do that.
That's... See that? That's a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. On yesterday's episode, Calamity, the sword warped. Looks an awful lot like a hockey stick or a banana or a sword that's not straight. It looks more like a sword that's not straight. But on today's episode, we have to try and see if we can straighten it. So what we're gonna do is into the forge we go again, and we have to do the entire heat treatment process again. I'm gonna heat it up, I'm gonna straighten it, normalize 3 times, and then we're gonna go back in the quench. Hopefully this works. Okay, so we've straightened it and we've done one normalizing cycle. It's now the next day, and so I'm having a look at this, and it's still... It didn't straighten. I haven't straightened it. It still looks very much like a banana. That's not good. Oh, yes. That is a real problem. And you see, the issue is normalizing is obviously the process of removing the stresses from the piece of steel. So right now, I want to try and give it a straighten because I think I should start somewhere, but that means that I defeat the purpose of normalizing. And when I take this and I stress it to the degree that it yields and bends, those stresses, when it heats up, yeah, they might well allow the thing to loosen up and warp right back to where it was. So sadly, the straightening is best done hot. I did that last time, it didn't really work so well. Because it came out of that normalizing cycle bent as a pretzel. Oh boy. Sometimes I do wish I knew what I was doing. A longer heat treating furnace would be super helpful. It's funny, I've been meaning to get myself an actual heat treating oven for at least a year. I've kept forgetting and I've kept putting it off. The trouble with heat treating in a forge is obviously it's difficult to get a perfectly accurate
When it's not this heavy, when it's not this hot and heavy.
You have a nice long oven that's the perfect temperature and just get the perfect heat without having to go back and forth, which is probably bending it. And of course, anytime there's just the slightest inconsistency in the heat, that can help them get your warp in the quench. Now, I don't know if heat treating ovens, professional heat treating ovens, even come long enough for this. So though a longer forge isn't necessary for the forging process of a sword, because I work only a little bit at a time, and I don't want to oxidize the whole thing. As many of you have pointed out, probably can do for the heat treatment of these things with a longer forge or a dedicated heat treat oven. Okay, let's try normalizing cycle number 3462. Okay, so I painted it through the forge, got it to the right heat, did a little straightening halfway through, pulled it out, just give it the tiniest little tweak, hung it up, boom, straight away, another bend. So I'm wondering if the way I'm hanging it up is maybe causing it to bend or something. I mean, it looks like it's hanging straight. Now it's got that banana going like this, and I figured if it's hanging straight, then it's not going to bend, but it looks like it's bending. Difficult stuff. I'll tell you some good news though. Pattern coming through. Looks beautiful. Okay, give it a straighten. No point putting it in the forge bent, I figure. Into the forge we go. Let's try and normalize it again.
He's trying!
So I'm not really sure how well this is going to work, but I think I'm just going to go into the heat treat now. Hopefully we can keep it straight. There is that little pocket of time where it can be straightened. I think the big problem yesterday is that when I put it in there, great, pulled it out, used that pocket of time to try and straighten it, put it back in to finish the rest of the cooling, and I then just left it, and I leant it up against the edge here, and I wonder whether, as that was then cooling, the weight of the blade, as it was helping angle in the quench tube, maybe that caused it to bend. So what I'm going to do this time, I'm not gonna let go.
I
I'm
don't
gonna put
like
it
you.
straight
I'm
down.
diabetic.
Hopefully, it'll go straight down. I'm gonna hold it halfway through the cooling process, pull it out, check it straight, and then as I do the finish cool, I'm just gonna hold it, keep it straight. Hopefully, we can get it straight, Scottish
Wait, you're
straight. Come on,
diabetic?
here we go. Let's make it happen. Almost there. Almost ready. Got the magnet. This is too hot. That's the right temperature. I want it just where it's non-magnetic. A little more heat in the middle and a little more near the tag. I don't want to go too far above non-magnetic. Otherwise, you go too hot, it can still end up not hardening.
Yo, one of these
There
days,
we go. Get a little more even
I
heat
know
in the
parents are
middle.
gonna
Almost
hate
there.
me.
Come on. Here we go. This one. This one. This one. Okay. Into the oil we go. Let's do it.
You wanna try my lobbies?
Damn it! That's really bad. Don't let that happen, kids. Come on. Really hope this works. Okay. I'm about to check it out and see if it's straight. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. That looks pretty good. Okay. I think we got it. I think we got it. Back into the oil we go. Hopefully, it won't bend like last time now. I think we've done it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've done it. Oh, yeah. Got the grey marten sight on there. I bet this thing is hard as can be. I think I've almost melted the tube. Oh, wow. Whoa. Yeah, I melted the tube. It's dripping. Oh, golly, I melted holes in that thing. Holy mackerel. What? Well, at least I know those burners will melt steel. A moment of truth. After I pulled it out of the quench, I thought, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I don't know if this will do anything, but I put it on the welding table. I laid a piece of steel on it, and I'm now going to lift it up. We'll find out if it cracked, if it's really, really, badly warped. Oh, let's have a look. First things first, this gray here, this is an indication of the martensite forming, which as far as I understand, is a wonderful indicator that we got the hard blade. It looks like there's a little tiny bit of a bow in there. Turn it over. Yeah. So this has a slight bow going to the left. It doesn't look too terrible though. It's pretty bad. However, let's see if it's hard. Oh yeah. Hard as glass. The entire blade is completely hard. This is fantastic. It's also very dangerous because what it means is it's very brittle right now. And that bend, no way I can get that bend out now. In other news, guess who's got a nice cast steel floor in his forge? Yep, that's right. That's a great way to ruin the floor of your forge. Okay, so I don't really know the best way to progress from here. I also haven't got an exact idea of how I'm going to temper this, but I figure as something needs to be done, I might as well start doing something. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grind this back to true material, being very careful not to break it. And then what I want to try is something, I've got to temper it somehow. So I'm going to have to think about that while I grind. So what is my idea for how I'm going to temper this? Well, I've got this big old piece of steel. So as I was saying, I had these two pieces of steel, cut them on the bandsaw, but then what I did is I went into the milling machine and I drilled some holes, and the holes were drilled in such a way that I had a larger diameter hole. And of course, I forgot to mention the two pieces were tack welded together, and I then drilled a larger diameter hole, a slightly smaller diameter hole, and then a smaller hole sized to the tap drill that I was going to use. And this means I can use some of these bolts to be able to bolt everything together and keep the blade straight during tempering. Okay, so I've ground the outsides, and hopefully that helps me tell temperature a little bit. I have no clue if this is going to work. This could be an absolute failure. I'm going to lay the hardened sword onto this piece of steel. I'm going to take a piece of wire. I'm going to put it underneath the tip. Take the next piece of steel and lay it on top. And so I can screw down the plates. And on the opposite side to the little piece of wire I put over there, I'm going to put a little piece of wire here. And now it's time to button everything down. Oh my goodness, this is heavy. At this stage, now that I see that there's this enormous block of steel and this tiny piece of, and this tiny forge, I have no clue if this is going to work. But I've got the heat turned way down low on the burners, running a very reducing flame. Obviously, you see the yellow at the back there. The temperature inside the steel box is extremely low. It's not, however, low enough for the tempering. So the whole hope is that this box will just kind of keep it away from the flame itself to keep the temperature down low enough. Right now, it's 163 degrees, 168 degrees Celsius. To keep the temperature low enough that we can heat up this entire mass of steel to 200, maybe 220 degrees Celsius without overheating the blade. And this should keep it all straight while we heat it up for the tempering. And though I've never tried it before, hopefully the bits of wire with the clamping is going to help actually straighten it from the warp that it had. So I'm starting to get a light straw here on the thick steel. My hope is that the thick steel's acting as enough of a heat sink to stop the blade from getting any hotter. It's looking like the perfect temperature on the thick steel, right about here. I'm gonna let the heat come up to the backside of it, and hopefully this will work, and we'll get a good temper on the blade. Not too hot and not too cold. Okay, got a straw up here too. Straw. It should be interesting to see if this has had any effect on the straightening. What I mean by that is the tempering with it locked up in this. Boy, that's heavy. Okay, I'll just set that there and let it cool down. We'll pull it out. We'll see if it's straight, and we'll see what the temper colors on the blade look like. Ugly, it's cooled down now. Let's open her up and see how bent or how straight it is. It's actually still pretty hot. Okay, it's not as bad as it could be. Hey, that might grind out. Very light straw temper color. I'm not super thrilled about the amount of temper. Here, that looks about right. Here, it looks about right. It's a little light there. So there's not quite, doesn't quite look like it got hot enough about here. So one thing that I was planning to do was to increase the temperature here at the tang with a torch, because that needs to be done to make sure it's extra flexible. But I'm also going to use that opportunity to get a little more heat into this midsection. My worry is that if I put heat on one side more than the other, I could warp it. So I'm going to have to be very gentle as I heat that midsection to make sure that I do even heat on both sides and don't end up making it even crazier. But I'm going to start off down here at the tang, get that past a blue temper. That way it's going to be plenty flexible, plenty of give, a little less brittle. So while that's been cooling down, I swept the floor, cleaned up the workshop a little bit. Always nice to do that. I'm about to mop it because I spilled oil when I heat treated. So I want to just try and make everything clean. But of course, sweeping the floor picked up all the scale that was made in the forging process of the Damascus. And so in case you're interested, just how much scale is made when you make a Damascus steel Scottish Claymore, that's 7 pounds and 1 ounce of iron oxide. Oh, and a plastic whatchamacallit, what's it? mopping the floor, and I was just going to mop the forging area, but I ended up mopping the whole area, so there we go. I got carried away with that. And this is now cooled down. You can see it's got a nice, even straw the whole way along. And I tempered back that tang transition to a nice blue-purple, so that'll give it a nice amount of flexibility. The blade still has a slight wiggle, especially in the edge, but with the edge still being about 1/8 of an inch thick, I'm hoping that we can grind most of it out. So I'm going to be very excited to keep working on this tomorrow. I guess this thing is going to be finished ground, which is going to be very exciting. As you know, Christmas is less than a month away, which is extremely exciting, and it means that I can soon start singing Christmas songs, which is fantastic, because I love me a good Christmas song, and even better, I've got some awesome Christmas t-shirts. Look at these blacksmith-themed Christmas t-shirts. Yeah, that's right. Blacksmiths get coal in their stockings, and we love it. We love coal. We love coal in our stockings. So make sure you get that t-shirt, and make sure, of course, this festive, oh my goodness, it's so festive and Christmassy. These two shirts are absolutely awesome. They're up on the website now, and as a little treat for the next 48 hours only, we're going to be doing free shipping on the Christmas shirts, so make sure you get one so you can celebrate Christmas in style with the free shipping. Get your merchandise nice and fast so you can be as festive as possible while still making sure that you tell everybody that you love blacksmithing, because it's so much fun. I will see you tomorrow on the next episode. It's going to be a blast. Lots of hard work to go. Lots of learning to do. So make sure you subscribe, and I'll catch you there. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, I'm dropping stuff, yeah. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. Today we are working on the Scottish Claymore, as you are well aware, and this is going to be a hell of a tiring day. I'm going to learn a lot, that is for sure. And speaking of learning a lot, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, which is Skillshare. They're bringing us this video. Skillshare is the online learning platform with more than 17,000 online courses in videography, photography, business, marketing, all that fun stuff. Premium membership starts at $10 a month for the first 700 of you. To click the link in the description below, I'm going to get yourselves an exclusive free trial. That's right. Thank you so much, Skillshare, for sponsoring the video. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight down to it. I'm going to be in the grinding room all day. We have a lot of work to do. As you saw in the last episode, it's still got a little bit of a wiggle, and as best as possible, since that edge is about 1/8 of an inch thick, I'm looking down it, which helps me be able to, I don't know exactly the best way to describe it. There's a technical term for it, but when you look down a long piece, a long length of something, and you can then a lot more clearly see the wiggles in it. I think it's something about shortening the perspective of the length, then means that the proportion of the wiggle increases compared to, I don't know, who knows? But what I do know is when I hold it up like this, I can see that right here, for example, is a wiggle, and I'm going to grind out that wiggle. Though the blade has been tempered, it's extremely hard. Though we're using ceramic abrasives, they really don't like to cut, especially if there's not enough, if there's not enough pounds per square inch of pressure on it. It wants to cut, only if there's a tiny bit of steel that it's cutting at a time, or you've got extraordinary pressure. You can see here, I've got now 2 chamfers there. This wiggle means that I need to remove material on this side. I'm not following the wiggle straight away. Instead, I'm coming in at an aggressive angle, I'm doing my heavy stock removal, and then I flatten it off. That reduces my surface area contact for the stock removal, And in turn makes it easier to flatten off. And in turn helps the process go easier. When you've got a hard blade, it's super difficult to do all the stock removal you need. So I always have found it very easy or very helpful to reduce that surface area contact. And that goes all the way back to learning about blacksmithing with Brown Brazil, where the most taught concept was that of reducing our surface area contact with a hammer or with an anvil to move the metal faster. Applies here at the grinder too.
Hush. Oh wait, I think it is Hush. I want to go with them. I want her done. No! I didn't even know she had one up.
Echo.
Here's your reminder.
Oh.
Echo.
Take sleep.
Done.
So I've got about as much of the wiggle ground out of there as I can, which means I have thick and thin areas, but it's
David,
still
here's your reminder.
Echo.
Take sleep.
I'm now going to
Done.
across the whole length, back and forth, start at an aggressive angle, bring it more acute, start bringing this edge down in
Alright,
thickness.
I must be some medication for this.
So, and that blade, I have spent so much time in the grinding room.
Way, bro. How
And
are
that is
they
the
getting
fact one.
here?
But what we have achieved is we have a hot tang, but a 60 grit finish on the blade and a 400 grit finish within the full groove. Wow. And I'm shocked because this thing weighs like practically nothing right now. And it was not long ago that this thing was extraordinarily heavy. This is now a light, whippy, flexible. God, this thing is unbelievable. So
Yeah,
I missed
careful.
forging. I've been grinding all this time, heat treating. I missed forging. And so we're going to do some forging. The guard on a Scottish claymore is really rather special. And what I think makes it special is something that I want to try and add onto this. Which is,
Fuck's
not only does the guard come out crossways from the blade, but the guard will often have a protrusion that lays over the beginning of the blade like this on either side of the blade. And I think that this is going to be a wonderfly challenging shape to try and make. So the forge is hot, and we're going to take some steel, and we're going to start moving it around. Ogly doggly, so I'm going to throw this piece of steel in there. This is another piece of 1 by 3 inch flat stock. Same thing. We made our straightening, tempering jig out of yesterday. It happened to be handy. I think this is going to be helpful for our guard. And in true Alex Steel fashion, we're going to forge it thick and grind it thin. So I'm going to take plenty of material. This is about 2 3/4 inches of the stuff, and now we wait. Okie dokie, and with the magic of editing, we're in the forge and ready to start forging. piece of mild steel, and my hope is to leave it as nice and kind of as forged as possible. However, I'm a little worried that the proportions here aren't quite right. I think it's a little wide, and I think I forged out the sides of it just a little too far. It's about 14 inches wide. What I'm going to do is this will potentially be a prototype one of the guard. I'm really, really pleased and excited with the process that I used to forge this. It went really well. Tried something new, taking that piece of flat stock, working it there underneath flat dies to make this 3-prong shape. Had to trim a little bit off, but I'm pleased with the forging process. I've just got to refine it to get the shape that I want so that we can forge it actually a little bit closer to the finished size. And of course, guys, I want to thank today's sponsor, which is Skillshare, where you can learn all about videography, you can learn about editing, you can learn about photography, illustration, all of these wonderful things on their e-learning platform. 17,000 courses, and you can get access to their premium membership that starts at only $10. But if you're one of the first 700 to click the link in the description below, because they're sponsoring today's video, they're giving you guys an exclusive free trial so you can access the entire library. You can learn and soak up information that all their teachers are teaching. You can learn how to run this type of camera. This is a Panasonic GH5, edit videos, put it all together, and potentially start building your own YouTube channel. Remember, that link is in the description below. Thank you, Skillshare, for sponsoring today's video. Thank you to those of you that go and start learning on Skillshare. I'll see you guys on tomorrow's video.
I'm gonna land a little bit further and
What a
then
fun
make my
project it
way
is, and what a
here.
thrill it is to be able to bring you along the way. Thank you for watching.
Not too far, but
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. Fantastic to have you here. We're working on our gigantic 1 meter 1 centimeter long bladed Scottish claymore sword. Yes, the forged out the guard after grinding on the blade. Right now, I'll do some grinding on the
Shut
guard.
up.
I'm going to go back to grinding on the blade, but most of all,
oh, that's not fair.
thank you very much for being here. It's going to be a lot of fun working through the day and bringing you along for the journey. Thank you. Lots of people have asked me why it is that I often put on a pair of nitrile gloves underneath these gloves I use when I'm grinding. And the reason for it is as follows. When I'm grinding, I need to make sure that, especially if the blade has been hardened, I'm keeping it cool. So I'm frequently putting my hands in the water, taking a can and pouring the water over the blade. This naturally means that the blade gets wet, my hands will get wet. And if you start working with wet hands, then your skin softens up, and it's just no good because you then take your gloves off and then you go back to doing normal things and your hands then dry up and crack, which is miserable. You know, this is one of the things about working with your hands. You've got to take care of them, because if the skin isn't in tip-top condition, then you can't work, because you've got to use your hands all day. And if it hurts to use your hands because you've got cracks all over them because they dried out too fast, part of that for me is making sure to take care that I don't keep my hands in the wet for too long, which I think is pretty sage advice. Of course, you've got to be careful when you're using gloves and spinning machinery. I'd never use gloves on a mill or on a lathe. Here at the grinder, the pinch points are relatively few and far between. It's dangerous to use gloves because stuff can get pinched and dragged in, so you've got to be really, really careful of that and evaluate the cost-benefit yourself. For me personally, however, whenever I'm doing grinding like this, the cost-benefit tends to work out in favor of some nice, tight, grippy gloves like this, which I think, for the machinery that I'm using, is relatively appropriate and saves me grinding on my
When I
fingers
pay
too
off my
much.
next
Here we
loan,
go.
one of my next loans, honey, when I pay off one of my next loans, I'm gonna get us a new fan. And I'm gonna get a new monitor and a new monitor, so I can have 2 monitors that I can actually put my shit that I want on my other screen. Then I won't need the laptop unless I go out
For
the room.
this, and I'm now flattening down the back side so that it's going to require a lot less finishing to get a really nice fit up with everything literally straight. Ugly. So while that cools, I'm going
That's why
to
I
take
can't
our
wait to
blade,
eventually get a
which is
GoPro,
currently at a
because then I
60
can
grit,
just cast
and
my
we're now going to go to
GoPro
120
over
grit. Now
to
we're going
that
to do that on the
or get
flat
its YouTube
flat
channel.
bit, and it's just going to be a straight grind from there. However, before we advance up to 240 grit, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip that platen around. That's going to give me access to the slack belt, and I'm going to be able to concave the edge to get the edge down to the final thickness. And at that 120
Oh
grit
my
belt, that's going to be
god,
the final
can you
bit of
fuck
stock
off,
removal, so to
dude?
speak,
Like,
of heavy material removal, to then take what is right now like a 20,000ths of an inch edge across the whole thing. No. Yeah, you take what is now about a 20,000ths edge across the whole thing, and then from that 120, bring that down to obviously a much thinner edge with that very slight apple seed.
I can't move, bro.
What's up, watermelon?
So here is what is happening. Let me update you. This blade here has a trizact finish off of the belt. This is going to require a lot of hand sanding. It also has a slight convexity to it, which is good. That helps support the edge a little better when it comes to having an actual edge and, you know, needing to battle against the English Scottish claymore. The guard, I have indeed stuck with the guard that we
Getting ready
started
for
on
bed.
yesterday's video. After a little grinding, I'm pretty pleased with how this is turning out. I ended up having a little bit of a shorter protrusion than I initially thought, and I think this is going to work nicer proportionally with the shape of the guard, with the shape of the blade, so I'm quite happy with that. Up here is a little thick. It's a
Cheers,
little
you right here.
The reason for it is I
I'm
want it to
not
be thick
going to put
because
on my
I need a
headset and
little
move my
leeway, because
chair
what
and
I've got to do
everything.
next is going to be pretty difficult. This
Cheers,
blade,
twin.
of course, has to go onto the guard, or the guard has to go onto the blade, which means that blade, the back of the blade here, needs to sink down into the bottom of the guard. That is going to require that we have a cut out in this protrusion, so that needs to be cut. Not only that, but if we have a look through X-ray vision, imagining we can see through it, we not only need to cut out through this, but it needs to create a pocket
Cheers.
halfway down the guard that is flat with the bottom of the guard for that tang to sit into nice and firmly. And then, of course, it needs to be milled to be able to accept the tang's complete passage through the guard right there. Yes, this is where the laws of physics begin to make this whole project a little bit more difficult. So, this is going to require me using the mill and a carbide end mill. Now, the issue is an end mill is a rather small in diameter in this particular instance, piece of steel that needs to be spinning at an extremely high rate and somehow needs to go all the way to the bottom here and carve a groove. That means that while this is spinning at an extremely high rate, oh yeah, wait, it's not going to spin at an extremely high rate because it's not long enough. Now, there is a reason most end mills are standard, they're about that size. And there is a reason that it was extremely difficult to get a hold of this one. It's because most people aren't silly enough to think they need a 55mm, 4mm diameter end mill. And that's because of the laws of physics, and mostly just common sense, which is about all I'm knowledgeable with from time to time. Yes, 4mm, 55mm away, this is going to flex a lot as it's taking a cut, and it has a very snapping. Now, I used to have 2 of these end mills, so I would have had a little bit more of a leeway. I could snap one and then maybe use the other one, but there is a reason that I only have 1 of these end mills now. Draw your own conclusions as to what happened to the first. Okay, so we've got a lot of milling to do on this, and part of milling means you have to have everything secure so you don't break things, especially when you have to poke your milling cutter so far out of the collet that it might as well not even be in it, as that is what we've got to do today. So I've got now 2 vaguely flat sides.
Yeah, everything's got its own fucking thing.
This is going to go in the vise.
So it only makes
So I need
sense
it
to have
flat
the
across
slasher
bottom.
sleeping right
So I'm
there.
going to lay some parallels down. And I've got some steel plates either side that are a little softer than the jaws, because then hopefully when I clamp on this, those steel plates are going to have a little more give than the hardened jaws. Because the sides aren't perfectly flat on the guard, because I did it on a grinder, you know, that give should help us get the clamp that we need. I'm going to make sure this is flat. This is not the most accurate way to get anything clamped straight, vertical, parallel, what have you. But so long as we work only from the top down, which is in the realm of possibility that I could do it should be fine, and we should actually have something even that we can then work everything else off from. Welcome to Alex Steele's How to Make a Parallelogram for God. Oh boy. so far, starting at the very top with another 4mm cutter up much closer, I worked my way down, and then every so often I drop the cutter down and I go a little further. I then found the width of the blade and then plunge down. You can see this is the cock. That cutter is so far out of there. The vibrations mean that we have a very uneven, a very inaccurate cut the whole way down, but we do have a flat bottom, which is fantastic, and it means that we can start thinking about the next step, which is, of course, the hole
Because
that's
my
going to go
overlay
the
was just
whole
tripping
way
out for a
through
minute.
and accept the tag. This could be tricky because it requires that I go all the way through from the top side without hitting this, and I don't know if I have enough cutter. I might have to drill it and file the whole thing open. Well, I'm stuck. There is an issue, which is the longest bit that I have is a 4mm bit, but I need to go a little wider for it to fit on. So I'm stuck because I don't know, A, how I'm going to get the hole that goes the whole way through, and B, how it is that I'm going to get it wide enough. So I need a fresh brain. I'm going to do something else, which is Jamie's already started on it. I'm going to set up a squat rack. Time-lapsing. You didn't see the amount of times that I messed up putting things on backwards because I decided that it's smart to not look at an instruction manual. But over the past couple of months, I've been really enjoying myself, lifting
Have a
weights.
good sleep,
and going to the gym,
everybody.
lifting weights. It's super
I hope
fun
you all enjoy the
squatting
content
and
while I'm taking
deadlifting
a
and
nice
doing these
good
fun
fucking
things. And it's
sleep.
enjoyable having the strength in the workshop.
I hope
as a
y'all
result
have
of that,
sweet
so
dreams.
I thought, you know what's a good idea, Alec?
And I appreciate everybody that's been coming and stopping in the streams and everybody that's been showing love and support.
I've got the bar.
Yeah, it was fucking
I've
awesome.
got some weights, and yeah, no, it's time to get strong. Thank you for watching the episode. I'm going to see you guys on the next episode as we continue working
Lay
on
on top of you,
more
man.
work to do. It's going to be exciting working some more on the guard. For now, I'm going to lift some weights, and that's always so much fun.
And I still can't get
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. Fantastic to have you here because we are working on the Scottish Claymore sword. It's going to be a lot of fun. I need to work out what it is that I'm going to do to the guard, so thank you for joining me today.
Oh my god, yeah, I
as we
keep
take you
falling.
on this journey. So this is what I stopped off on yesterday's video. We have a slot going across the top that will accept
Oh,
the
here.
sword. And
Wait.
actually, I didn't think it would. I just
Where are
measured
you?
it, and it will, which is great. And I achieved that by wiggling it side to side to get that little extra 0.3 of a millimeter on either side of width. Now the issue, however, is the tang hole. So not just the slot that accepts the sword itself, but the tang hole, the hole that allows the tang to go in and allows it to actually go up. That little hole right there, that's going to be tricky to
aim.
make
This is so
because I'm about to be flat
stupid.
out of cutter, as you can see, and I need lots of that cutter to be able to get through the damn material.
No, I was
Since
having
I'm
this
I clearly
issue.
don't seem to mind the ridiculously stupid idea of having a cutter in a collar that's only 1/8 of an inch. We can see if we can poke a hole through it and maybe even get a slot for the tang all down here with only the fit up needing to be done on the file. If not, I have to put a drill
Going
bit
to the-
in
I'm just
and
going to the
file
van.
the whole thing out. Have we made it? It's so close. Right, have we made it? No. We have, however, exceeded the length of our tool there, though. Maybe we'll try a 1/16 of an inch inside the collet. Maybe that'll work. Yes! We're through! With like 1/1000th of an inch to spare. Okay! Abort mission. We've got a problem. Oh, dokley. You know how it goes now. Yep, gotta do it all by hand. Guess who's a little bit of a numpty? Yes, that's me. I just realized now I have a hole going all the way through. I have an index on the back side, which at least means I can turn this over and use a shorter end mill and do it in the mill. So, problem averted. I don't have to try and make this into a long slot. With files, we can get it started on the mill and then go to the files. Metal splinter. Hey, success! We have a a slot going through it. This is going to be ready for the final fit up, but only once the tang is ready for it. And as you can see, it tapers in the wrong direction. So back to the grinding room. I'm going to bring this down so the thickest part of the tang is right there. And then we can do the final fit up of the guard, and then the final shaping, and then start working. Yes, fun. I do like this. This is very good fun because I'm starting to just ever so slightly get a grip of what it is that I'm doing with the sword making, and that's enjoyable. That's a nice thing, because even though I'm trying something I've never done before, which is a blade that's obnoxiously long, 1 meter, 1 centimeter blade, it's actually not as daunting as I thought it would be just 3-4 months ago when I made my first sword. I was just picking it up in the office, and I was thinking to myself, holy moly, this thing is tiny. It's a toothpick. Because already, in that short amount of time, after making, was this my 4th sword? Something like that? I have no idea. Already, I'm making something that's 1 meter 10 long. Frankly, I'm shocked. I'm just thrilled. Anyway, into the grinding room. Let's work on the tank. So I've lit the forge, since I'm going to be sat down for a while, trying to open this up enough that this fits all the way up there. It's filing time.
She wasn't by herself.
Okay, so I have a very nice tight fit all the way up there once it's hammered. Now, this guard is straight right now, and the traditional Scottish Claymore guard is slightly different in style, but one of the really, really key things about the Claymore, not that I'm necessarily following a whole lot of the key things about it, considering this is Damascus and this guard doesn't have the 4 holes, but the guard points forwards on the blade. And so, of course, that means that I need to point this guard forward on the blade. And with a little heat, that shape should approach a little more of the angle as needed. A little collar tweaking might fix that. It's rounder than a traditional Scottish guard, but I kind of like the looks, and I like how that works with these forged bulbous ends. This here, this point, needs a little shaping so that it matches up evenly on either side with the fuller lines of the sword itself. So I'm going to let this cool down. I'm going to grind that. I'm also going to fix this thickness either side. Obviously, it's off center. And square off the face upon which the handle material is going to meet so that it means everything's square. Pretty standard thought, isn't it? To make something square to make it square. Didn't have a way to finish that sentence, but let's start doing some more work. I've now got the thick contact wheel on. This is an 8-inch contact wheel. I'm forming the facets and the chamfers that shape the guard. We're at 60 grit, and what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go 120 and 240 grit also, and then back to 60 grit to flatten off the backside before we hit the patina we want on it by putting it into the forge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I wait for the forge to heat up, our favorite time is upon us. This is the time of the project that I like the most. That's right, it's time for me to start tearing up sandpaper and going from 180 grit all the way to 400. Let's roll the montage! Forged, finished, and, you know, up for a little wire wheel and a little bit of oil. That is ready. Done. Capiche? Finished. The blade is at 120 grit on one side. I got an enormous amount of hand sanding to do on tomorrow's episode. I'm going to hand sand the blade. I'm going to work on the pommel, and we can hopefully make some good progress. Wonderful bringing you along with these daily builds. Thank you very much. I will see you tomorrow on the next episode. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. Fantastic to have you here because we're working on the Scottish clay ball. As you're very well aware, thank you for joining me on this series. Thank you for joining me today. This side here is at 120 grit on the hand-sanded finish. This side here, it needs some hand sanding, so it's time to start hand sanding.
They're behind you.
Righty-ho, so the blade is at 400 grit. And holy moly, that's taken a long time. So much back and
Really?
forth.
What for?
Hand sanding. I had to go all the way to 120 right at the beginning, as I said. Worked our way up. 120, 180, 240, 320, 400. Side to side, straight along, side to side, straight along. We've got it. 400 grit. That's all we need for a good etch on some Damascus. Because, of course, we've got some nice twist Damascus inside here. This, I'm now going to put some oil on so it doesn't rust too much before the final finish. Don't want it to get too rusty. Give that a little white bang. I need to clean up, finish, and oil the guard, but first I need to clean up the mess. Where's my dustpan? Where did my dustpan go? I found it right where I kept it. Got some burners heading out. Snowing! Snows here. This is amazing! So, in regards to finishing this, now those boxes are out of the door, and the workshop's a little bit clean and tidy. The ideal would be a wire wheel on a bench grinder. Second ideal, wire wheel on an angle grinder, but it'd be difficult to hold on to this without marring it in the vise. Third, that is sharp. Third ideal would be a wire wheel on one of these things, one of these kind of flex shaft things, but guess who was a numpty and didn't order any wire wheels for it? I was that numpty. So, I'm looking for a wire brush. Do you not know where it is? I've got the wire brush. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to light the forge because we need to make the pommel. So while that is heating up, I'm going to grab these belts that have just arrived and organize these. No such a day as good as a abrasive day. So I use the dies to form a very sharp paper here at the tip. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the dies to some bullets so we can form the shape behind it before we put a flattening on it. That is going to be the pommel. It'll get flattened off across the top, so there's enough space for us to peen the tang. This is going to get cut off, and got some milling work to do. But first, I want an index so that I can clamp it in the mill. I need a flat spot. Best way to achieve this? Power hammer. And of course, I put my touch mark on it. Give it a little wire brush, and this should be ready to cool down. While that is cooling down, I am going to teach Jamie how to grind his knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. The first thing that we're going to do is angle out in the vise, big G-clamp, big grinder. First things first, establish your flat with the grinder. Got the scale ground up, looking fantastic. It's now time to go to the grinder. I put a big old chunky 36 grit on. This should help you out with the stock removal. First things first, we're gonna hold it like this. We're gonna establish our flat. Wherever you press with your fingers is wherever it grinds. So, if you want a flat, don't press in the middle of the blade, because it's gonna hit the bevel. If you want a flat, press where it's already flat. There are two different angles there. One is much more like this, one is much more like that. We want one angle, and it wants to be about between the two. Did you notice when you did that, and you were hitting the edge first as a higher pitch? So that's where you can sometimes use your hearing to see how you're holding it. The reason for it is you didn't put pressure in the middle of the bevel. How that transition looks is a function of two things. It's a function of how flat this is and what angle that is. So, If it's doing this, it means either that's not flat or this has a varying angle. If it looks bad, there are two ways to fix it. One, bring the flat down. Two, bring the bevel back here, the bevel back here, and the bevel back there without touching those high spots. Oakley dokley. So while he continues to work on that pommel should be cool. I'm going to go into the bandsaw and we're going to cut it off. And then we're going to go into the mill and we're going to use an end mill to mill ourselves out a slot that's going to go the whole way through. Now, it's not going to look like it goes... Why don't I just show you? It's a little toasty. For a videographer, let me tell you that. Whoa! Hey, pretty impressed. That's not bad at all, Jamie. Grind line, obviously it's a little wavy, but that is not at all a major issue. I did a little more on that side. You've been using the file guide well. Apparently, you can learn a lot about making knives from editing videos on making knives. Well, how does it feel? You spent a lot of time in there with the camera.
No, I don't want to use my gun. I have
first time probably using it.
Kind of feels like a day in the life of Alex Steele. It's surprising how hot this metal gets after like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It gets hot.
And then your gloves get hot and then they don't get cold.
I don't know how you could grind without wearing these gloves. Great fun!
Let's get back to it. I've got more machining to do. The 4mm end mill.
Yeah, I know, he's buying me.
Obviously, we have a nice deep swatch in our pommel. It's now time to put this in the bandsaw, cut it off, and then go back to our old friend, a set of files, and our other old friend, time. The amount of time that all these projects take. Anyway, into the bandsaw, let's cut this off. Here's the pommel fresh off the bandsaw. It's going to need some filing and handwork to get that to fit on here far enough that it's going to stick out. We can grind it off a little bit and peen on the tang eventually. I tell you what, I think this forged look here, forged guard, forged pommel, I think this is going to look pretty crazy.
Time to heat treat the blade. Blood forward. Just spent 20 minutes marking all the holes out. We used the center punch to mark the holes, and it broke the center punch. So we have to anneal it before we mark it. So we have to anneal it, and then mark it all again. So in the forge it goes. This has been annealed, it's now cooling down, it's taking a long time, and in the meantime decided that I'm going to make a bolster. So this is a piece of Damascus steel, which was from the Damascus Plain Blades project. This was the spare piece that had some cracks in it, we decided not to use it. I'm going to use some of this material to make some bolsters to go along here. So we're going to mark those up, and then we're going to go cut these out roughly, ready for being ground down.
So, to give you a little bit of a context on the narrative of how this is going, Jamie cut off the material for his bolsters, marked out the tang with his knife, put it in the Bridgeport milling machine, and used it to drill the hole while I finished up the fit up on the pommel. Jamie, where are you on your Bowie knife?
The knife is going well. All of the holes in the handle are all nice and milled out now. They're all countersunk. Taking a lot longer than I would have hoped it would have done, but they're all there. It's ready for heat treat.
And that's fantastic. That's going to get heat treated in another episode when, and that'll be good fun. And if we get finished up, we're going to put scaled Damascus bolsters. It's going to be great. But of course, while he was doing that, I finished up the fit up here on our small little pommel, which I hope is going to work wonderfully with a beautiful, round, swelling, tapered handle. But the handle Got something special planned for the handle, which I'm excited to show you, so make sure you stay tuned. Hopefully the material for that will show up, and we'll be able to start cracking on with it tomorrow in the next episode. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for watching. I'll see you very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. We're working on the Scottish Claymore, and my terrible accent is back. And of course, we are also back as we continue working on this gigantic, ginormous, and awesomely fun build, the Damascus Steel Scottish Claymore. Yesterday, we made the pommel. The day before, we made the guard. And today, special idea I had for the handle. I'm not sure if the materials showed up, but I need to get a tool so that we can make the handle a little bit easier. So, we're going into town. Flashbacks to that time where I almost ran out of fuel on the way to the petrol station. It's time to fuel up. All fueled up. I'm ready for the tool stop. Store. Come on, Alex, tool store. Now, I think I'm going to try something that I like to make stuff do on his wooden katana, and I'm going to go into this picture so you can check out his video. So when he made the wooden katana, he used a router to route out the two slabs. He used a router to mill out the slabs that he attached back together for the handle. Lots of you guys in the comments also suggested that I use a router to do it. Well, in that case, in that instance, I hadn't prepared the wood for a router to work. However, if I plan ahead, and because you guys recommended it, I should be able to use a router for the handle on the Scottish Claymore. Okey dokey. This is a router, right? No, I think so. This looks like a router to me. Now we need bits. What's a router bit look like? I presume it looks like one of these, since it says straight router cover. What size shall I get? I have no clue what I'm doing. No clue what I'm looking for.
Two of them over there, correct?
We're all set. Caustic soda for our magical Damascus finishing technique that we're still trying, and we're going to try on this Claymore. Don't get that in your eyes, you end up blind. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. I think we need Christmas lights. Christmas lights. There's a Christmas shop right there. That's probably it. So one of the interesting things about filming is if you don't have good lights, you end up getting a flicker. So what we just did is we wanted to see which one of these flicker when it is that we're filming them. We worked out these number 18s pretty good. So we can use the number 18s. A 1, a 2, a 3. So let's get a Christmas tree. Oh my goodness. That's the one. That's the one.
Help.
These trees are huge. What? Fuck. That would fit in the workshop. Oh my goodness, that is so damn cool. Okay, how do we get it back to the choices? There's so many trees. Look how voluptuous this is. It's so thick and Christmas tree-like. Wow. What do you reckon? That's the one? How do we get it back? It looks like it's taking a journey on the roof. I've never netted a Christmas tree before. Oh, look at this. We're netting a Christmas tree. Look at that. That's one finely netted Christmas tree. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Oh, no, can't jump with a Christmas tree. Let's go! And so, after our good little escapade, I have a Christmas tree for the workshop. Let's see what happens now. After a successful trip running errands, check this out! The Pilkington has lights! So does the mill! And the grinding room window! And the squat rack!
Yes.
We got lights everywhere. And now we're gonna work on the handle for the Scottish Claymore. Sadly, the material that I wanted hasn't arrived, but with the piece of wood and the router, we're gonna be able to make good progress before we finish it up. So first things first, I'm gonna split this on the bandsaw, but Jamie has been working on his knife. What are you doing, Jamie? Outstanding, getting ready for the heat treat. So I need to slice this on the bandsaw. So we now got 2 flat pieces of olive wood, and it's now Jamie's turn to harden his knife. How you feeling, Jamie? Was that nerve-wracking?
Not nerve-wracking. We nearly dropped it off camera.
It can get emotional. It can get emotional. I can understand.
It's like my first child, my first night, my first-born child.
Looking beautiful. Look at Martin's side. Just looks fabulous. We're just wiping down the oil before we go into the oven for the final bake.
Chef Jamie strikes again. That's about the icing.
Sadly, there will be no icing. We're back onto the wood. We need to learn how to use a router. We need to learn how to best make a slot. So let's give this a go. I like to mixed up. 1.5 million views in a week? Hey, Bob, congratulations. 1.5 million views on his katana video in a week. That's insane. Right, let's see how he machined out the slot for his katana. Okay. So it looks like he's just freehanding it with the router. Okay, thank you, Bob, for the tips. It looks like I'm going to put a cutter in there, double-sided. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm extremely sad that I did not know how wonderful it was to use a router before I worked on the katana, because I could have left those bits of katana wood flat and I could have just done the exact same thing. I would have saved so much time. That machine is incredible. Routers. Ah! Thank you, commenters. Thank you, Bob, from I Like to Make Stuff, for teaching me something new. This is exciting. It's now time for us to do the next step, which is to take the split pieces of wood and reassemble them, glue them together, and make sure that we can get a solid join for the handle of our Scottish claymore. So now I've got the sword, and to save a little bit of an issue of the sword gluing to the tang, it's December, so, we got to make sure that we're nice and celebratory for Christmas. What do we have here? Coal. No, there's no coal in this one, but you can get your blacksmith-themed Blacksmiths Get Coal t-shirt at alexsteelshop.com. No more free shipping, though. That expired. But I have some wax, and this has been heating up inside the stocking, inside the forge for a very special purpose. I wanted some wax to be a little bit on the wet side, so I could take a rag and wipe it all up the tang. The reason for this is this wax, when it dries, is going to create a very thin coating on the tang that is going to be able to mean that if there is any glue that wants to make it difficult for this to slide out of there, a little warmth will liquefy the wax and let the tang out of the handle. And back in the stocking it goes.
Close it out.
Resin, hardener, nice, equal, measured, scientific portions.
What?
Ugly. And so, with epoxy right here, I'm checking my scribe line. Okay, the two pieces are together. Now I'm going to clamp it. And one more for good measure. So while that is gluing up, I'm going to go into the grinding room and we're going to sweep up all the dust that has been made from the grinding of the sword, since I don't have any more metal stock removal to do, and we're going to weigh it. We're going to see how much I ground. There was 7 pounds and a few ounces of scale. How much of dust?
Holy macaroni! That is a lot of grinder dust.
Dustpan number 1, 5 pounds, 11.2 ounces. Dustpan number 2, 4 pounds, 11 ounces. Minus the dustpans, that is this amount of weight. Holy moly, that's a lot of dust. That is a lot of wastage, including the scale. The amount of wastage for this project has been that much. And I don't know how much it is because I haven't done the calculations, but you know how much it is. That is insane. That is absolutely crazy. Wow, these projects produce a lot of waste. In other news, and slightly bad news, we've had a problem with the David Bowie knife by Jamie.
David Bowie knife is dead. We have a crack in it from here, somewhere along the heat treat. I'll put a picture here. You can see what it looks like closer. It's now kind of a rusty kind of colour to signify its death. So sadly, the David Bowie knife will never be finished, but there will be a new knife, but until then, sadly, this is over.
Alas, Jamie's first project to crack. Ouch, that hurts. Ladies and gents, please give me your condolences in the comments below. That is a really, really sad thing. First project ever, and it doesn't work out. It was a beautiful job, too. He's done a great job. He learned a lot, and I tell you, that's a clean-looking first knife. It's a great job, Jamie. Also give him your congratulations in the comments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Scottish Claymore sword is going to be continuing in tomorrow's episode, so make sure you subscribe to stay tuned, and I can see you then. It's been wonderful to have you here. Today is now a new day. My friend Joe is visiting from the Netherlands. How you doing, Joe?
How are you guys doing?
It is fantastic to have him here. Firstly, Joe is a very talented blacksmith. He's got a YouTube channel. I'll make sure to link him down below. He's going to be here hanging out for a couple of weeks, helping out. And what he's working on now are some tongs to hold this. What could that be? Who knows? Maybe we'll keep it a little bit secret as to what it is that he's working on. But it's a pair of tongs, and it's a different pair of tongs. Not necessarily blacksmithing tongs, but he's going to start with some of this 30mm round stock. He's been doing calculations, working out how much material it is that he needs, planning it out, and while he starts forging those, I need to replace the screen protector in the battery of my iPhone. So I do something non-blacksmithing, he does something very blacksmithing. That's all going to be good fun. excited because I now got my phone back up and running. Oh, what a lovely phone case that is. Yeah, that's right, AlexSteelShop.com. He's going to keep power hammering on that. And meanwhile, I need to get this handle off the blade so that I can start shaping the wood. Exciting stuff. Okay, so I've been in there shaping the handle. Joey's still making great progress over there on the tong. And calamity! I put the handle back on the tang just to see how it was kind of looking, see how much more I needed to take off the rough shaping. And that's a major issue. It came apart. Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, it's a big problem because two reasons. One, it means I have to glue it again, which is fine. I finally got some wood glue. It's a problem, secondly, because to glue it again, I'm going to need to prime the surfaces with sandpaper, which is going to mean that I'm going to be reducing the thickness of the groove, the depth of the grooves, which means that this tang might not fit on there anymore, which means that I need to increase the depth of the grooves again, which means I need to go in there again with the router, which means that I am risking really messing up this wonderful tang slot. Fun stuff. Are now back to the point where they can be glued again. Thankfully, they're still nice and thick, so I'm going to be able to clamp them well, and hopefully, with some glue that might be better than epoxy, they'll stay together. You'll notice I went back in with the router. The reason for that is I think the pieces came apart because it was too tight with the tang of the sword. So I adjusted the router with a couple folds of paper there. It was a little bit further down, and I took another pass on the thinnest piece. And after shimming off the sides, this is a much nicer fit, a little looser, and it means that any squeeze out of the glue isn't going to mean that we completely lose our fit. And this time when we glue it, I'm going to make sure to glue it even higher up, just so that we have that leeway to make sure that we don't split it as we're working with it. So this is gonna get glued. So I've got some Gorilla Glue. We'll see how this is. Joe is working on the tongs. Here's one of the halves. Looking pretty awesome. It's pretty exciting stuff. It's fun having him in the workshop, and tongs are looking great. Let's glue this and then work on something else on the project.
I'm like 22.
And now we wait for a little bit more.
It's almost done.
So the next step is this special idea that I had for making this handle a little bit more special, something I've never done before. I want to do a wire wrap. I've got these two wires. This one here is some iron wire. This here is bronze. So I think we got to use the bronze wire. Come on now, we got to use the bronze wire. So first things first for this wire, I'm going to take this piece of steel, a little small piece of steel, and we're going to make a tool so that we can twist it really nice and easily with a handheld drill. So there goes some 1/4-inch round stock. Into the vise we go. A little hammering, and a little more hammering. And a little more hammering. And we now have a tool for twisting the wire. Gonna take my drill. And now we've got to twist it. It's now time to twist it! Alright, let's have a look at it. Let's see how it's looking. It's looking fantastic! Looks like I just gotta keep twisting. But there are a couple drill batteries. Oh, really?
Well, it's not that close, but it's gonna fold in.
Is it when there's a kink? Yeah, a pair of pliers, maybe I can fix it. Oh no, found loads of little kinks. That's no good. Okay, so the first third is good. The rest of it, still with kinks. I think my my rock star attitude of just gun the drill at full speed might have been a little inappropriate. So I think the only solution possible here is just twist it until these kinks can't be seen at all. Right, let's gun it. Let's see what it looks like. Whoa! That is the craziest thing! What? No way! It's got just do. That is insane. Wow! I would have paid so much more attention to learning about airwaves and sound waves in science class if they had let us twist bronze wire and get like this close to it snapping and taking eyes out. Let's keep going. Damn it. Yeah, let's do it. So what I'm gonna do when we're done, we're gonna do a little more, but when we're done, I'm gonna wrap this onto a piece of steel tube, and then we're gonna just anneal it in the forge, I think. So that way we're gonna get all the stresses out of it. I think that'll be a smart thing to do. And then it should come out ready to wrap on a handle and be just fine. Let's keep going. See. Takes a long time over this length, but the twist is tightening up really nicely. I think I can keep going. Until it snaps. Right, a little more. Until we run out of battery. Oh no! I realize I need the drill to wrap it back up again. And we're gonna be back when the battery's charged. Let's have a look. Oh, hey! Look! It's a great pair of crucible tongs. Great job, Joe. So now that we have the crucible tongs, Joe is now going to work on a hoop for lifting up a crucible from both ends. And, you know, like we could bend some steel and weld it, or we could forge one. So
No, it depends so
we
much.
need to think about how it is that we're going to do it. And this is what we settled on. Joe and I have decided
Sorry,
we're
almost
going to take
dead.
a piece of plastic. He is going to punch a hole at either end. And then, what are you going to do?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this stock, and after it's been punched and slit, I'm going to turn it, and then afterward I'm going to forward it still, but before that I'm just going to try and compress it, because if I turn it 90 degrees, it will want to swell out when I hit on it, so it bulges out, so it can fit around the crucible. After that has been done, I'm going to heat this area, put a quench here, so only from the top here it's going to be hot, then do some fullering, and then draw out for the handle. So really, essentially, it's a split. You hammer on the split, it bows open, you draw out the handles, easy peasy lemon squeezy, and it's done. So while Joe's working on that and while my battery is charging, I just had an idea. I'm going to make myself a bobbin from which I can use the drill to wind up all that wire and then go directly into the forge so that I can then anneal the wire. So it's time for a little lathing action.
bobbin made. I've got some cuts there. Maybe that'll help tie it all up. I also have a 4mm hole there and the start of a 4mm hole here after I then got a little carried away and broke an end mill. But 4mm holes also up there. This is going to allow me to put it in the drill. The battery is now charged and wrap up all of that wire and then put the whole thing in the forge and anneal it. Soften it, get it ready to wrap onto the handle. Once that's glued up, boom, easy peasy. Before I wrap this up, let's check in with how Joe's progress is going on the pouring what's it. Oh, that's looking beautiful, Joe.
Like,
Oh no! No! Abandon ship. Hopefully we end up with enough wire, but I'm gonna have to cut it halfway. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get this thing. Not a chance I'm gonna be able to get that horrible bird's nest unwound. Oh boy. Hopefully we don't run out. Right, well it looks beautiful once it's wound on the bobbin, but I was meant to have a lot more on the bobbin. I think that looks outstanding, my friend. Look at that. I say that's great. Leave it there. It's now time to draw out either side. I think then once it's drawn out, if you make a little bend back and forth so that we can have some leverage, so that we can tip it from either side. Sound like a plan? Yeah. Look at that! Outstanding, Joe! That thing looks beautiful. Great job, my friend. This is awesome. Let's give it a trial. The salamander pot. Look at that! Perfect! Woohoo! Beautiful forge work. Great fun, bro. What an outstandingly fun day it has been. It's been tremendous fun having Joe here in the workshop. Make sure you check out his channel in the link below. He's going to be here for a couple of weeks hanging out, helping out. We're going to be having some great fun. This Scottish Claymore. We're going to be continuing on that in tomorrow's episode, as well as Joe working on other projects, us having a load of fun, and hopefully you all being entertained. So make sure you subscribe for more daily videos. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Have a lovely, lovely day. And make sure you go make something in your own workshop because it's a lot of fun. I assure you that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. Fabulous to have you here. Of course, we're working on the Scottish Claymore, so that's going to be fun because the handle has been glued up now for the second time. Brilliant having you here. Joey is here in the workshop. First thing that he's going to be doing is this table here is very wobbly, and there is not a vise on here. We need a vise on it, and we need it to be tight, so we need some brackets screwed into the wall, screwed into that wall, and we need a vise that's up there, mounted on there. Sound like a plan? Brilliant. Joe's going to be working on that. And what I now need to do is take this sword, unclamp it. I've waxed the tang just like last time. And so hopefully... Oh boy, right, has it split apart again? Oh, but that was awfully tight. Okay, so I've cut off the glue, and it looks like it's together, which is good. I hope this glue holds a lot better than the last glue. And I'm going to come back to this 60 grit, use my fresh 60 grits on the wood. I don't ever touch steel to a wood belt. You know, you can touch steel to a wood belt once it's no longer good for wood, but you can't ever touch wood to a belt that's been used on steel. You need the sharpness of the belt, and so I make sure I keep my fresh belts for the wood in case I ever have to use any wood. I've got my pieces here. I now need to bring this wood down so it's going to fit onto these pieces. The thing is I've also got to account for the wire wrap that we got to do, which means that this handle needs to be, to a certain extent, unnaturally thin. And of course, again, that's us relying on this bond hopefully being extraordinarily strong. Anyway, it's time to suit up, make some dust, make some noise, have some fun here at the grinder.
Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets.
Look at that beautiful olive wood. It's a spectacular wood. We, of course, going to be covering it in wire. I have all of this kind of roughly rounded out at the 60 grit, roughly about the size that I want. I might have to thin it down a little bit more. But what I now need to do is I need to establish the exact length at which I need to cut it, so that when we attach it all together and we peen on the pommel, everything fits nice and tightly. Sadly, I don't have long enough calipers for this. Oh, no. So it's going to be a case of using a ruler, and it looks like I need 285.7 millimeters. Of course, I can't read a ruler to that accuracy. What I can do, however, is I can read the ruler pretty roughly, and then I can also make a guess from there based on magic as to where I want it to be. We need 285.7 millimeters of length, and we need the ends to be perfectly flat also. As close to perfectly flat as possible. But before I get to that, let's have a look and see how Joe has been getting on with his brackets. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, that feels good. There's a little bit of a gap there, which is good because it means I can drive down the pommel and get not only the fit and the tightness from the rivet, but also the tightness from driving down the pommel, its final last millimeter towards being home. That's good. I like that. That gives us options, and this handle is feeling beautiful. The next step is gonna be thinning it down some more on the 60 grit, and then annealing that bronze wire. Ready? Actually, I'm gonna anneal the bronze wire right now, and then I'm gonna bring down the thickness of the handle. Get our trusty bronze wire that we made up yesterday. The forge only has one burner running, which is lovely because it means that I think if I put this wire here in the back end of the forge, it's going to keep it cool enough that it slowly comes up to temperature with the bobbin without melting the wire, which is my concern. I'm going to turn down the air intake of my Venturi. I'm going to open it up a little more. And then we're going to drop her in the forge. Let it slowly, slowly, slowly warm up. So the wire is all now red hot. I'm going to gently take it down, put it in the tongs, and we're going to anneal it like that into the water. Look at that, nice and annealed, nice and soft, ready to be wrapped on the handle. But of course, that's going to require that our handle is thin enough and ready for it to snap back in there, suit up, the more woodworking. So when I start off shaping this block of wood, it's very easy to keep things even and methodical and square and even and parallel and what have you, because you're starting with measurements and lines, and you're starting with a square block of steel, and you can see the seam line between the two pieces. Now, however, that it's rounded, it's very difficult to do that. So the strategy that I'm working with is I'm starting to work it square. Now, obviously, this destroys the nice rounding that we have, but it means that I can evenly work from two orientations on each axis, right? Then, once we've got it reduced to the degree that we want just in these areas, I can then round it again, knowing that I've got an even amount of reduction on these four sides, and it just makes it that much easier once we go to the diagonals and then round it off to make sure that everything is nice and even, or at least as even as I can possibly make it. Let's go have a look and see how Joe is doing mounting that vise to the bench. with the bronze wire to get rid of any of the oxides. The handle is nice and thin and ready. And I've borrowed from my very kind neighbor Steve some little bit of soldering wire. Now, why have I borrowed some soldering wire, and why is it the low temperature soldering wire? The reason is that this wire needs to be wrapped on this handle, which is going to require that I secure the wire. My strategy is going to be as follows. I'm going to drill a small hole in the handle where I've got the most meat. I'm going to cut the wire. I'm going to solder the end of the wire, stick it in the hole, start wrapping it, and then once I've got one full wrap or two full wraps, we'll then solder it, then be able to do a tight wrap the whole way. That time I didn't catch it. I'll be able to do a tight wrap the whole way down the handle, all the way to the bottom end, where again I secure it with more solder. Of course, we're then going to have some ugly solder marks. We're going to talk about how I'm going to fix that once this entire handle has been wrapped. How you getting on, Joe? Let's catch up with him.
How's it going, Joe? Well, is it done? Look at that. Whoa, that is a strong vise. Nicely mounted, 16mm, roughly 5/8 bolts. Love it, bolted through the beam. Nice work, my friend. Done a pretty good job. Wonderful. I now have an engineer's vise set up in the part of the workshop. A little more horizontal space, but I'm going to kick myself for having created, as horizontal spaces are, of course, the devil, as we all know. Think it is sweet. Many hours of wrapping. My fingers are covered in super glue, and some of my flesh is deep inside this wrap from where I got stuck and I ripped it off. That's part of the fun of playing with super glue, and part of the problem of not knowing how to use solder. But this thing feels awesome. I've never felt a wire-wrapped handle. And I've done a wire-wrapped handle. You've probably guessed that from having ever felt a wire-wrapped handle. It feels solid, it feels heavy, and of course, the handle goes right on. Oh, yes, that is insane. That is a cool look, especially once we buff that up some more. This is just... I never understood why it is that you could possibly want a meter-long sword. Like, while I was grinding this, I'm thinking, goodness, this is ridiculous. How can you ever use a meter-long sword? I'm like, well, actually, if I was going into battle, I would want this. I would want to go and kill the enemies, the people that were trying to kill me with this. Of course, abiding by all the medieval kind of, rules of engagement and stuff like that. I'm not that much of a barbarian. I always follow that. But if I was a medieval person, this would be fantastic. The Scots really had a good thing going for them. They really had a good thing going for them. And what they didn't have going for them was Damascus. And this is Damascus. And it's now time for the etch to make this turn into really everything that it has the potential to be. While I've been working on that handle, Joe cut out a hole in this piece of wood. And he made us a holder, a stand for our Christmas tree. Look at that! That's a Christmas tree. We have to wedge it to make it a little bit more stable, but I think we can now open it up and let this Christmas tree shine. Hey! That is one beautiful Christmas tree! Wow!
So now it is time for me to finish the polish on this blade with this abrasive mop, because we've got to do the edge. And now, the moment of truth. Into the ferric chloride we go. The first little bit, of course, is a test deck. Oh, yes, there's no oil on the blade. It is looking fabulous for one side. The other side, wow, that is going to stay in there for about 30 minutes or so until there's just a slight discrepancy between all the materials that are in there. It's been half an hour. This has now been in there enough time, and so I'm going to pull it out, and I'm going to go into something that's extremely dangerous. So, I filled up a tube full of sodium hydroxide, which, as far as I understand, is probably dangerous, potentially even more so than the acid ferric chloride that I use. And I found out sodium hydroxide can, to a certain extent, blacken steel. So here's my thinking. We have positive and negatives in the steel. Now there's been eaten away in the acid. The sodium hydroxide won't eat away the steel, but gives a little bit of the black coating. I tried this on the katana and I loved how it looks. We're going to do it on here. I am going to come out of the acid. We're going to put it in the sodium hydroxide solution. I'm going to leave that. And similar to cold bluing, with an iron oxide finish, that's my gun barrel or the machining tools. The sodium hydroxide should darken up the roads. So when we polish up the highs, we get a really nice, dark, deep contrast between all of the three metals that there are in this. However, I think we really need to get contrast from light to dark, not too much shades of it, since we're dealing with just plain carbon steels and nickel steels. But ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to bid you farewell. I hope you have a fantastic day. I hope you get out to your workshops. I hope you go make something, enjoy yourself. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. And I'm going to see you tomorrow on the next episode. I cannot wait. Oh my goodness. This thing's going to be finished tomorrow. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. Fantastic to have you here as we work on the Scottish Claymore. Ladies and gentlemen, today should be the last day. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to pull this out of the sodium hydroxide and start polishing this up with some 2000 grit sandpaper. So I've used the 2000 grit wet and dry sandpaper, lots of water, and then of course I dried it off and used some oil to make sure that we protect it, stop it from rusting, and I'm just like, I'm so thrilled with how this looks. This looks insane. That split and forge welded tip just looks unbelievable. This is crazy. This is really, really cool. I'm so pleased because it's the Damascus that makes or breaks the project. And the great thing about Damascus, and I think part of the fun of it is you don't really know how well it's going to go until the very, very end, just like that. And I'm so thrilled with this pattern, so thrilled with what I tried. Now, before we assemble it, it is time to sharpen this. Now, I don't often talk much about the sharpening on the blades that I do, because I'm often uncertain of how to best do it. But what I've found that works best for me is I take it to the belt grinder, and this is what I'm going to do on this. I'm going to start with 240 grit. That's going to establish the secondary belt right at the edge. Then I'm going to go to a 400 grit tri-exact belt, and then I'll either use a buffer or, and I tried this the first time on the katana and it worked beautifully, I'll turn a belt inside out, and I'm going to charge the belt with polishing compound, and I'm going to buff the edge and hone the edge with the inside of a belt. Works great. That's home the edge. But on this particular one, I now have some 800 grit tri-exact belts. So I'm going to go 240, 400, 800, turn the belt inside out, charge it with polishing compound, hone the edge, and this thing is going to be sharp as can be. Let's sharpen this bad boy.
I've done the 800 crit. That little secondary bevel is looking fantastic. And now what I'm going to do, I find it so funny. But it seems to work on the katana really lovely. Turn the belt inside out, put the belt on the grinder, get a good bit of tension. I'm going to turn the speed way down, and then take some polishing compound and charge the belt. Now, what is polishing compound, if you're unfamiliar? So it's like a stick of, it feels like a stick of rubber, but what it has very fine abrasive suspended in it. So when you put it on a belt, the abrasive in the hair is then going to be able to very finely abrade away at it, and that, when we have the edge away from the movement of the belt, is then going to hone the burr to hopefully get it sharp. Alrighty ho, so this should now be sharp. That'll work. Good enough for a Scottish playboy, that's for sure. While I have been working on sharpening that knife today, Joe has been working on these shelf brackets. We're going to put a shelf up here, in fact, 2 shelves, and he's been taking some 16mm round. He's working 3 pieces in the bar at the same time, and as you can see, he is using 2 different punches. He's using 1 large punch, 1 small punch. You guys have seen me do this before. This is where you punch down with a large punch, that creates a countersink, you flip it over, you use a small punch, you pop out a little plug, giving you a wonderful little countersunk hole that works just fantastically for screwing it into the wall or into the board to hold the shelf. He's doing a great job. Right, so now working on the final finishing touch of this project, I need to polish up the handle. I'm first going to start off here with a steel wire brush. Been polished up. I started with the wire brush because of some of the remnants of the super glue conjoined with my flesh from where I stuck my fingers, then had to rip the flesh off. But it's fine. We then went over here to the Scotch-Brite mop, and I'm thrilled because it's looking in this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bronze color. I'm so pleased that I picked the bronze and not the iron. It's going to be a wonderful contrast. I've been stood here and it took a little while. I've been, 5-10 minutes of just thinking about the next step and thinking about where it is that I've gone wrong, because I'm sure there is somewhere that I have messed up and I don't know what it is. And really, it's just me being in complete shock and awe that there is literally nothing else to do. So yeah, there's really not a whole lot left to do. I've got a beautiful guard. I've got a beautiful, beautiful handle, a beautiful funnel. Here at the new workbench that Joe made. Look how strong this is. You remember this in yesterday's episode. And of course, we've been working on the shelves that are going to be going here. Speaking of which, let's just cut to that. And just like that, the shelf of power is complete. Oh, we did a terrible high five. My hands are painful. Awesome work, Joe. Look how pretty these shelves are looking. We've got ourselves some wonderful, strong shelves. Some new router up there. And of course, Joe's done a fantastic job with the bench yesterday. Joe, awesome job. I'm really chuffed with that. Let's get back to the saw. Okay, and we're back. And as I said, it's now time. We've got a beautiful sharp sword, so cutting myself with these cut through glove, find my marks. One final dry assembly as everything goes on. How am I going to do this?
It's tight as it is. It really is. It's a really wonderful fit up. I'm very pleased. I'm a little sad that I didn't go further with the wire there, so there is still some wood exposed. Aside from that, however, I'm just truly, truly thrilled with all of this and all I've learned from this project. Here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to mix up some epoxy, and I am going to epoxy the guard and the handle in place. I don't think it's strictly necessary, but what it's going to do, it's going to help bed everything tight. Once that epoxy is dried and it's all nice and tight, I'm then going to slip on the pommel, and I'm going to drive down the pommel. The pommel is going to have a friction fit. We're then going to heat up the very, very tiny tip of the tang, and hopefully we're going to peen that down just a little bit. Once that's cut to the right size, secure everything with the peen tang. Let's get to it. Oh, damn it, that is so sharp. The absolute worst time to cut yourself is when you have degreaser between yourself and the knife, because the degreaser ends up in the cut that you just made. Don't be silly, kids. Right, back to work. Right, I'm gonna let that epoxy dry for a little bit. Then it is on to installing that pommel. So we're just at the final stages of that gluing process. And what I need now is I need to be able to have a way to drive down this pommel without damaging it. Because, of course, it's a nice tight fit. We want to drive down the pommel so it's bedded nicely onto the handle before we peel the tang. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of Delrin machining plastic. We're going to throw it in here. I'm going to make a little tool that I can drive onto the steel of the pommel without fear. Blood. Yep. Without fearing and damaging the pommel. Okay, righty-ho, so that, let's see, yes, this will work perfectly. Okay. There we go. So now we drive it finally home to its final resting place. Didn't take as much as I thought. Now I've got to rivet it. This is going to be daunting. Another trick, you can use this torch and a tiny little welding tip there to get the smallest flame. I'm going to take this tiny hammer and with the light blows and taking absolutely as much time as it needs, I'm we're going to gently clean this over. I'm now going to wet rag on the pommel there. It's starting to get a little bit warm. So that wet rag will hopefully help conduct some heat out of there. And this should hopefully give a last little rinsing run. You can now hear the wet rag is already starting to sizzle as the heat builds up. This is a very tense moment because if I heat this up too much, I'm going to burn the wood and destroy the nice fit up we have. So I have to heat just the tang I also have to make sure that I keep working it hard. Otherwise, the tang is not going to forward and instead I'm going to be vibrating the handle, making everything come loose. And there's very little time to do this because it will only move when it's hot. And to cool off the pommel now. Just in case it's shifted in its position, give it another little drive there with our Delrin plastic tool. So there you go. Go. Five, four, three, two. You're on that. I think you got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Scottish Claymore. Episodes again on this gargantuan project. The bronze wire wrapped handle, the forged steel guard and pommel, the pinned tang. I'm shocked. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. If this is the first video that you've seen of this build project, make sure that you go back and watch part 1. There's a link in the description below where you can start watching this entire build project. Go through the trials, the tribulations, the failures, the mistakes, the things I learned, and most of all, the fun I had, because that's what it's all about, ladies and gents. It's about having fun. It's about crafts, it's about making things, enjoying yourselves. So most of all, after you hit subscribe, after you like, you comment and you share the videos, please do get out to your own workshops. Get out wherever it is, whether it's in your kitchen, whether it's in your bedroom, make something. You're gonna love it. You're gonna have immense joy from it. The learning process is something that is truly something that gives me so much joy. Thank you, ladies and gents, for watching. I'm gonna see you tomorrow on our next episode, because that's what we do. Well, next up, we learn, we have some fun, and we bring you along the way. Thank you.
You won't believe what's inside this box. It's not the fastest machine, and it's definitely not the biggest, but it might be the heaviest one I've ever dealt with. This is a workstation built for graphics and engineering. Back in the day, it was powerful, but now, with old generation CPU, it's basically outdated for modern workloads. That's why most of these get sold off for really cheap. I picked this one up for just $20, and I put together everything I need to turn this into a real gaming machine. And the best part, it didn't even cost that much. Before jumping into the upgrades, let's take a moment to understand this old beast. This is the HP Z400, a workstation released back in 2009. It was built during a time when 3D rendering and video editing were becoming more demanding. And you might ask, why not just use a regular PC for that? Well, back then, consumer PCs simply weren't stable enough. They weren't designed to handle heavy workloads running for hours, even days. Machines like this were built for exactly that, reliability under pressure. And the reason it became so popular? Price. At around $1,000, it was way cheaper than high-end workstations, which could easily cost 5 to 10 times more. But of course, nothing lasts forever. Today, this thing is old, and honestly, it has more downsides than advantages. I mean, it weighs 13.4 kilograms. You don't just pick it up. You commit to lifting it with both hands and a strong sense of purpose. And on top of all that, this thing is a power hog. So yeah, machines like this eventually get thrown aside, treated like expired tech. But the real question is, what can I turn it into? All right, and let's power it on. Since this motherboard doesn't have any display output, I had to install a GPU just to see anything. And I'm using an SSD with Windows already installed. First boot. Sounds like a fire truck. Loud beeps, red flashing lights. At first I thought it was some kind of safety switch, but even after pressing it, nothing changed, so I did some digging. Turns out, 3 beeps usually mean a RAM issue. Alright, makes sense. I started swapping RAM slots, one by one, nothing. Still the same error. Until the last slot, and finally, it boots. Thank God. And that's when I realized it wasn't the RAM slots that were faulty at all. It was just the priority order. With only one stick installed, the system expects it to be in slot 1. So yeah, all that confusion earlier, turns out it was just me putting the RAM in the wrong slot. But here's the thing, it takes almost 2.5 minutes just to get into Windows. Yeah, now this thing is struggling. Inside we've got a Xeon W3550, 4 cores, 8 threads. Technically still usable for gaming today, but the clock speed is limited, maxing out at around 3 gigahertz. And performance, it scores about 1468 multi-core and 270 single-core. Not impressive, not even close. And the RAM, just 4 gigabytes DDR3, single stick. Yeah, that's rough. Before jumping into the upgrade, I want to take a closer look at the specs of this machine. When it first arrived, it was disgustingly dirty. Clearly, it hadn't been cleaned or maintained for a very long time. So yeah, perfect excuse to give it a proper deep clean. Now, one thing you'll immediately notice is how spacious this case is, and that's not by accident. These systems were designed with extra room for multiple hard drives, and more importantly, for airflow. Because machines like this were built to run non-stop, day and night, they need that open space to keep temperatures under control. It also comes with a ton of RAM slots, honestly more than I'll probably ever use. The CPU cooler is pretty standard, and I have a feeling it's going to get loud under heavy load. As for the PSU, it's rated at 475 watts, but realistically, the actual usable output is closer to 456 watts. With an 80 plus bronze rating, it's not the most efficient. So yeah, it'll consume a bit more power compared to newer units. It does come with plenty of cables for storage, but what I really care about is GPU power. And thankfully, HP didn't disappoint. There's a 6-pin connector ready to go. After cleaning every corner of this machine, it's finally time to take it to the next level. Since this system has no iGPU and no display output, dedicated GPU is absolutely essential if I want to turn it into a gaming machine. And when it comes to budget performance, there's one card that always comes up, the RX 588 gigabytes. For just $65, you're getting a card with 8 gigabytes of RAM. At this price, there's honestly nothing that comes close. It's one of those rare deals where performance and value actually match. Alright, time to install it. This workstation gives me 2 PCIe by 16 slots, and honestly, you can use either one. It doesn't really matter here. Let's power it on. And yeah, immediately one weakness shows up. This machine is painfully slow to boot into Windows. I had to wait almost 3 minutes just to reach the desktop. That's rough. After that, I went ahead and installed the AMD drivers for the card. And now, finally, let's kick things off with the first game, Minecraft. Alright, something's clearly not right. The FPS is all over the place. Stuttering, unstable, barely hovering around 20 FPS. It feels rough, almost unplayable. And yeah, this is where the age of that CPU really shows. It just can't keep up anymore. The CPU is pinned near 100%, constantly struggling, and temperatures shoot up to 80 degrees Celsius. This thing is basically a heater at this point. And it's not just the CPU, RAM is also a bottleneck. So I upgraded to 16 gigabytes. Thankfully, this system uses standard desktop RAM. No need for ECC, which makes things easier and cheaper. After the upgrade, things improved. FPS can hit over 100 now, but it's still unstable. The stutters are still there. And at this point, it's obvious the CPU is the real bottleneck. So I tried lowering the render distance to 8 chunks, and wow, FPS jumps to around 300. That's a massive difference. Still not perfectly stable, but the stuttering is much less noticeable. Honestly, for a 17-year-old CPU, that's pretty impressive. But yeah, the weaknesses are still there. Weak single-core performance and high temperatures. But don't worry, I've got something ready. Something that completely changes the game. This is the Xeon X 5690. The final boss of the LGA 1366 platform. 6 cores, 12 threads with a base clock of 3.46 gigahertz. And here's the crazy part. That base clock is already higher than the turbo boost of the CPU we were just using. It can boost up to 3.7 gigahertz. Sure, by today's standards, that might not sound insane, but 17 years ago, this thing was a monster. And the price back then? Around $1,600. Now, you can find it on eBay for just $28. That's kind of insane. So, how does it actually perform? In terms of multi-core performance, it's a massive jump, about plus 1,000 points compared to the W3550. That's huge. As for single core, the difference isn't night and day, but overall, you're still looking at roughly double the performance. But benchmarks are just numbers. Let's see it in real use. Back to Minecraft. At 32 chunks, when I'm moving on the ground, FPS goes over 100. That already feels like a completely different machine. But the moment I fly up and look down, you can see the weakness again. FPS drops to around 50 because now the CPU has to load way more chunks at once. So I lowered it to 8 chunks, and this is where things get crazy. FPS jumps to 550 to 600, sometimes even spiking above 700. That's insane for a platform this old. But even then, there's still one problem that refuses to go away: stability. The FPS still fluctuates quite a bit, and that's just the reality of using older CPU. No matter how powerful they were back then, keeping things perfectly stable today is still a challenge. Alright, let's move on to the next game, Cyberpunk 2077. At low settings, the FPS sits around 45. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible either. It's that middle ground, just enough to actually enjoy a story-driven game like this. And interestingly, it feels more stable than Minecraft, probably because this game leans much more on the GPU than the CPU. But then another problem shows up: temperature. That old stock cooler, it just can't keep up anymore. This power-hungry CPU is pushing it to the limit, and the noise, it's loud enough to get seriously annoying. So I upgraded to a 4 heat pipe air cooler. There was a small issue though. The CPU fan header is 5-pin, while the new cooler only has a 4-pin connector. But luckily, there's still a free sys_fan header on the motherboard, so I plugged it in there. Time to test again. Back to Cyberpunk 2077, and yeah, the difference is immediately noticeable. Temperatures drop by about 10 degrees Celsius, staying consistently under 70 degrees Celsius. That's a huge improvement. But of course, nothing is perfect. The new cooler is too tall. It sticks out a few centimeters, which means I can't close the case anymore. So yeah, I made a choice. I just left the side panel off. Not pretty, but way better airflow. And there's one more thing that people rarely talk about with these old systems: power consumption. Even just gaming, but the CPU alone can pull up to 140 watts. And that's not even counting the GPU. I did try to push it further, maybe squeeze out more performance with overclocking. But this isn't a gaming motherboard. It's built for stability, not tweaking. Locked chips, like the K or Extreme series. So if you're thinking about upgrading a system like this, something like an i7-990X would give you a real chance to overclock and push performance further. As for me, I wouldn't recommend buying a system like this just to upgrade it, but if you already have one sitting around like I do, then yeah, hopefully this gives you a solid path to turn it into a real usable gaming PC. Let's see what I picked up today for just $35. These aren't powerful GPU. In fact, most of them are basically dead, faulty, untested, or just straight up broken. I got all of this from Goodwill, and honestly, I'm not an expert. I don't have professional tools or much experience fixing hardware, but I do like taking risks, especially on things people have already given up on. So the real question is, can I bring any of these GPU back to life, or did I just pay for a pile of problems? Let's find out. First, I'm going to check these 3 cards since they all look almost identical. So I'm guessing they're from the same family. None of them have any labels or branding left, so I honestly have no idea what model they are. And yeah, visually, they're pretty boring, especially if you're used to seeing huge modern GPU with flashy RGB everywhere. But I'm not going to make fun of how they look, because cards like these were once a really important part of old gaming systems. Without them, we wouldn't have the crazy graphics cards we have today. Alright, enough rambling. Let's get to the actual point of this video. The condition they arrived in was honestly disgusting. They're filthy, but I'm not going to waste time deep cleaning them unless they actually work. So before testing anything, I need to inspect the PCB carefully and make sure there are no signs of moisture corrosion, or burnt components. If everything looks fine, then I'll move on to cleaning all the display ports and contacts before trying to wake them up. Alright, I've got everything ready. Time to test the first GPU. Let's plug it in and power it on. Oh no, no signal at all. Alright, let's not panic. I'll switch to the second display port. Oh, there we go. It's alive. Now I need to make sure it's actually stable. The system identifies it as an AMD Radeon HD 7000. To test it properly, I'm running Unigine Heaven. And yeah, the performance is pretty rough. But that's expected. This card came out around 15 years ago, so I'm not expecting miracles here. What really matters is this. It completed the benchmark without any artifacts, glitches, or crashes, which means it still works. Not perfectly, but it works. And honestly, it looks like these cards were sold not because they're broken, but simply because they're too old to be useful anymore. Alright, moving on to the second GPU. Everything is set up, time to power it on and see if we get lucky again. The fan spins, but there's no display output, and on top of that, it's making a pretty loud noise. Something's clearly wrong with the fan. Still, the bigger problem is no signal. I tried switching to another display port, but yeah, still nothing. At this point, I booted using the iGPU just to get into Windows and check if the system could at least detect the card. Maybe it's just a driver issue, right? Nope. Windows doesn't recognize anything. The only thing showing up is the iGPU. So yeah, that's a really bad sign. To be absolutely sure, I pulled the card out and checked it again, and noticed something worrying. The GPU chip and VRAM aren't generating any heat at all. That usually means one thing. It's not getting power, or something critical has failed internally. At this point, it's safe to say this card is completely dead. Honestly, it's not a very valuable card anyway, so I'm not too bothered. Let's move on to the third one. Now onto the third GPU, the last one of the three. And honestly, this start is even worse than the previous two. The system powers on, but the fan doesn't spin at all, and there's no display signal. At this point, it looks completely dead. But just in case, I tried another display port. Oh, thank God. There's a signal. So the card is actually alive, but the fan is dead. Before going any further, I needed a cooling solution. I didn't bother trying to repair the original fan. Instead, I took the fan from the previously dead card and swapped it over. And just like that, I now have a fully working GPU. To make sure it's stable, I ran it through a stress test using Unigine Heaven, and it completed the test exactly as expected. No crashes, no artifacts. But let's be real, this card's strongest trait isn't performance, it's power efficiency. It was never designed for modern gaming, so I'm not even going to bother testing it in games. Now onto the fourth GPU, and yeah, it's an AMDR 7240, a pretty old card at this point. My goal here is simple, see if it works at all. If it shows any signs of life, I'll try to fix it. So I install the card, plug in the HDMI, and power it on. Nothing. No signal on the screen, even though the keyboard light is on, which means the system itself is running. So the problem is clearly the GPU not outputting a display signal. Alright, I still have a bit of hope. There are two more ports to try. Switching to DVI, still nothing. Last chance, VGA, no, still dead. At this point, I boot using the iGPU to get into Windows and check if the system can even detect this card. And nothing. Windows doesn't recognize it at all. Now I'm starting to wonder, what is actually wrong with this thing? So I took it apart completely, removed the heatsink, and inspected the board. Surprisingly, there are no visible burn marks or blown components. But one thing stood out. The contacts and some components show heavy oxidation. Alright, time for last attempt. I cleaned everything using a rust removal spray, carefully going through all the tiny gaps. Then I used a heat gun to dry it out and help stabilize the solder joints. This is pretty much the only repair method I can try at home. After putting everything back together, I tested it again. What the hell? Still no signal. And what's even more concerning, the GPU and VRM aren't generating any heat at all. I don't have a thermal camera to show you, but just by touching it, it's completely cold. At this point, I strongly suspect the GPU core itself is dead. Honestly, I really wanted this one to work, but there are just too many red flags. So yeah, I'm calling it here and moving on to the next card. Alright, let's move on to this one. GTX 751GB GDDR5. Finally, something that actually looks a bit more promising. It's stronger than all four cards before it. So honestly, I had a little hope again. But at the same time, I've been disappointed too many times today. So before I even press the power button, I'm already thinking, is this thing going to let me down again? Alright, let's do it. Power on. Oh shit, not again. No signal. Nothing. Just a black screen staring back at me like it's mocking everything I've tried so far. Okay, stay calm. Try DVI. Still nothing. At this point, it's just exhausting. I've already cleaned every port, checked every cable, even switched to VGA. And yeah, same result. Nothing changes. Honestly, right here, I almost gave up. It starts to feel repetitive. Like no matter what I do, the outcome is always the same. But then something caught my attention. The card, it's warm. Not just a little warm, it's actually generating heat. And that's when it hit me. Wait, even if it's heating up, that means it's alive. Maybe, just maybe, it's not dead. Maybe it's just not talking to the display. So I tried something different. I switched to the iGPU to boot into Windows, just to see if the system could even detect it. And then, oh yeah, there it is. Windows actually sees the card. I can't even describe how relieved I felt in that moment. After all that frustration, finally, a sign of light. So the problem isn't hardware, it's driver conflict. That means this card is salvageable. All right, now I'm fully locked in again. First step, clean everything. I boot into safe mode, run DVU to wipe out every single traceable drivers. No leftovers, no conflicts. Then I reboot back into normal Windows and carefully install the proper drivers. And with older cards like this, you don't just grab the newest version and hope for the best. That's a mistake. You need the right version. So I went with 4.7 2.12, a super stable driver for the Maxwell architecture like this GTX 750. It's known to work well on Windows 10 and 11 and avoids a lot of weird issues. Install finishes. I open Device Manager, and there it is, recognized perfectly. All right, moment of truth again. I switched display output from the iGPU to the GPU. Power on, please, it works. It actually works. Man, I did not expect that. After everything, it finally came back to life. And the craziest part, this fix isn't even that complicated, but not a lot of people know to try it. So if this helped you even a little, yeah, you know what to do. All right, now it's time to do what I've been waiting for this whole time. Test stability, or honestly, just enjoy the win. I fired up Unity in Heaven, and right away something felt different. The FPS is stable, not jumping all over the place like those dying cards earlier. Smooth, consistent, alive, and the temperature, man, this surprised me the most. It stays around 57 degrees Celsius. For an old card like this, that's perfect. That's the kind of temperature you want to see. I'm pretty sure someone repasted it before I got it. A few minutes in, it completes the entire benchmark. No artifacts, no glitches, no crashes. That's when it hit me. This card is actually good. At 1080p, it pushes around 86 FPS. That's not bad at all. But yeah, there's one obvious limitation. Just 1 gigabyte of RAM. And that hurts, especially with modern games. So I dropped it into a stronger system and really see what it can do. First up, CS2. Even on low settings, it instantly fills up that 1 gigabyte RAM. And you can see it. The image starts to look soft, a bit blurry, like it's struggling to keep up. But interestingly, the FPS doesn't collapse. It still sits around 80 FPS, which is actually impressive. The strong CPU definitely helps here. So yeah, despite the RAM limitation, this is still a solid budget card for 1080p. But then I tried pushing it harder. Cyberpunk 2077. And yeah, this is where reality kicks in. At the lowest settings, 1080p barely hits 20 FPS. It's rough, really rough. But let's be honest, it doesn't look good. So yeah, this card can survive, but it's definitely not built for modern AAA games. All right, time for the 6th GPU. And this one, finally something a bit more promising. GTX 750Ti 2 gigabytes. On paper, it's about 10% stronger than the last card. Not a huge jump. But at this point, I'll take anything. Visually, it actually looks pretty decent, clean, no major damage. The only issue is the I/O shield is heavily rusted. But honestly, I've seen worse today. All right, no more waiting. Let's plug it in. Power up. No way. It posts instantly. I literally paused for a second. Is this real? I jump into GPU Z, and yeah, everything is detected correctly. Clocks, memory, all good. This is the first time today I actually feel confident, but I'm not celebrating yet. I've been tricked before. So I launch Unity in Heaven, and then something feels off. The FPS is weirdly low, and then, oh shit, the screen starts flickering, artifacts, signal drops, and then black screen, gone. But here's the strange part. The fan is still spinning, the system is still running. It's just, the display is gone. I reboot. Nothing, no signal at all anymore. At this point, I switch back to iGPU to check Windows. And yeah, it's not detected anymore. Just like that, it vanished. Now I'm confused. Is it overheating? Did it crash under load? Because theoretically, if it overheats once it cools down, it should come back. But this doesn't feel normal. So I take it apart. Carefully, slowly, checking every corner, and then I see it. A burn right there on the board, and suddenly everything makes sense. But also, it doesn't, because how did it even boot in the first place if it was already damaged? At this point, I know I'm out of my depth, so I take it to a local technician, someone who actually knows what they're doing. He checks it, measures a few things, and yeah, he finds the issue. I don't even fully understand what he replaced, but he pulls out a hot air station and starts working on it. I just sit there watching, hoping. About 15 minutes later, he's done. All right, moment of truth again. I plug it back in. Power on. Oh my god, it's back. It actually works. I installed the drivers, run the test again. And this time, it's completely different. Smooth, stable. FPS sits around 90, temperature around 65 degrees Celsius, and most importantly, no artifacts, no flickering, no crashes. It completes the entire test perfectly. Man, that feels good. But I'm not done yet. Let's push it harder. Cyberpunk 2077, low settings. The GPU is pinned at 100%, fighting for its life. FPS hovers around 25. Not great, but definitely better than the previous card. And honestly, I don't even care about the numbers anymore. Because this card, it was this close to being e-waste. And now, it's alive again. It might not break any performance records, but it broke something more important. That label of being dead hardware, and the best part, I played on it for quite a while after that. No crashes, no weird issues, just working. I really hope it stays that way. Alright, let's move on to the final card. There's absolutely no label on it, no model number, no branding. So I'm just assuming it's some old, forgotten GPU. But wait, something's already off. A few of the fan blades are broken, and someone literally glued them back together. Yeah, not a great start, but I'm not here to judge. Let's just see if it works. I plug it in, power on. The fan spins, but no signal. And yeah, that failing again. I've seen this exact symptom way too many times today. Alright, let's tear it down. I take the cooler off. And immediately notice the thermal paste is fresh. That means someone has already tried to fix this before. And then I see something worse. Some components are discolored, not just one spot, multiple areas. Around the ICs across the board, these marks look like serious heat damage. And that's when it really sinks in. This card wasn't just used, it was overheated.
Roachweed.
Maybe it ran too hot for too long. Maybe something failed and took the rest with it. Either way, this isn't a simple fix. Sure, I could try repairing it, but let's be honest, it wouldn't last. When a board gets cooked like this, even if you fix one part, the rest are already weakened. And the cost to repair it properly, it just doesn't make sense for a card like this. So yeah, I'm calling it here. This one, I'm not saving. And with that, out of 7 GPU, I managed to bring 4 back to life. They're not powerful, they're not modern, but for just $15 total. But there's one thing that always lingers in the back of my mind, reliability. With these kinds of old GPU, it gets a gamble. You never really know when they might fail. They can be working perfectly fine today, and just die out of nowhere tomorrow. So if you're looking for something stable, something you can rely on every day, then honestly, you should buy from a trusted seller or a reputable
He's
source.
sleeping.
But if you're like me, if you enjoy the risk, the process, the challenge, then yeah, I totally get it. I'd even encourage it. Just make sure you have the budget and at least some technical knowledge, because this isn't something you can approach casually. Not every card is the same. Some are lightly damaged and easy to fix. Others are already too far gone. Yeah, that's a win. Thanks for watching till the end.
Our first clip, uploaded by Craft116_, shows a mother and child enjoying a quiet night in their living room when their Wise home security camera captures something unnerving in the background. On the shelf behind them, a small doll appears to shift ever so slightly on its own. Just as you start to question what you're seeing, this happens. A book suddenly tumbles from the shelf. Viewers online were quick to ask, is the doll haunted? Did it somehow cause the book to fly off the shelf? With no follow-up from the uploader and no clear explanation, the eerie footage remains a mystery, one of those unsettling moments caught on camera that leaves you wondering if something else might be lurking just out of sight. Gang, huge announcement. That online Halloween store that we've been working on for over a year is finally live. You can check it out at hauntedseason.com. This is Haunted Season, our very own Halloween store. We've worked closely with amazing US suppliers to handpick the most fun, most terrifying decorations on the internet, like our 7-foot scorched scarecrow that rises from its own fog, the towering horned forest skeleton, lantern in hand, and the lunging reaper with digital eyes that follow your guests to the door. We've built this store for people like us because you deserve a front yard the whole street talks about. Free shipping on orders over $100, hauntedseason.com. So that's it, hauntedseason.com is finally live. Now use code HAMMERWEEN for 20% off site-wide. HAMMOWEEN, Hammerween, 20% off site-wide. We'll put a link to the website in the description box down below there. It's also pinned in the comments. Also, you can scan that QR code right there. It'll take you straight to the website. So use code HAMMERWEEN for 20% off site-wide. Check it out. A short video posted to TikTok by user Toe2 for you has left viewers horrified. The footage, which has been described as pure nightmare fuel, shows something straight out of a horror movie, a massive reptile lurking in the toilet. Shadowy form grows larger and larger, filling the water with an ominous presence. Then comes the terrifying reveal. A forked tongue flicks out in water, confirming that what we're looking at is a huge snake or possibly a lizard emerging from the toilet. While the idea of a reptile in the toilet sounds like something from a horror film, it occasionally does happen. Cases have been documented around the world where snakes, lizards, or even rats have entered homes through plumbing. In parts of Australia, Southeast Asia, and even the southern United States, it's not unheard of for residents to lift a toilet lid and find something slithering inside. Wildlife experts suggest that reptiles can sometimes follow pipes searching for food or water, especially in urban areas where their natural habitats overlap with human homes. So next time you're sitting on the toilet, just think about what might be slithering up from beneath. TikTok user Nick is staying at his grandmother's house when something unsettling happens. He films her standing motionless in the kitchen for an unusually long time. As the camera rolls, his dog begins to growl low, sensing something isn't right. Suddenly, something quite eerie happens. A small angel statue on a nearby shelf topples over all by itself. The moment goes viral, with some suggesting Nick's grandmother is possessed, while others link her behaviour to sundowning, a phenomenon in dementia patients where confusion, anxiety, or agitation often worsen late in the day or at night. In a follow-up clip, Nick shows his followers where the angel statue was initially placed.
One of my grandma's little angels fell off the fridge last night. See how far back they are. Shame. The significance of
An angel falling and not doing anything else she had.
So while sundowning might explain the grandmother's strange behaviour, the angel statue falling on its own remains far harder to explain away. A disturbing video uploaded to TikTok by viral door cams has left viewers shocked after a tense encounter was caught on the homeowner's doorbell camera. The footage, recorded at an undisclosed location during the night, shows a man approaching the property carrying what appears to be a sword, an axe, and a hammer. His movements suggest he is looking for something specific, prompting one viewer to speculate that he may have been searching for a hidden spare key. Fortunately, after a short period of searching, the man appears unable to find what he was looking for. He then leaves the property without making any attempt to enter the home. While it's unclear what the man's intentions were, the unsettling footage serves as a chilling reminder of the value of security cameras and to never leave spare keys hidden outside.
Thinking maybe somebody must be following her.
This chilling story begins with TikTok user Eliza1818, known as Aria A, who posted disturbing footage from a hotel stay that quickly spiraled into a viral mystery.
So just keep watching the screen here. I saw something like this. I'm thinking somebody's following her.
In the first clips, Aria films herself in a state of panic. She claims someone is following her, so she pretends to be on FaceTime to throw them off. Her fear is palpable. She runs down the long hotel hallway, calling for help. In another clip, she's again seen sprinting through the corridor, clearly terrified, shouting for assistance. Yet the hallway remains empty. The story deepens when days later, staff at the hotel review the CCTV footage. Shared by TikTok user Forever Flow, the recordings show Aria's bizarre behaviour in shocking detail. She runs into the elevator, presses herself against the wall, ducks out of sight, yet strangely, the doors never close.
It's like she acts like she's running for something. There's literally nobody else.
She appears spooked, then bolts out of the elevator and vanishes down the hall. Concerned, employees check Aria's room. They find it in total disarray, clothes and food strewn everywhere. And what unsettles them most is an improvised tool left in the bathroom.
Hold on.
A makeshift device capable of slipping under a hotel door and pulling the handle from the inside.
Oh my god.
Staff test it, and it works. Someone had been preparing to break into rooms. Things only grow stranger. As staff comb through more footage, they see something chilling.
That's just the housekeeper. Right there. Right there.
A shadow glides along the wall, yet no one is nearby to cast it.
Right there. Right there. I don't know what that was. Crazy.
And things get even stranger.
My hand's shaking. Right there.
A stone drops from a hallway ornament on its own as though thrown by invisible hands.
Right there. Yeah, this is crazy.
Tony, the employee investigating, later explains that Arya managed to call an Uber that night and fled. Since then, her whereabouts remain unknown. Naturally, the internet draws comparisons to the infamous Elisa Lam case at the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles. In 2013, Lam was staying at the downtown hotel when she vanished under mysterious circumstances. Her last known appearance was captured on security footage inside an elevator. The disturbing video shows her pressing multiple buttons, stepping in and out, hiding in the corner, and gesturing oddly into the hallway, much like Arya's strange behavior. Days later, Lam's body was discovered in the hotel's rooftop water tank. To this day, her death remains unexplained, with theories ranging from mental illness to foul play to paranormal forces. The Elisa Lam case also fueled interest in the urban legend known as the elevator game, a ritual said to transport players into another world if performed correctly. Some online theorists speculated Lam had attempted the game, leading to her tragic fate. Now, with Arya's unsettling elevator footage, the comparisons are hard to ignore. But the mystery doesn't stop there. Fascinated by the strange events, Tony begins interviewing co-workers who reveal they too have experienced unusual activity at the hotel. In one clip, co-worker Sabina recalls hearing eerie noises and feeling watched. As she speaks, something strange happens. The curtain behind Tony moves on its own. Tony admits he never believed in ghosts, but after working here, he's starting to reconsider.
I believe in ghosts and stuff like that, but I will say, since I've been working here, I have become a little bit more open-minded.
So what exactly happened that night? Was Arya being stalked? Did she stumble into something sinister? Or is this hotel truly haunted? At this stage, the incident remains a chilling, unsolved mystery, one that continues to grip TikTok audiences around the world.
It's like she acting like she's running for something, hiding from something. But there's literally nobody else.
TikTok user Danielle Marnelli thought she was filming a wholesome birthday moment, but her clip has now gone viral for a very different reason. As Danielle finishes making her wish, the cake's candles don't blow out, but then they do, seemingly by an unseen force. Some viewers think it's the playful spirit of a past loved one lending a hand, while skeptics point to a hidden draft or simple trick. Whatever the cause, it turned a sweet birthday moment into an instant ghost story. TikTok user MyOwnNarrative8576 is up late one night when something strange starts happening in the kitchen. The drawer and cupboard door begin to open and close, seemingly all on their own. The clip quickly goes viral, with some calling it a classic case of poltergeist activity. Others are convinced there's a simple explanation, maybe a child hiding inside and pushing the doors. In a follow-up video, the uploader walks viewers through the setup.
So, I'm going to show you the cabinet in the drawer and where the fan was.
She says her kids were asleep, her husband was at work, and there were no pets in the home.
My kids were in bed. My husband was at work. We don't have any animals. We don't have a cat, dog, fish, gopher, nothing. Right?
A nearby fan blows across the top of the cabinets, but she demonstrates there's no airflow reaching the drawer or cupboard.
Cannot feel the airflow on. They're not in the floor. They're in the ceiling. Okay? So, if you come in here, you open the drawer. Now you have to open it. You really have to push the closer.
She shows how much force it takes to close the heavy drawer and explains that the cupboard is packed with pots and pans. No room for anyone to hide without making noise. Even when she tries to replicate the movement, the doors won't close on their own unless positioned in a very specific angle.
So this door, we've got it open. Let's see. From there, it will shut on. So it was doing this. Now this is a pretty heavy door. You have to really pull it.
Despite the demonstration, the mystery remains. Was it a trick of the house or something else entirely moving those doors in the dead of night?
Your children are having night terrors. If they're waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, freaking out, I need you to watch this.
TikTok user Yo Adrian, known to her followers as Dakota from Arizona, recently shared a terrifying personal story about paranormal activity she believes is tormenting her home, and specifically targeting her young daughter. Dakota's eerie experiences began innocently enough as her daughter started breeding invisible figures around their house, figures that appeared impossibly tall. Initially dismissing this as a common phase in childhood or simply an overactive imagination, Dakota soon couldn't ignore the increasingly disturbing activity.
She was waking up at 2. We weren't even asleep. And she would wake up at 2 in the morning screaming bloody murder. Nothing could calm her down.
Things quickly escalated when her daughter began experiencing extreme night terrors, waking up screaming, "Get away from me." Around the same time, children's toys in the home started activating entirely by themselves, playing music and making sounds at all hours of the night. Despite rational explanations from friends and family, one day, Dakota caught something shocking on her home security camera. As she fed a baby in another room, a bowl suddenly flew off a nearby shelf, completely unprovoked. While reviewing the footage a year later with her sister, Dakota noticed something even more horrifying. Hidden just behind the baby crib, a strange face emerged from the couch.
They asked the gold falls back over here in the baby crib.
Here it is zoomed in and slowed down. Dakota firmly believes this figure, which she now calls a demon baby, is the entity that had been tormenting her child, causing severe night terrors and strange occurrences in the home.
So after seeing that, I got spooked because something's in my house that was trying to torment my kid. She's been having night terrors, which don't go off your kids if they have night terrors. Do not go off your kid if they have night terrors. There's a spiritual attack.
Dakota concludes her video with a warning to parents. Never dismiss children's night terrors or claims of talking to unseen people, as she believes these can be signs of spiritual or demonic attacks. She says that while having her house blessed and playing worship music temporarily subdued the activity, eerie disturbances still occasionally persist, prompting her to continue anointing and praying over her home regularly. So has this TikToker genuinely captured evidence of demonic activity, or could there be another explanation for this terrifying footage? As always, I'll leave it up to you to decide. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Chilling video posted by TikTok user It's Just Tasha shows how her dog Bella may have saved her from a dangerous encounter in Mount Pleasant, Michigan.
You doing? You can't get out here, sir.
The clip begins peacefully, with Tasha sitting by the river alongside Bella. The calm scene quickly takes a sinister turn when a man suddenly emerges from the water, approaching the pair.
You can't get out here, sir.
Sensing danger, Bella immediately jumps into action, barking furiously and positioning herself between Tasha and the stranger. Despite Tasha telling him he couldn't come ashore there, the man lingers, behaving erratically. At one point, he crouches low as if trying to hide, his words slurred and incoherent. Bella's aggressive barking keeps him at a distance as Tasha calls for help.
What are you doing?
When Tasha later reviewed the footage, she realized Bella had started whining minutes before the man even appeared, as if the dog somehow sensed what was about to happen. Commenters flooded the post with praise for Bella's instincts, one writing, "Imagine if she didn't have that dog." Thank God she did. Give that dog a steak dinner. According to Tasha, the man was later identified as a known thief in the Mount Pleasant area. Thanks to Bella's vigilance, the encounter never escalated. Tasha walked away unharmed.
I'm recording. It is. I seen all of you. I got all of you on camera.
The difference.
This next unsettling clip was recently shared on TikTok by the account Paranormal Vibes, and it has viewers thoroughly creeped out. The video begins innocently enough. A surgeon is recording a training video for her students in what appears to be a quiet hospital setting. Suddenly, something catches her attention off camera, visibly startling her.
And the sutures last anywhere from 60 to 90 days.
Clearly spooked, she immediately grabs her camera, attempting to film whatever or whoever ran past.
Please just show yourself.
She carefully surveys the area, but there's no one to be found. Unsettled, she sets her phone to continue recording and leaves the scene entirely, hoping to capture evidence of whatever caused her fright.
Just give me a sign.
Initially, nothing unusual occurs, but as soon as she exits the room, something chilling unfolds. A shadowy figure zips swiftly past the window, moving unnaturally fast and with no clear source or explanation. So what exactly did this teacher unknowingly capture during her training video? Could this shadowy apparition be proof of paranormal activity in this hospital? Let me know your take in the comments below. A chilling clip that's been circulating TikTok this week shows a man stepping outside after hearing the sound of a child crying in the rain. Out front, he spots a young figure sitting alone, sobbing. When the child turns to face him, the scene takes a disturbing twist. The child's face appears twisted and distorted, nothing like what you'd expect to see. The footage immediately split viewers. Some believe it's a demon in disguise, while others dismiss it as a cleverly staged short horror skit designed to go viral. Whether it's genuine paranormal footage or just a creepy piece of storytelling, it's managed to leave thousands of viewers unsettled. During a trip to Victoria's Yarra Valley, Rachel and her friends notice a strange scene in their Airbnb's kitchen bench. On closer inspection, they find a hidden latch. With a push, the entire bench slides open, revealing a secret doorway and a staircase leading into darkness. Exploring further, they discover a stark, empty underground room.
Waste of space.
Video racks up over 171 million views, with commenters speculating wildly. A bomb shelter, a panic room, even something sinister like a kidnapping hideout.
Space.
While Rachel and her friends ended up having a nice little vacation, the true purpose of the hidden room remains a mystery. What do you think this room is used for? Let me know in the comments below.
Waste of space.
A strange and captivating video posted to TikTok by user Mysticism32 has been drawing in viewers with what some are calling undeniable proof of a glitch in the Matrix. The clip, reportedly filmed somewhere in China, shows a cat standing still in the middle of the street. The animal appears completely frozen as though paused mid-action. Onlookers begin to gather, whispering and filming the odd sight. Then, Then the second cat approaches, but instead of behaving normally, this cat too appears to freeze completely, mirroring the first one's uncanny stillness. The comments section has been buzzing with theories. One user suggested the phenomenon was more than just coincidence, writing, "Cats live in between physical and spiritual realms, so it may sense something in the spiritual realm." Others were frustrated by the filming choices, with one viewer wondering why the person recording never turned the camera toward whatever the cats seemed to be staring at. Skeptics argue there could be a natural explanation, such as the cats being fixated on an unseen sound, scent, or vibration, possibly from underground or from a building nearby. Cats are known for their acute senses, which can make them appear entranced or locked on to something humans can't detect. Others lean toward the more mysterious, a coincidence too strange to be ignored, with both animals freezing in place like a scene caught in some sort of reality-bending glitch. Whether this is an example of cats' heightened senses at work, an odd quirk of animal behaviour, or something more paranormal, it's undeniably an eerie and fascinating moment caught on camera. Local truck driver Sam, who frequently films his shifts around East Java, Indonesia, has been documenting strange encounters at one of the region's most notorious spots, Kangar Bridge, in the Bumiaji district of Batu City. The bridge is infamous in local folklore. Motorists whisper about a ghostly girl in a white dress with long dark hair, eerie whispers drifting through the night, and sudden cold spots that grip anyone brave enough to stop. In his first clip, Sam pauses at the bridge, remarking on the unsettling atmosphere. The empty road, the mist, and the weight of the legends seem to hang in the air. But in a later visit, the story takes a darker turn. Sam notices that the air smells strange, like something off, fishy with a touch of jasmine. That's when moments later this happens. Sam pans his camera beneath his truck, and there appear to be legs and feet hovering. Alarmed, he rushes around to the side of the vehicle to confront whoever it might be, but there's no one there. With reports of phantom figures and unexplained encounters stretching back decades, many locals believe the bridge is cursed. Sam's eerie footage now has viewers asking the same question. Could the legends of Kangar Bridge actually be true? TikTok user Just Simply Megs has gone viral after posting a video she's been holding onto for 6 years, claiming it's the only piece of evidence ever captured on camera of what she describes as her brother's haunted apartment.
So I was like, when I posted this, I've had this video for 6 years. This was 2019, July. And it's just, we looked for every explanation because we're like, this can't be real. But there's no, like, plausible explanation. So, I don't know. What do you guys think?
According to the poster, the footage was recorded the night before her brother's wedding in July 2019. She explained that she and her brother had been drinking and watching movies while his wife slept in the bedroom. When her brother dozed off, glass still in hand, she decided to film him as a joke. Next morning, while reviewing the clip, she noticed something, a dark, robed figure at the end of the hallway. When she showed the footage to her brother and his fiance, the bride-to-be was visibly shaken. She insisted it wasn't her and pointed out that she owned no robe like that. The strange hallway figure wasn't the only unsettling event tied to the apartment. In separate TikTok videos, the poster noted several other creepy occurrences, including kitchen cabinets found wide open when no one was home, water taps turning on by themselves, residents and guests hearing someone calling their names only to find the apartment empty, and even a family member once refusing to enter the apartment after spotting an older woman standing in the kitchen. The activity seemed to centre around one unusual object, a mirror purchased second-hand at a yard or estate sale. The poster explained that her brother and his wife began experiencing strange activity only after bringing the mirror into the apartment. Believing it may have been haunted or even portal for spirits, the family eventually got rid of it. According to the poster, the disturbances stopped almost immediately after the mirror was removed.
It's kind of freaky. They ended up getting rid of the mirror, and once they did, the activity stopped. So, coincidence? Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe that thing was actually haunted.
Many TikTok viewers commented on the video, pointing out that the figure in the original footage appeared to float slightly, as if its feet never touched the ground. Others noted how the activity fit the classic pattern of a poltergeist attachment, possibly tied to a cursed object like the mirror. So what do you think? Was this just a pre-wedding prank or genuine evidence of something paranormal? Check out this creepy footage uploaded to TikTok by user elkakui.tv. The footage appears to show a ghostly young girl wandering around at night. Which is unsettling enough, but watch what happens when the camera holder chases her down the road. She looks as though she's running backwards. Close-up reveals that the girl does indeed appear to be looking towards the camera as she runs away. While some have speculated that the girl might be wearing a mask, others couldn't help shake the eerie nature of her movement. So what do you think of this clip? Is it a real ghostly encounter caught on camera, or a clever trick designed to drum up views? Let me know down below. TikTok user Mojima888 has shared a strange clip from a restaurant somewhere in China that left viewers baffled. One commenter joked, "The economy is so bad, even ghosts have to work for a living." But some sharp-eyed viewers think they've cracked the mystery, pointing out what looks like a crank mechanism just behind the wok, possibly part of an automated cooking system that keeps the pan moving. Whether it's ghostly help in the kitchen or just clever machinery, it's still one odd clip that's cooking up plenty of chatter online. Jesus from Guatemala explains that for the last few weeks, his daughter has been crying. The family in Guatemala called in a priest after their young daughter spent weeks claiming she could hear strange noises and see objects moving on their own in her bedroom. The priest's attention was quickly drawn to the bed frame. After showing his hands were empty, he cut into the frame and had the father inspected. Inside was a black bag containing a wax figure, an object often linked to witchcraft and believed to hold curses. Was this the source of the disturbing activity, or had the sinister figure been hidden there long before the family moved in? Several years ago, TikTok user Celeste.Rojas19 shared some deeply unsettling footage captured inside a hospital in Itagua, Paraguay. In 2022, Celeste often visited this hospital to check on her younger brother, who was hospitalized at the time. During these visits, she began noticing inexplicable events and decided to start recording. In the first clip, Celeste bravely explores the hospital's old basement morgue. The eerie setting alone is enough to send chills down your spine. But it's the events she captures next that truly stand out. Celeste captures the exact moment a hospital trolley begins to slowly move forward, entirely on its own. The third clip is perhaps the most disturbing of all. They begin rolling and shifting across the floor without any apparent intervention, seemingly guided by a powerful yet invisible force. Surprisingly, Celeste reportedly felt more excitement and curiosity than fear while filming these events. She hasn't witnessed any similar phenomena at the hospital since capturing this footage. Given the hospital's morgue setting, viewers have been quick to speculate whether this could be evidence of genuine paranormal activity, or spirits lingering within the facility.
This is the scariest and craziest thing that's ever happened to me driving around as a trucker.
A chilling piece of dashcam footage uploaded to TikTok by user These Haunted Hills is going viral after allegedly capturing something truly strange on camera.
Man was scared the heck out of me. It seemed like I was the only one who noticed them. You're going to see some really weird fog coming up here, and then really. I think it was a ghost truck. What do you guys think?
The footage seems to show what many are calling a ghost truck appearing in the middle of a dark highway. The video, said to have been filmed by a long-haul trucker, is being described by the driver as the scariest and craziest thing that's ever happened to me driving at night.
Yeah, it scared me so bad. It seemed like I was the only one who noticed it. Now you're going to see some really weird fog coming up here, and then really. I think it was a ghost truck. What do you guys think?
The moment is so unexpected and surreal, many viewers initially thought it had to be a glitch, until they watched it again and again.
And then there it is. I think it was a ghost truck. What do you guys think?
One viewer suggested that it might have been a warning of an accident that could happen. Another suggested the chilling possibility that the driver had just encountered a residual haunting. In paranormal theory, a residual haunting is believed to be a sort of spiritual imprint left behind by a traumatic or highly emotional event. Unlike intelligent hauntings, where the spirit is said to interact with the living, a residual haunting is more like a loop or recording playing itself back in the environment. It often involves repeated sights, sounds, or movements such as footsteps, voices, or even apparitions that appear at the same place and time. If this event was indeed a residual haunting, some speculate it could be the echo of a past accident, perhaps a tragic crash involving a truck on that very stretch of road. The strange fog that appeared just before the ghostly image might even tie in with that theory, often said to accompany manifestations in paranormal lore. So what do you think is going on in this clip? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
But both cats were kind of acting like they saw something. They were both looking in the same area, like looking back and forth.
TikTok user Ashley Lee recently spoke to followers after sharing a series of clips detailing bizarre happenings in her own home. It all began shortly after Ashley purchased her house directly from a family member. Initially, she noticed strange noises upstairs, loud thuds and footsteps echoing from empty rooms. Even more unsettling, both of Ashley's cats would frequently react, staring intently up the staircase, clearly noticing something invisible to her. Things escalated further when Ashley's mother, while staying in the guest bedroom, confessed she'd repeatedly heard whispering during the night.
Until my mom was staying in my guest room. And she just brought it up one day. She goes, hey, so I swear I heard someone whispering the night. It wasn't just last night, it's been the last 2 nights, right in the middle of the night, like someone's whispering.
Even more unsettling, when Ashley brought this up to the family member who previously owned the home, she casually admitted her daughter had heard the exact same whispers in the very same bedroom.
And we brought it up to her like, hey, so my mom heard someone whispering in this bedroom 2 nights in a row. She was telling me my daughter also heard that. So she can be actually really relieved to hear that she's not the only one.
Determined to assert some control over the situation, Ashley jokingly began addressing the unseen presence, hoping to lighten the oppressive atmosphere. One night, after clearly hearing footsteps and her cats visually tracking something invisible, Ashley loudly rebuked whatever might be haunting her home, only to be met with a chilling, angry whisper directly behind her, sending shivers down her spine.
When I heard a man's, like, hissing whisper yell, hey, right behind me, like I could almost feel the air, I froze, and I'm sorry, just thinking about it, my hair is, I'm just right now, thinking about that exact instant.
Desperate for answers, Ashley saged the house, hoping it might cleanse whatever dark energy resided there. Yet the activity persisted. Loud, inexplicable noises continued upstairs, prompting her to finally set up a security camera in the most affected bedroom.
I put it where the TV is supposed to be hung up, and don't mind that hole where the cord is coming out. It was like that when I moved in.
And what that camera captured is deeply unsettling. In the footage, the closet door slowly begins to move entirely on its own, with no visible force or draft present. Ashley thoroughly investigated the closet afterward, finding no possible explanation for the movement. This footage quickly went viral, prompting heated debates online. Many commenters believe Ashley has captured genuine paranormal activity in her home, while skeptics continue searching for logical explanations. So what exactly is haunting Ashley Lynn's home? Could this really be evidence of a genuine haunting? As always, I'll leave it to you to decide. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. A chilling clip uploaded to TikTok by user Scamander has gone viral, leaving thousands of viewers feeling uneasy. The short video, posted with the caption, "I think there's someone at my door," appears to be taken from a doorbell security camera and captures an encounter that quickly turns unsettling. There's no knock, no attempt to speak, just that eerie silent approach. comment section quickly lit up with people expressing how disturbed they felt watching the footage. While the video gives off strong horror film vibes, some commenters tried to offer rational explanations, suggesting the person could have been lost, confused, or even experiencing a medical or mental health crisis. Whether this was an innocent misunderstanding, someone in distress, or something far more sinister, the footage has many viewers spooked. A short but unsettling video uploaded to TikTok by user Toe2 for you has gone viral after capturing a scene that left many viewers shocked and disgusted. The video's text overlay reads, "This is the last time I go to a Walmart near Detroit," showing a man inside the store's meat section casually eating raw meat directly from a packet. He appears unfazed by his surroundings, as though what he's doing is completely normal. The bizarre scene evokes thoughts of a zombie feasting on human flesh. So, what would you do if you came across this at your local grocery store?
I've never seen anything like this besides on the internet.
A TikTok by user Ember Outdoors shows a peculiar sight in the woods.
It's not windy.
Several bushes and trees sway rhythmically as though a breeze is passing through. Everything else around them is completely still.
It's not windy.
The man filming points out there's no wind at all. Yet the leaves and branches move as if stirred by invisible hands.
But, I mean, look at the rest of the tree. That's like a normal leaf blowing, right? Oh, those are kind of nervous too. Look at these. What is happening here? I mean, this may be lack of proper knowledge.
He even mentions he's seen similar clips online, but never experienced the phenomenon in person until now.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like this besides on the internet. Look at the leaves on this tree.
We've covered a few clips similar to this in the past, so what could be causing it? Some suggest small animals hidden in the brush, like birds or rodents, rustling the branches in ways that aren't immediately visible. Others think it might be underground root systems shifting, causing sections of plants to rock back and forth. More skeptical viewers argue it could simply be air currents too subtle to feel, but strong enough to affect lighter foliage. Whatever the explanation, the eerie effect of trees moving in absolute stillness is enough to make you wonder if something stranger is lurking just out of sight.
Something. That is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Home security footage from Indonesia in mid-February 2025 captures a chilling moment inside a grandfather's bedroom. Out of nowhere, the child's leg jerks violently as if yanked by an unseen hand. The sudden motion is so strong it startles them upright in shock. Some commenters believe this is classic poltergeist activity, while others suggest it could be staged. But the raw shock on the child's face leaves plenty unconvinced it was a prank. TikTok user Camera Ghost recently uploaded chilling footage captured by a team of paranormal investigators exploring a notoriously haunted old house at 3 a.m. He's forcefully dragged toward the closet. Immediately checking inside the closet, the investigators find it completely empty. Terrified, they quickly decide to flee the room. As they run away, a horrifying sound, a deep growling scream, echoes from the bedroom they just left. The footage abruptly ends there, leaving viewers thoroughly disturbed and questioning its authenticity.
So, yeah. So,
Recently, a nurse named Nina shared some truly chilling footage captured inside a hospital room, leaving viewers deeply unsettled. According to Nina, who works the night shift, one particular room consistently has its call light activated, often multiple times throughout the night. However, each time she or other staff respond, they find the room completely empty, with no possible explanation for why the call button had been pressed. Determined to find out what's really going on, Nina decided to place a camera inside the empty hospital room, filming continuously. What the camera captured is genuinely eerie. Multiple times during the footage, the hospital bed mysteriously adjusts itself, moving up and down, as if controlled by some invisible presence. Since the footage surfaced online, viewers have debated fiercely. Many suggest hospitals naturally harbour dark, oppressive energies due to the frequent passing of patients, believing this could be genuine paranormal activity caught on camera. Skeptics, on the other hand, have struggled to offer an alternative explanation. As of now, this chilling hospital mystery remains unsolved. TikTok user Mercy Herbert shared a chilling clip she says was sent to her over the weekend, and it's got viewers on edge.
so there's a shadow in the corner, and it just kind of glides off.
Filmed in the middle of the night in her friend's living room, the footage first shows a shadow in the corner gliding silently out of view.
So there's a shadow in the corner, and it just kind of glides off. But that's not the craziest part.
The TV then switches off, something the owner says is on an auto timer. But what happens next is far harder to explain.
This is what's weird. Who was that? What was that? There's just someone there. Just appears.
Out of nowhere, a figure appears in the room. It's not anyone who lives there, and if it were an intruder, there's no sign of forced entry. Moments later, the figure vanishes just as suddenly as it appeared.
I don't know, you guys. I'm sufficiently spooked, so
It's the kind of moment that makes you double-check your locks and maybe keep a light on at night.
This is what's weird. Who was that? What was that? There's just someone there. Just appears.
A chilling video uploaded to TikTok by user Jen Michaela has struck a nerve with viewers after capturing a frightening late-night encounter. The clip, captioned "Scared to the point that I'm shaking," appears to have been filmed by the uploader from inside her home and shows the front door area of her residence. According to the uploader, the unsettling encounter took place at 2 a.m. when an unknown person walked around her property, knocking and ringing the doorbell. She adds that she lives alone, heightening the fear factor for both her and those watching. One user urged her to take immediate action, writing, "Call the police ASAP." Another shared a personal tactic that worked for them in a similar situation. But gosh, I'm so sorry, this happened to me before, and I played a 10-minute YouTube video of Rottweilers barking and they left. So what would you do if you were home alone at 2 a.m. and someone was knocking and ringing your doorbell? Let me know in the comments section below. In this eerie TikTok, uploaded by PG Stories Official, a shop attendant is seen quietly sitting inside a store on their very first day at work. Suddenly, the cash register drawer snaps open all on its own. No one is near it. The employee just sits there stunned. Commenters couldn't help but notice the setting. The shop's walls lined with swords. Some joke this is the last place you'd want a poltergeist to show up, fearing the blades might start flying off the shelves next. Others were more unsettled by the employee's calm reaction, pointing out that if this had happened on their first day, they'd be running straight out the door. TikTok user Caitlin films a bizarre scene from her car. A man lying in the road, doing crunches. She and her friend laugh in disbelief, but when the camera pans back just seconds later, the man is gone.
Where is he? Oh no, he ran away! Stop that! Where'd he go?
There's no sign of him, not walking away, not ducking out of sight, simply vanished.
Where is he? Oh no, he ran away! Stop that! Where'd he go?
For some, it's proof of a glitch in reality. For others, it's clever editing. Either way, it's one of the strangest disappearances caught on camera in recent months.
Where is he? Oh no, he ran away! Stop that! Where'd he go?
About something that was really cool, and I feel like it sets this house apart.
Recently, TikTok user Paranormal Vibes shared an eerie video that's quickly leaving viewers thoroughly unsettled. The footage follows a homeowner named Eli who's renovating his newly acquired home.
The reason why I'm just not finding his crawl space is because of this drywall.
Eli investigates and discovers a hidden crawl space tucked away inside the walls of his home.
That's not the cool thing about it. I'm gonna try to check this out.
That's when he begins to hear footsteps somewhere inside the house, even though he is home alone.
There's extra space over here. Right there. I just heard some footsteps.
As Eli continues to film and search the area, something truly chilling happens.
This can be a spot.
An unsettling childlike giggle breaks the silence. Eli visibly panics, looking around frantically for the source of the sound. Just as he tries to calm himself, the crawl space door slowly swings open, completely on its own. The footage abruptly ends there, leaving viewers disturbed and desperate for answers. Commenters quickly began speculating online. Many believe the crawl space is haunted, possibly occupied by a ghostly presence or lingering residual energy from past inhabitants. So what exactly did Eli discover in his home's hidden crawl space? Is this authentic footage of genuine paranormal activity, or simply a clever hoax? As always, I'll leave that one up to you. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. A chilling video uploaded to TikTok by user Estebanel Charonegro has gone viral after capturing what many are calling a brush with the supernatural. The clip, filmed by a passenger inside a moving vehicle, begins innocently enough as the car drives past what appears to be the aftermath of an accident. But as the camera keeps rolling, something eerie emerges. Up ahead, a dark hooded figure can be seen standing on the side of the road. The figure then begins to cross directly in front of oncoming traffic, narrowly missed by vehicles as it slowly moves to the other side where it vanishes into the surrounding darkness. The video's description speculates that the figure might have been death itself, lingering at the scene of the accident. However, skeptics countered that the hooded figure could have simply been pedestrian. In folklore and popular culture, the hooded figure of death, often depicted as the Grim Reaper, appears at liminal moments, particularly near scenes of violence or sudden death. The idea that such a figure might manifest at an accident site taps into centuries-old archetypes of mortality. So, what do you think? Was this truly death walking the roadside, or just a shadowy figure mistaken for something more sinister? If you want to watch more scary videos, then click those links on the screen right now. I'll see you in the next one.
About 2 weeks ago, I tried something a little crazy. I built a gaming PC inside a PS4 Slim, and honestly, I was pretty happy with how it turned out, but it wasn't perfect. I was limited to low-profile single-slot GPUs, which meant performance could only go so far, and I really wanted to push it further. So, this time, I'm trying something different. I picked up a broken Xbox 360 for just $15, and the goal? Build a more powerful version of that idea. A proper gaming PC inside this console. Let's get to work. Before I plan anything, I need to really understand what I'm working with. And the best way to do that? Take it apart. You don't need anything crazy, just a few basic tools. Tweezers, a flathead screwdriver, and a small pointed one. You might not even use all of that, but it's better to have them ready. Alright, let's open up this Xbox 360. First, the side panels. On the hard drive side, just pull the tabs back, lift it up, and if there's a drive in there, pull it out. Easy. Next, the top cover. Slide a pointed screwdriver into the clips and gently work your way around. It actually comes off pretty easily. Do the same thing on the other side. Just go slow, don't rush it. Those plastic clips, they will snap if you get impatient. Once both sides are loose, we move to the main shell. There are hidden clips along the back. You've got to release them one by one. Around the USB ports, it's easier. Just pull gently and lift. The other side's a bit more annoying. There's a tiny hole you have to press to release the latch. Push it in, and it finally gives. And just like that, the top cover is off. Now we're inside. Grab a Torx T10 and take out all the long black screws, but before you lift anything, don't forget the Wi-Fi module. One screw. Pull it out. Done. Inside, you've got the usual stuff. DVD drive, fan, internal storage. Pulling the DVD drive is super simple. Unplug the power and say the cables. And just lift it. At this point, it's just removing screws and pulling everything out. Honestly, way easier than I expected. As long as you know where to look, nothing here really fights back. Now here's the interesting part. Let's talk about what I'm actually going to put in this thing. I'm going with a B75 motherboard, a stock cooler, a 200 watt OEM power supply, and a GTX 1050 Ti 4 gigabytes, a full 2-slot GPU. And inside this case, there's actually a solid metal frame, which is perfect. That's where everything is going to mount. I spent some time measuring, moving things around, trying different layouts. And yeah, I found something that can work. But there's a catch. There's no way all of this fits. Not without some modifications. So yeah, I'm going to have to cut the GPU output and I/O part of the PSU section. Some of it has to go. Not because I want to, but because if I don't make space, this build just isn't
So
enough.
fucking go to bed. We're supposed to be in bed by fucking 9 p.m. 12. Now you're fucking with mice. You don't want to live here?
Next up, I need to cut into the case to make room for the GPU. Once I finish the cuts I planned earlier, I start placing all the components inside, just to see if anything's still in the way. And honestly, this is the moment I was hoping for. Everything is finally starting to line up. The motherboard and the PSU now sit clean and separate. No more overlapping, no more awkward positioning. But then, the GPU, that's where things get tricky again. 90-degree riser I used before? Yeah, it's too low for this card. It just doesn't fit. So I had to switch to a taller riser, something that actually works with a full 2-slot GPU. You drop the card in and immediately notice another issue. The output side, there's still not enough clearance. The ports are hitting the case. So yeah, back to cutting. A bit more trimming, a bit more adjusting, and finally everything fits. But of course, it's never that simple. The GPU still sticks out just enough to stop me from closing the plastic cover. And at this point, I don't really have a choice anymore. I have to compromise. So I go in again, cut down the plastic just enough to make it work. After all that cutting, it's time for the moment of truth. I put the plastic cover back on just to see if everything actually fits the way I imagined. And perfect. Everything lines up almost exactly like the original Xbox 360. No weird bulges, no pressure points, nothing messing up the overall shape. The only thing is the GPU is a bit too big, so it sticks out slightly toward the back. But honestly, it's on the rear side. I could live with that. So yeah, the space issue is solved, but that was just the beginning. Now comes the part that actually matters, making everything stay in place. I need to mount the motherboard securely onto that metal frame so nothing shifts around. There are a lot of ways to do this. Last time I used hot glue. It worked, but long term, not exactly reliable. So this time, I'm doing it properly. I'm using 8mm standoffs. I line the motherboard up with the mounting points I marked earlier, drop it onto the standoffs, and secure it with screws at 3 corners. And just like that, everything is locked in. Solid. No movement. Exactly how it should be. I just realized I never actually told you what CPU I'm using for this build. In the previous version, I went with the Intel Core i7-2700K, and honestly, it was a great choice for the price. But there's one problem. It's an older generation chip, and it pulls up to 95 watts. That means more heat, more stress, especially in a tight space like this. So this time, I'm switching things up. I'm going with the Intel Core i7-3770K, basically the top tier CPU for socket 1155. Performance-wise, it's only about 10% better. Nothing crazy. But the real advantage? Power efficiency. It only draws 77 watts, which makes a huge difference in a compact build like this. Less heat, less power strain, just a much safer choice overall. And the best part? The price isn't much higher than the 2700K. So yeah, this feels like the right move. As for RAM, nothing changes. Still 16 gigabytes. But this time, I don't have to worry about low-profile sticks. I can use standard-sized RAM without any issues. Next up is power for the CPU. I still have to use an extension cable just to reach the connector. And speaking of that, the PSU sits a bit too far from the edge of the case, so there's no way to plug the power cable in directly from the outside. But luckily, I found a workaround. By routing the cable through a small opening in the frame, I can still plug it into the PSU without any issues. So, in the end, no extra modifications needed. Next up is the GPU, like I mentioned earlier. I'm going with a GTX 1050 Ti, 4 gigabytes. Now, with a small system like this Xbox 360 shell, I don't really have the freedom to choose whatever GPU I want. The power supply is weak, and there's no PCIe power cable at all. So this choice wasn't random. I had to sit down and actually calculate everything. Power draw, size, compatibility, all of it. Sure, there are better GPU out there, no doubt, but that also depends on your budget. And me, I'm not trying to go into debt just to buy an expensive graphics card. So this is the most practical choice I could make. So, at this point, I've basically handled all the core components, but there's still one annoying problem though, the power button. At first, I tried tapping into the Xbox's original board. I wired into the SW3 pins, then connected that directly to the power SW on the motherboard. And surprisingly, it worked perfectly. But the moment I put the front panel back on, it's completely blocked, because this Xbox 360 was designed with a touch-sensitive power button, and that system relies on the original Xbox motherboard to function. So reusing it, way more complicated than it's worth. At that point, I decided to stop overthinking it and go with a simpler solution. I just installed a physical button right where the power button used to be. To do that, I drilled a hole, inserted the button, and secured it with hot glue. Tested it again, and yeah, it works perfectly. But getting it to sit properly, that was the tricky part. I had to cut off one USB port on the motherboard, drill an extra hole into the metal frame, just to make everything line up. And after all of that, it's done. Not the cleanest solution, but simple, effective, and it works. And now, the final step. Time to put everything back into the case. After all that work, cutting, fitting, rewiring, it's finally done. Now comes the moment of truth. Let's power it on. 3, 2, 1, and perfect. It boots. I already know this setup isn't going to break any records, but honestly, that's not the point. In Counter-Strike 2, it hits around 120 FPS. In Minecraft at 32 chunks, it's about 60 FPS. And in something heavier like Cyberpunk 2077, it lands around 35 to 40 frames per second. Nothing crazy, but definitely playable. And the best part, temperatures are actually really solid, staying around 60 degrees Celsius under load, right in the sweet spot. And I'm not going to dive too deep into benchmarks. You've seen me test similar configs plenty of times on this channel. What really matters here is this. I managed to pack all of this inside an Xbox 360, and somehow it still looks almost original. Not perfect, but from the front, you'd never even notice.
The obvious counter is that SLS cameras are famously unreliable. The Kinect sensor they're built from was designed to find humans in a living room so you could play video games, and it routinely draws figures where there are none. Coat racks, lamps, folds in a curtain. Every serious investigator knows this. But SLS artifacts don't explain gates swinging open. They don't explain doors banging on cue. They don't explain a ball that rolls on command after 10 minutes of being dared to, or a table that tips itself over while the camera is still running. And whatever came through on that spirit box has been sitting with viewers for a while now.
It's almost time.
Time for what?
They are waiting. Event imminent.
What event are you talking about?
Look at the gap beneath the door. No shadow, no feet, no silhouette. And yet a set of small pale fingers are curling around the edge of the door frame like a child peering in. The footage was captured live during a makeup tutorial. The creator is mid-sentence, casually wondering out loud where her kitten has wandered off to, completely unaware of what her viewers are seeing unfold behind her. Fingers don't move much. They grip the edge of the wood, delicate, thin, unmistakably human, and just hang there. Then they're gone. It's the detail at floor level that's kept this clip circulating. A child in the household reaching around the door would cast a shadow in the gap underneath. A foot and a knee, but there's nothing. The fingers appear to belong to a body that isn't there. And because this was a live stream, there was no chance to edit, no chance to stage. Whatever the camera saw, her audience saw at the same time. She didn't. Watch that gap again. If you can explain what should be there and isn't, you're doing better than the thousands of commenters who couldn't. The break room door at this psychiatric hospital was never supposed to close on its own. The doorstop had been wedged under it for exactly that reason. Staff kept it propped open on purpose. And yet, halfway through a quiet night shift, a worker named Angel walked past and found the door shut tight. Something included closed hard enough to override the stopper completely. Angel went back to the security monitors and pulled the footage from earlier in the shift. You can even see a shadow faintly on the door before it moves. The location matters here. Angel was working at a psychiatric hospital, the kind of building that accumulates decades of fear, grief, and confusion inside its walls. Staff at places like this tend to collect stories, whether they believe in the paranormal or not. Doors that close themselves, call buttons that ring from empty rooms, footsteps in corridors long after the last patient has been settled. A faulty stopper and a strong draft could account for this one on its own. Old buildings shift and air pressure changes when someone opens an exterior door at the far end of the wing. Angel, for what it's worth, doesn't buy that explanation, and they don't work night shifts at that hospital anymore. A spanner hurls itself across a kitchen in the Northern Territory. No one is near it. No one is in the lounge room it came from, and the woman standing closest to it is on the phone, in full view of a second camera at the exact moment of impact.
That noise was caused by a spanner, which crashed into the kitchen cabinet with great force. One of our sound journalists, Danny Sims, saw it here.
That footage was recorded inside a small blue weatherboard house on the outskirts of Darwin in April 1998. By the time the cameras finally left, a national TV crew, 3 priests, 2 of Australia's most respected paranormal investigators, and eventually a judge in a courtroom would all agree on one thing: something was inside that house. And to this day, nobody's been able to explain what it was.
Something's happening in that house that I can't explain. The 3 Catholic priests can't explain it. The Orthodox priests can't explain it. Themselves, other journalists have been there, other visitors have been there, and they all tell exactly the same tale.
The address is 90 McMinns Drive, Humpty Doo, about 40 kilometres southeast of Darwin. 4 bedrooms, a swimming pool, an outdoor bar, 5 acres of scrubland at the end of a long gravel driveway. In August 1997, 3 housemates moved in together. A fisherman everyone called Murph, a mechanic named Dave, and Dave's partner Jill. For 5 months, the house was completely quiet. Then in January 1998, a second couple moved in to help with the rent. Andrew and Kirsty Agius and their 11-month-old daughter Jasmine.
we just get annoyed because we think it's not gone. Everyone tells us the priest, everyone who knows, just saying, 3 hours ago, their voice rang just said it's gone. It's not gone, is it? It's obviously not gone.
And within weeks, something happened that may or may not matter to the story. Murph's best friend, a man named Troy Raddatz, was killed in a horrific accident on the Stewart Highway, just a couple of kilometres from the house. Troy was driving a truck loaded with paint thinners when the truck hit a tree. The thinners exploded, and Troy and his co-worker were burned alive inside the cab. Within weeks of Troy's funeral, the activity inside the house began. It was the monsoon season, and the top end was getting hammered by wild tropical storms. One evening, the 5 adults were sitting together on the front veranda at dusk when small pebbles began landing among them. At first, they assumed it was a prank, kids throwing stones from the tree line beyond the property, so they got up and went inside the house. The pebbles followed them in. Half-inch stones from their own driveway began materialising just below the ceiling, appearing out of thin air and falling onto floors, tables, beds, and heads. The ground outside was saturated from days of monsoon rain, but every single pebble that fell inside the house was completely bone dry. Then came the flying objects: knives, batteries, spanners, broken glass, bottles. A CD player was hurled to the floor and glass cabinet doors smashed from the inside. At one point, Murph climbed into the roof cavity to try and find whoever was doing it. The moment he opened the manhole, he was showered with gravel from his own driveway. Gravel that shouldn't have been up there at all. The gravel from the driveway, gravel been in the roof and then the words started appearing. They appeared in Scrabble tiles, scrawled in marker pen on the walls, and most disturbingly of all, they were spelled out in hundreds of individual pebbles, each one carefully placed so that only the white side was showing. The first 4 words were fire, skin, car, and help. And then one morning, a new word appeared on the floor. The word was car. Whatever was in that house seemed to be giving hints. Desperate, the household called in 3 separate priests, and not one of them could stop it. Father Tom English, a local Catholic, was greeted on arrival by a pistol cartridge that fell from nowhere at his feet. During one visit, a medicine bottle flew out of an empty bathroom in the centre of the house and shot across the living room. When he blessed the property, the activity got worse. His own crucifix and Bible were hurled around the rooms. On camera later, Father Tom admitted he had no idea what he witnessed. He said the bottle had come out of a room nobody was standing in, and he simply couldn't explain how it had flown the way it did. How did that bottle have flown the way it did? And a second priest, Father Stephen from St. Mary's Cathedral in Darwin, had seen poltergeist cases before in his home country of India. He watched a knife pass directly through the ceiling and fall to the floor in front of him. He told the residents grimly that polts were notoriously difficult to exorcise. The third priest was Greek Orthodox. He set up a full altar on the kitchen table and began reading scripture in Greek and Latin. According to Murph, who was standing right there at the time, the priest's Bible began twisting in his hands as he read. The man's arms were being wrenched and his hair was being blown backward by a wind that wasn't there. He left Australia 2 days later, returned to Greece, and never came back.
During these exorcisms, and Greek or Latin or whatever it was, and it was, he had a Bible in his hand, and it was just twisting the Bible around, tearing his arms off, and tearing the Bible back. This is in the kitchen.
Word of the haunting eventually reached Sydney. In April 1998, Channel 7's Today Tonight signed an exclusive with the residents and flew a film crew to the Northern Territory. They arrived expecting to expose a hoax. They installed 5 static cameras throughout the house, and they brought a secret weapon, a thermal imaging camera operated by a Brisbane-based specialist named Brendan Gowdy. The plan was simple. If any object flew across a room, the thermal camera would pick up the warm handprint of whoever had just thrown it. Residents were never told what the thermal camera was really for. Within days, the crew had been pelted with, in their own words, steak knives, a spanner, a pair of scissors, a battery, shards of glass, and 3 live bullets.
Most worrying of all,
A spanner flies through the air from a room that was completely empty.
That noise was caused by a spanner which crashed into a kitchen cabinet with great force. One of our sound recordists, Danny Sims, saw it all.
The sound recordist Danny Sims was filming the kitchen cabinet when the spanner crashed into it at full force. The lounge room camera, the only room the spanner could have come from, proved nobody was in the lounge. Kirsty Agius, the only other person on that side of the house, was on the phone in full view of a third camera at the exact moment of impact. On camera afterwards, Danny looked genuinely shaken. He said the spanner had appeared to come from the lounge room, but the lounge room had been completely empty.
I was just watching the cover there, and it's when I heard this mighty bang, and my eyes put it spanner bounced off the cover and hit the floor.
where did the spanner come from? I don't know. It looked like it was at the lounge room, the door in the lounge room.
Then Brendan Gertie's thermal camera started picking up something the crew wasn't expecting at all.
It was the flying glass which baffled our thermal camera operator, Brendan Gowdy.
What we're looking at is thermometers taken approximately every 2 to 3 seconds.
After one incident, he swept the FLIR across a large shard of glass that had just materialized on the floor. What he saw didn't match any hopes he could imagine. The heat was spread evenly across the entire surface. No fingerprints, no palm prints, no hot spots where human hands had gripped it. Just a uniform film of warmth that dissipated within 60 seconds. On camera, Godey compared it to a microwave. He said something had laid a film of energy across the glass, and he called himself baffled by the whole thing.
I was baffled. I mean, if I had to say something, I'd say it's a bit like a microwave. Something put a film of energy over it, and that energy is what we actually witnessed disappearing.
But the moment that broke the entire case open came when Brendan Gowdy was the only person in the house.
It was difficult to explain.
Brendan was also a witness to a particularly violent incident. He was the only person in the house when this happened. A live bullet ricocheted onto the carpet.
A live bullet appeared in mid-air, dropped from the direction of the ceiling, ricocheted off a piece of furniture and rolled to a stop on the carpet. It was captured on 2 separate camera angles. In slow motion, you can see it hit, bounce, and come to rest. The cameraman, watching the monitor from another room, can be heard reacting in real time. Brendan Gowdy was alone in the house at the time. The thermal camera showed no handprints on the bullet, no human contact, no trace of a thrower anywhere.
From a scientific point of view, I have no explanation for what occurred.
And Channel 7 wasn't the only independent witness to what was happening inside that house. Jack Ellis, the editor of the local Litchfield Times, had walked into the property thinking it was an April Fool's joke. Within half an hour, a shower of gravel fell on his head from inside an overhead fan. He walked out a believer. On camera, he said either it was the greatest hoax Australia had ever seen, or there was something in that house he simply couldn't explain.
Either it's the greatest hoax it's ever been seen in this country, or else it's there's something in the way that just don't know.
Is it possible this is a
A Darwin radio journalist named Tracy Farrer witnessed a crucifix fly across a room out of nowhere. The security guard sent by the landlord to inspect the property had a knife land in front of him while talking to 2 people whose hands were completely empty. He refused to set foot on the property again. And then there were Tony Healy and Paul Copper, 2 of the most respected paranormal investigators in the country. They happened to already be in the Northern Territory investigating an unrelated Yowie sighting when they heard Father Tom on the radio talking about levitating crucifixes. They drove straight to the house and stayed for 4 days. In those 4 days alone, Copper personally documented 37 separate incidents. One that haunted him most wasn't even particularly dramatic. He was sitting alone at the kitchen table one morning when smooth gravel stones began falling onto his head, one at a time, straight out of thin air above him. Late in the investigation, Channel 7's Sydney producers thought they'd found a smoking gun. In a reflection caught in a cabinet door during an unrelated piece of footage, they believed they could see Kirsty Aggies throwing an object. Confronted over the phone, Kirsty admitted it. She had thrown that one thing. Her reason, she said, was that she was desperate for Australia to believe what was happening to her family, and she thought a single-stage throw tipped the scales. Channel 7 ran with the hoax angle, and the country wrote the story off. But here's the problem with that conclusion. Kirsty's single admission explains exactly one incident out of more than 30 that Crew personally witnessed. She wasn't in the house for several of them. She had no line of sight to the spanner, the bullet, or the thermally anonymous glass. She couldn't have been in two places at once when Danny Sims filmed the kitchen cabinet, and she wasn't there at all for the 37 incidents Healy and Cropper logged after Channel 7 had already packed up and flown home. And then is the part of the story that, to my knowledge, has never happened anywhere else in the world. The landlord eventually took the residents to court trying to evict them for the damage to the property, and in one of the strangest rulings in Australian legal history, the judge refused to grant the eviction. The damage the court accepted had been caused by a poltergeist. An Australian court formally accepted the supernatural defence. In early May 1998, after roughly 4 months of it, the residents walked out of the house, not because of the poll, but because of the ridicule that followed the hoax story. They left on their own terms. And the moment they walked out the front door, the activity stopped completely. And has never returned to that house since. The little blue house at 90 McMinn's Drive is still standing today. A separate building on the same property reportedly burned down at some point after the residents left, which is worth remembering, because the very first word the polter spelled out in pebbles was the word fire. In their 2014 book on Australian poltergeist cases, Healy and Cropper ranked Humpty Doo at 4.5 out of 5. It was the second highest rated case in a catalogue of more than 50 incidents stretching all the way back to 1945. Cropper, reflecting on it 25 years later, said he still sometimes catches himself wondering if it really happened. And then he thinks about it more carefully and he remembers that yes, it absolutely did. More than 30 witnesses, a judge, 3 priests, a national TV crew with a thermal camera, 2 of the country's most experienced paranormal investigators. All of them watched objects appear out of thin air inside a small blue house in the top end of Australia. And not one of them has ever been able to explain it.
No, just bounce off here. There's no way for the current winner is a fly squid. So where did that blue glass come from?
So what really happened inside that house in 1998? A grieving spirit looking for the mates he'd left behind on the Stuart Highway, an unconscious psychic eruption from a household in mourning, or something we just don't have a word for yet. Let us know in the comments.
That noise was caused by a spanner which crashed into a kitchen cabinet with great force. One of our sound performers, Danny Sims, saw it all.
It's 3 in the morning at a kaolin processing plant, and there's only one electrician on duty, alone in the entire building. It's when the door handle starts moving by itself. The footage was sent in by a viewer named Jonathan, whose colleague was the one working that solo night shift. There's nothing on the other side, an empty corridor, no one inside anywhere. But this is where the clip gets genuinely difficult to explain. He walks around to the other side of the door and shows the camera the exterior handle. It's dead bolted, and the mechanism is so stiff he has to force it. And here's the critical detail. Pushing down on the outside handle doesn't move the inside handle at all. The 2 handles aren't mechanically linked in the way you'd normally expect them to be, which means whatever was working that inside handle wasn't doing it from the corridor. he was doing it from inside the workshop in a room Jonathan's colleague was absolutely certain he was alone in. Take a moment to count the feet in this photo. Dad on the floor in a red shirt, the uncle on the left, and the kids draped across laps. A perfectly ordinary family photo from around 2007, taken in a perfectly ordinary apartment. Now go back and count again, because there's something wrong with this picture. There appears to be 1 foot too many in that frame. The photo was shared on Reddit by a user who says it had been lost for years before their younger sister rediscovered it in a box of old family pictures. They've gone through it inch by inch, limb by limb, and they cannot account for the extra foot. Every person in the picture is fully accounted for. The maths simply doesn't work. Commenters have tried to make sense of it. Some have said it's a trick of perspective, a leg folded at an angle that makes it look detached from its owner. Others have pointed out that the angle is wrong because the foot appears to come from a direction where nobody is sitting. And that's the part nobody on Reddit has been able to reconcile. It isn't a shadow, and it isn't a reflection from somewhere off frame. It's a solid visible foot tucked into a family photo the family never noticed until nearly 20 years after it was taken. Pink flowers, then blue, then pink again, all in the same page, all within 24 hours, all caught on camera.
Those are blue now. Those aren't pink. Those are.
The clip came from TikTok creator RCL Beauty, who swore up and down that the flowers in her backyard were blue. Then she went out to film them the next day, and they were unmistakably pink.
Okay, here's the color of it right now, right? That's what that's.
The internet did exactly what the internet does in this situation. Mandela effect, simulation theory, glitch in the code, thousands of comments piled in within hours, convinced they were watching reality stutter in real time.
Okay, here's the color of it right now, right? That's what that's.
Then came the follow-up clip. A day later, she films the same bush again, and the flowers are blue once more.
I know. Those are blue now. Those aren't pink. Those are.
At this point, people were genuinely losing it in the comments section. Parallel timelines, reality bugs, a rendering engine cracking under the load of generating someone's backyard. And then the gardener showed up in the comments with a much simpler answer. The flowers, they pointed out, are almost certainly morning glories. It's a species that actually does change colour throughout the day, shifting from blue to pink and back again, as the pH level inside the plant fluctuates with temperature and sunlight. No glitch, no parallel universe, just a flower doing exactly what it evolved to do, in front of the camera, at the exact wrong moment for everyone who wanted it to be proof of something stranger.
I know. Those are blue now. Those aren't pink. Those are.
She couldn't sleep that night because her mother had only been dead for a week. Sitting alone in the kitchen in the early hours of the morning, she suddenly felt something change in the room. It wasn't a sound, and it wasn't a movement, just the unmistakable sense that she wasn't alone in there anymore. She picked up the phone and opened an app called GhostTube, which uses the phone's sensors to map what it interprets as environmental anomalies in real time. And then something else appeared on the screen that she wasn't expecting. A humanoid figure was standing in the kitchen with her in a spot where there was nothing. No chair, no appliance, no object at all for the sensor to catch on. The clip was sent in by a viewer named James, whose girlfriend was the one filming the scene. Both of them genuinely believe what she saw on that screen was her mum. One final visit in the middle of the night, she couldn't get through on her own. Now, those two babs are, to put it kindly, controversial in the paranormal community. Most serious investigators consider them little more than random noise dressed up in augmented reality, and the figures they draw are almost always false positives. But the timing of this particular one is hard to shake off. 1 week after the loss, in the middle of the night, in a room where a grieving daughter had just said out loud that she could feel her mum standing beside her. Whatever the sensor did or didn't actually pick up that morning, it gave her something she desperately needed in that moment. And some things don't need to be objectively true in order to matter to the person experiencing them. It's flying across the sky, and at first glance, there's nothing unusual about it at all, until you notice the light. There's a rhythmic, mechanical flash blinking on and off somewhere around its wings. The clip was shared on Reddit's Glitch in the Matrix forum, and it set the comments section absolutely on fire. Some people called it proof of a simulation failing to render properly. Others went further and pulled out one of the internet's old favourites, the birds aren't real conspiracy. For anyone unfamiliar, Birds Aren't Real started in 2017 as a deliberate parody of internet conspiracy culture. The joke claimed the US government had quietly replaced all real birds with surveillance drones. It was satire, and it was pretty obvious satire of that. And yet, every time a clip like this surfaces online, the joke gets a second life. Because on a grainy phone screen, a blinking light on a bird is almost exactly what a drone would look like. The likely answers here are much more grounded. Councils and wildlife researchers fit tracking beacons to migratory birds all the time, and some of those beacons carry small LEDs that blink at intervals. A laser pointer from the ground can produce an almost identical looking flicker. Static electricity has even been suggested as a possibility, though that one's a bit of a stretch. Odds of this clip is showing a research tag catching the sun at just the right angle. A boring answer to a video that's launched 1,000 conspiracy threads online. If you want to see more scary videos, then hit that subscribe button and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll always know when we drop our scary video compilations. It stood about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, ran on two legs that bent the wrong way, and vanished straight into the side of the hillside in Mexico. That's what a man says he saw when he pulled up outside his own house late one night. And the statue he found there the very next morning is the part that nobody can quite make sense of. The account was shared on Reddit by a user known as art_nymph, whose boyfriend had the encounter himself. His house sits right at the base of the hillside, scrubby terrain, and he knows intimately, having lived there for years already. As he approached the property in the dark that night, something pale caught his eye near the bottom of the slope. It was small, wide, and clearly bipedal, moving on two legs. But the legs, he said, didn't bend the way a human's legs would. They bent backwards on themselves, more like the legs of a goat. There was no visible tail anywhere on its body. It moved fast, naturally fast for something its size, and then it was simply gone, into the hillside itself, almost as if the slope had absorbed it whole. Didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, out of sheer curiosity, he went back to the exact same spot in daylight to have a proper look around the area. There was a stone statue sitting on the ground in the spot where the creature had been the night before. It was a small carved figure, weathered and old-looking, and something he was absolutely certain hadn't been there the day before. He walks past that spot regularly and would have noticed it. Neither he nor his girlfriend could identify what the statue was meant to represent. It didn't match any local style of carving they recognised. It just sat there, as if it had always been there. Mexican folklore has no shortage of small bipedal goat-legged entities, duendes, chaneques, nahuales, spirits and creatures said to live in the wild places, the edges of human settlement, and said to leave offerings or demand them from the people who share their land. He isn't the sort of person who believes in any of that, or at least he wasn't before that night. The statue is still sitting on the property to this day. Neither of them has been able to bring themselves to move it from where they found it. Continue watching more scary videos. These are the scariest of 2025.
Motherboards are usually the one thing you don't get. Once they're broken, that's it. Most people just toss them and move on. But then I started thinking, what if you could get them for almost nothing? So I went on eBay and picked up 6 broken motherboards for just $10 each. $60 total. At that price, it almost feels too good to be true. But there's a catch. Every single one of these boards has issues. Bent socket pins, BIOS problems, maybe even dead circuits. Basically, they're all one step away from being e-waste. So now I'm stuck with a choice. Did I just waste $60? Or is there actually something worth saving here? And if I can bring any of these back to life, can I turn that into profit? Let's find out. All right, let's start with the first motherboard. It's Gigabyte B365M. At first glance, it looks completely fine. No burn marks, no broken components, nothing suspicious at all. Honestly, if you just looked at it on the table, you'd think it should work. But the moment I plug it in, nothing. No fan spin, no reaction, just silence. And that kind of silence is scary, because usually when a motherboard shows 0 signs of life, it's not a small problem. It's the kind of issue where you start thinking, yeah, this one's dead. Still, I go through the routine, swap the PSU, nothing. Strip it down completely. No CPU, no RAM, just the bare board. Still nothing. At this point, I'm already mentally preparing to throw it into the dead pile. But something doesn't feel right. I don't know why, but I decided to check it one more time. Slowly, carefully, like I'm afraid I might miss something. And then I see it. One of the USB ports in the back is bent. Not just a little, and enough to look wrong. And when I look closer at the pins inside, they're touching. That's when everything clicks. And what I know, if the 5-volt line on the USB port gets shorted, the power supply will instantly shut down to protect itself. Which means this entire motherboard can look completely dead, even if nothing else is actually broken. So I grab a pair of tweezers and go really slow, carefully separating those tiny pins. No force, no rushing, just enough to stop them from touching. All right, moment of truth. I plug the power back in, press the button. Wait, the fans spin. No way. There's no way it was that simple. This motherboard looked completely dead just a minute ago, and all it took was fixing a tiny short in a USB port. I'm not even gonna lie, that felt like pure luck. I didn't expect to find such a small, fixable issue, and the craziest part? A board like this goes for around $68 on the market. But I'm not celebrating it. I need to make sure it's actually stable. So I run a few CPU and GPU stress tests, watching closely for crashes, glitches, anything. And nothing. It holds up perfectly. At that moment, I knew, yeah, I just made profit on this one. And honestly, I didn't expect it to be this easy. But now I'm curious, was that just luck? Where's the second motherboard going to surprise me too? Alright, moving on to the second motherboard. It's H81. At first glance, it actually looks cleaner than the first one. The USB ports are intact this time. No bent pins, no obvious shorts like before. But the moment I flip it over, the story completely changes. There's a burn mark right near the VRM, the power delivery area, and one of the components looks like it literally blew up. I still give it a shot. Plug in the power, press the button, nothing happens. No fan, no lights, no response. And at this point, it's pretty clear. This isn't something you can fix quickly. When the power delivery is physically damaged like this, the board is basically gone. So yeah, this one is completely dead, which means hopefully the next one won't be this bad. All right, moving on to the third motherboard. And this one's interesting because the CPU and RAM are still installed on the board. Looks like the seller just forgot to take them out, which means if even one of these parts still works, this could be a huge win. So I leave everything as is, plug in the power, and try to boot the whole combo. Fans spin up, but there's no display, no signal, nothing. At this point, it could be anything. The board, the CPU, or even the RAM. So I start taking things apart, one by one. I pull out the CPU, and the moment I look at it, yeah, that's not good. There are burn marks on the bottom of the CPU, and when I check the socket, it's the same story. Dark, charred spots. Like something seriously went wrong here. It honestly looks like a tiny explosion happened right inside the socket. And that's where I stop, because if both the CPU and the motherboard show physical burn damage like this, I'm not risking testing them any further. This kind of failure can easily take out other working parts. So yeah, at this point, I'm calling it. The board is dead. The CPU is dead, which leaves me with one last bit of hope. The RAM. Visually, it looks completely fine. No burn marks, no corrosion, nothing suspicious. So I take it out, drop it into a known working system, power on, and it posts. No errors, no issues. It just works. Okay, that's actually a relief. So out of this entire combo, the only thing that survived is the RAM. Not exactly the jackpot I was hoping for, but hey, I'll take it. All right, moving on to the fourth motherboard. This H310CM actually looks pretty clean. No burn marks, no corrosion, nothing that suggests it's broken. So yeah, I was feeling pretty confident. I install a stick of RAM, power it on, fan spin, but no display, just a black screen. At first I thought, here we go again, another dead board. But then I noticed something strange. The system keeps power cycling every few seconds like it's trying to train the memory, and failing. So I reset the BIOS, pulled the CMOS battery, waited a minute, then tried again. This time, it stops rebooting, but still, no display. Now I'm starting to lose hope. Just to be sure, I moved the RAM to the second slot. Power on, and there it is. Display output. That moment. Huge relief. Clearly something's wrong with the first RAM slot, but I wanted to know why. So I take out the CPU, look inside the socket, and yeah, there it is. One of the pins is completely gone, snapped off, and with these Intel boards, missing a pin doesn't always kill the board, as long as it's not a critical one. So now it all makes sense. The first RAM slot is basically dead because of that broken pin, which means the motherboard still works, just not perfectly. Only one RAM slot is usable. Honestly, for the price I paid, I'm not complaining. But if you ever run into something like this, always test each RAM slot individually. Because if one slot is dead and you use both, there's a high chance the whole system just won't boot at all. Alright, moving on to the fifth motherboard. At first glance, it looks fine. No visible damage, no warping, nothing suspicious. But the moment I plug it in and hit the power, nothing, completely dead. So I take a closer look, especially around the CPU power connector. And yeah, there it is. The plastic around the connector is slightly melted, even inside the pins. That's not something you see every day. This usually happens when the connection isn't solid. Maybe a loose cable, maybe a weak PSU, or pushing a high-power CPU on a board that wasn't designed for it. And it gets worse. The VRM area is discolored, like it's been overheating for a long time. That tells me one thing. This board has been under heavy stress for a very long time. And that's dangerous, because even if I try to fix it, the other components are already weakened. It won't last. At this point, there's really nothing left to do. This isn't a small issue. It's physical damage, and it's too far gone. So yeah, this one is completely dead. And honestly, this kind of failure doesn't happen overnight. It builds up slowly until one day it just stops. Alright, moving on to the last motherboard. And this one is something else. The Gigabyte Z170X. Back when it launched, this was a high-end board, easily over $200. Definitely not something cheap. Condition-wise, it's not new, but still looks clean. No cracks, no major scratches, nothing that suggests it's dead. So I install a CPU, plug everything in, and power it on. Nothing. No lights, no fan spin, just silence. And I swap to another PSU just to be sure. The power supply works fine on another system. But on this board, still nothing. At this point, a few possibilities come to mind. Dead BIOS chip, short on the PCB, failed VRM/power phase, corrupted firmware, or worst case, internal damage inside the board. None of these are easy fixes. I try a few quick checks, but still no response. So yeah, I had to call it. With no signs of life, it's almost impossible to diagnose without proper tools. And honestly, it's not worth going further. So this one, I'm skipping. After going through all 6 boards, the result is pretty clear. Not everything can be saved, but not everything is trash either. Out of $60, I managed to bring one board fully back to life, recover some usable parts, and learn a lot from the failures. And honestly, that's what makes this worth it. Finding broken hardware isn't just a gamble. It's a test of patience, knowledge, and a bit of luck. Would I do it again? Probably. But next time, I'll be ready for anything.
Our first clip of the day comes from one of our viewers, Bianca5150. They posted this eerie footage to our subreddit asking fellow viewers if they can make sense of the sighting. The OP says that they installed cameras around their house to see which dog of theirs was chewing and tearing things up. This footage was captured when the family were out and no one else was in the house. It's a little after 6 p.m. when this happens. The OP received a notification that movement had been detected inside of the home. They took a quick look and didn't see anything too strange at first. When they took a closer look, they were shocked to see a mysterious shadow moving down the hallway. If we take another look and brighten up the image, you can see something move from right to left. The family were only out for 20 minutes when this footage was captured. The other security cameras don't show anyone coming or going from the property in this time period. So who or what is moving down the hallway of the home? With no sign of a break-in, one has to wonder if something paranormal has been caught on this home security camera. This next eerie incident was captured on a live stream when YouTuber Horror Fantasies was running a Ouija board session for his fans. As he's chatting away to his fans watching the live stream, something strange happens. Watch. The doll appears to move its head. The YouTuber freaks out and drops the doll, but isn't quite sure if something really happened or not.
I could have sworn that doll turned its head at me. Okay.
Naturally, the live stream chat went into overdrive as viewers speculated whether the doll's head really moved or not. Some noted it almost looks like the YouTuber could make the head move with his thumb, which does look plausible. So what do you think? Is this doll haunted, or was the head just manipulated? I'll leave that up to you to decide. In December 2020, Reddit user T-Course received an alert on their phone that someone was at the door in the middle of the night in pouring rain. Take a look at their eerie nighttime visitor. A woman is standing in the doorway with her mouth wide open. She shuffles her feet back and forth, all the while her mouth is still agape. Luckily, the homeowner wasn't home at the time and didn't have to decide whether or not to answer the door. Several Redditors said it reminded them of the 2014 horror movie The Taking of Deborah Logan, in which a rather infamous scene portrays a possessed woman with an unhinged jaw and someone getting swallowed whole. So what would you do in this situation? Would you be a good Samaritan and invite this lady in for tea and scones? Or would you hide under some coats and wait till it all blows over? There's very little information available on this next video. It was uploaded to TikTok by Scary Central, but its origins are unknown. It shows a woman chatting on her cell phone as she walks by. She stops momentarily to say something to the camera holder, oblivious to the fact that there might be danger in the vicinity. Take a look at what happens next. A creepy figure appears behind her. It lurches out of the darkness, reaching towards the unsuspecting woman. The camera holder does see it, however. Panicked, they don't even attempt to warn their friend of the impending threat. They simply run away. As there's little information on this video, it's hard to tell just what it is we're seeing here. The figure looks distorted, almost as if it could be a reflection in a warped mirror. Take another look at the clip and let me know what you think's going on here. Is it a snippet from a movie, or is it something a little more sinister? Let me know down below. Our next series of clips comes from user Jar Jar Mullet, who posted on our subreddit hoping our community might be able to offer some answers as to what's been happening around their home. In June 2019, the OP's family bought a house near Tulsa, Oklahoma. They say that the house has had a few previous owners, but nothing particularly strange stands out in the property's history. However, in the last year or so, some creepy things have started happening around the home. The family has heard unexplained noises, they've seen objects moving on their own, and shadowy figures have started appearing in their periphery. One night, the OP's wife woke up in the middle of the night to see a small child standing in the room. When they flicked the lights on in a panic, there was no one there. Unsettled by all the activity, the family installed a series of security cameras around the property, both indoors and out. In this first piece of footage, you can see the upstairs hallway late at night. Take a look at what happens next. The OP's wife walks up the stairs when suddenly you can hear a Mickey Mouse toy activate by itself. The toy is only supposed to activate when you pull the string on its back. The kids were staying with their grandparents at the time and no one was upstairs when this was recorded. The poster notes that it's strange that the Mickey toy was on the ground in the middle of the room, as the room had been cleaned and tidied just hours earlier and no toys were on the floor. The homeowner notes that where the toy was found is right where his son has allegedly seen a tall, red-coloured man lurking in the dark. No one else has seen the man, so the parents aren't sure whether it's just their son's overactive imagination. However, things get even creepier in this next piece of footage. This feed is from their downstairs camera. It's night time and the family's hanging out watching some TV. Watch what happens. It's very hard to see at first, but if we slow it down and zoom in at the 11-second mark, something appears on the staircase. It pops around the corner for a split second and then disappears. Creepier still, at the 17-second mark, you can hear their automatic locking system on the front door unlock itself. The OP says that the security panel to control the system is in the hallway where no one was at the time, yet somehow the door unlocked itself. The family was so freaked out by the unlocked door that they called the police, fearing a burglar had snuck into the home. The police came and took a look around but could find no sign of a break-in or any evidence that anyone had been in the home. Confused, the family reviewed their home security footage, and that's when they spotted the eerie shadow that appears on the staircase. To this day, the family is still scared by this incident and have no way of explaining what happened. The thought of having a poltergeist in your home is terrifying. Although it's said that poltergeists aren't always violent, these spirits can still supposedly torment their victims by making noises and moving objects. YouTuber Sylvia C began noticing strange occurrences in her home after playing with a Ouija board at her kitchen table. She claims that her channel documents some of the activity that has since occurred. In this clip, it's fairly obvious that whatever is present wants to make itself known. Keep an eye on the cupboard door. It swings open and then shuts. Next, watch what happens when the woman asks, "Do you want me out of your house?" The presence appears to answer by moving a can on the kitchen counter. The poster explains that this kind of thing happens in her kitchen all the time. This is evidenced in the next clip, which shows the poster hiding behind a partition while pointing the camera towards the sink.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm scared.
You can see a spoon and fork moving by themselves.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm scared.
She shows the area beneath the counter to demonstrate there are no magnets or strings.
I'm taking this under the counter. Under the fridge, no magnets or anything like that, no strings. That's weird. So,
The woman's voice clearly sounds distressed throughout the footage.
oh my god. Oh my god, I'm scared.
So would you try and communicate with a poltergeist? Or would you just pack your bags and leave? The following video was posted to the WTF subreddit by username Cyanides in March. It shows a KISS cover band playing a tribute show. The crowd seems to be having a blast and are entertained by the performance. The energy in the audience quickly turns when something wild happens. Take a look. All of a sudden, the guitarist's hair catches fire. Amazingly, he keeps the performance going despite recognizing that his hair is indeed on fire. A few seconds go by before crew members rush to his aid to put out the fire. Astoundingly, the man never once stops the performance, which harkens back to the age-old phrase, "The show must go on," which this singer took way too literally. This next clip's been dividing audiences over on TikTok. When user Leanne18.18 was filming her son innocently playing in a pile of autumn leaves, she never expected to catch something quite so eerie on camera. Take a look at what she saw. As the OP's son throws something across the yard, he pauses for a moment, almost as if acknowledging that there's something there. Then, out of nowhere, it looks like the boy gets pushed by some sort of unseen force. The uploader says that they only just moved into the area when this incident took place, and that it didn't take long for them to move out again. They also mention that this isn't the first time something strange has happened to their boy, which is what that is, they don't say. The comment section is divided on this one. Some say it looks like the boy falls over or deliberately falls back in a sort of playful manner. But a lot of people genuinely believe that something pushed the boy. So where do you sit on this? Did he just tumble, or was he pushed by some sort of unseen force? Drop your opinions in the comments down below. One of our viewers, Janella White, shared this strange photo to our Facebook community page. White says she was taking a photo of her newly built pond in the back garden to show her father. Nothing seemed out of place at the time and she didn't think too much of it. It wasn't until she sent the photo and took a second look. In the background, coming down the stairs to the apartment on the left there appears to be something brown hovering in mid-air. When White shared the photo, it freaked our Facebook community out. Some said it looks like the robe of a monk and couldn't quite explain why it seemed to be just hanging in mid-air. Others said it looks like an apparition of sorts. The photo was strange enough for Take a Break magazine to run a short story on it. Their editor noted that you can see blades of grass in front of the figure, meaning it must be something physically present and not something that's just been photoshopped. Ultimately, though, they couldn't explain it away and were stumped by the image. White says that strange things have been happening around her house for quite a while now and wonders whether this strange appearance might be an explanation. Perhaps some kind of paranormal presence is haunting the home. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think this could be? I'd love to hear your theories in the comments down below. This entry comes to us from a woman named Brandy Lynn, who has taken a photograph that has caused her and her family some distress and confusion. In this first photo, you can see Brandy's father. In the background, you can see a picture frame with a strange white face on it. Now, here's where things start to get a little strange. The family insists that the face in the frame shouldn't be there. Here's a statement from Brandy explaining the situation. This photo was taken July 17th, 2014. The other day I was scrolling through my photos of my father and, being that he's passed away, I came across this one and immediately, all of a sudden, all the hairs stood up on my body. We've had that mirror that's on the wall behind my father for many years. So when I seen that creepy black and white face, knowing that the mirror's only supposed to have a floral decoration around the edges, I was completely freaked out. For clarification, Brandy added 2 additional photos to prove that there is no face in the frame. Rather, it's just a mirror with a floral border. This one is taken at an angle showing Brandy's father sitting on the couch. Here you can see that the frame is indeed a mirror with a floral decoration. And this final image shows Brandy and a friend posing for the camera. Here you can see more clearly that the mirror has no white face in it. Brandy continues, saying, I have absolutely no answer to what this is. My father passed away August 13th, 2017, and this photo was taken July 17th, 2014. And if you really look at the features of the face in the mirror and my dad's features, it almost looks like it could be a relative of my father's. But I've never met my grandfather, and I just discovered the face in the photo a couple of weeks ago when I was scrolling through the photos of my father. And being that he's already passed, I couldn't show it to him and ask him if it looks like a relative. So, how is it that the first photo shows a strange white face and the others don't? To this day, Brandy has no concrete answer as to what this is, but she does have her theories, as she said. So what do you think this is? Do you really think it could be a distant relative making contact from beyond the grave? Or is there another way to explain it? Let me know your theories on this one down below. In California, a 3-year-old's alleged ghost sighting prompted a full-scale police investigation. In July 2021, parents Victoria and Jake Gorba were visiting Shut-Eye Peak in the Sierra National Forest when their 3-year-old son, Caden, began talking to someone that wasn't there. As the family drove through the national park, Caden pointed out the window and said there was a woman lying face down in the field with her legs pointing straight up in the air. When the parents looked to see what the boy was talking about, they couldn't see anyone, just an empty grass field. Caden insisted, saying that there was a dead lady in the field. He said she was wearing a black shirt and had blue hair and that she needed help. Caden became unsettled and implored his mother to believe him, saying that the woman was lying face down in the dirt and that she needed help. Spooked by the experience, Victoria posted what had happened on Facebook, asking if anyone knew about the area. Before long, it became apparent that a woman had gone missing in the area and that she matched Caden's description, including the blue hair and black shirt. Responding to the post, a member of the Madeira County Sheriff's Department reached out to the family, wanting to know more. He told the family about the missing woman and asked if they would accompany him to the site to show him where Caden had seen the woman. In June 2020, a woman by the name of Sandra Hughes went missing in the Sierra National Forest. She went camping alone and was never seen again. Here's a photo of the missing persons poster that the Sheriff's Department released to the public. The top middle photo shows Sandra with blue hair, exactly like Caden described. The police accompanied the family to the site where Caden said he saw the woman. However, after an exhaustive search, they found no evidence of the missing woman. To this day, the case remains unsolved, and the family has no way of explaining just how their son managed to describe Sandra Hughes. Our first clip of the day comes from Reddit user Comfortable Cry 8097. Last week, the OP heard a strange noise inside of their house. They yelled out to see if someone had snuck in. There was nothing there. Confused, they decided to check their Ring security feed to see if they could see anything. Take a look at what the camera captured. It's hard to see at first, but if we brighten it up a little, you can see a dark shadow that floats by at the top of frame. The eerie sighting freaked the Reddit community out, with many calling it a ghost. One commenter said the OP should thoroughly check their house for a squatter because sometimes Ring cameras can make people look blurry due to their low compression rates. This could explain why the homeowner heard a noise and called out to see if there was anyone there. So what do you think? Are we seeing something paranormal here? Or is this an intruder caught on camera? This next curious piece of footage was captured by a security camera in El Paso, Texas. The footage was uploaded by a popular Instagram page based in Texas called The Real Fit Fam El Paso. Take a look at what's been caught on camera. A strange line seems to cling to the front of the truck. While some have dismissed the sighting as nothing more than lens flares, some locals believe it could be a guardian angel, making sure the driver is safe as they leave a flooded area near Alameda Avenue, some 27 miles south of downtown El Paso. In late August 2022, El Paso, Texas was hit with a severe thunderstorm. The storm brought with it high winds and an intense rainfall that caused flooding throughout the city. Many roads were closed due to the flooding and several homes and businesses were damaged. Thankfully, there were no reported fatalities from the storm. It's this lack of fatalities that has some locals believing that a guardian angel is blessing their town, and that this footage is proof of divine intervention. A panicked mum shared a photo to the internet claiming that her son was photobombed by a ghost girl. In July 2022, mother of three Aisha Wilson Bent was at home when her son Gabriel sent a photo to her from a nearby playground. The photo shows Wilson Bent's two sons smiling for the camera. Initially, the family thought a cobweb was inside of the tyre right next to 12-year-old Christian. However, when they zoomed in, they could see that it looks like the face of a young girl. Skeptical at first, the 36-year-old mother questioned her boys whether they had edited the photo. The boys insisted that they hadn't touched the photo at all. Christian was apparently so frightened that he spent the night in his mother's room, too scared to sleep alone. Convinced that her sons hadn't edited the photo, Wilson Bent was worried that the boys may have brought something home with them, inferring that a supernatural presence may have attached itself to the boys. When the photo was shared to Facebook, it received a mixed reaction from viewers. Some believed the family agreeing that it looked just like a little girl inside of the tyre. Others, however, damned the photo, saying it was amateur work at best. There is definitely a Photoshop vibe with this one. It almost looks like one of the kids from the horror movie Children of the Corn. But still, the family insists they haven't manipulated the image in any way. So I'll throw this one out to you for final judgment. What do you make of that strange girl's face next to Wilson Bent's son? Let me know down below. This unsettling piece of doorbell security footage is a serious case of mistaken identity. TikTok user Riri+1 heard banging at her front door and was notified by a Ring camera that there was someone out the front. She opened up her app and saw this staring back at her. The woman is beating at the door violently. Apparently she was looking for her boyfriend but got the wrong apartment. You can see the exact moment she realizes, then sheepishly runs away. I think it's safe to say I wouldn't want to be the boyfriend after this. Abandoned places often have complex histories, and the dilapidated buildings seen in this video is no exception. Many people have reported strange incidents here. It's even thought that one individual committed suicide in the downstairs room. YouTuber Mysterio JL decides to investigate the premises for himself. As he enters the first room, he and his partner hear footsteps. They dissipate as the men walk closer. It can be heard once again as the men turn away. That's when they discover the word niño, which means little boy in Spanish, written on the wall. The investigators decide to continue their exploration of the property. As something grabs their attention, the camera holder inadvertently captures something unnerving on camera. A mysterious figure can be seen in the top right window. At first, it's almost impossible to see. However, if you brighten the footage, it becomes more obvious. Next, they head upstairs. As they make their way along a dark, dilapidated hallway, a chilling sound echoes through the space. According to the uploader, the voice says "Mama" in Spanish. Not long after, the investigators catch a second sighting of a mysterious figure they saw earlier. Again, the footage needs to be brightened up, but as before, there's definitely something there. Is this just a squatter who's taken up residence in the crumbling building? Or could it be the spirit of a child that's calling out for their mama? This is an old piece of dashcam footage that's been puzzling viewers for over a decade. In May 2009, a police patrol car in Lumpkin County, Georgia, spotted something strange down a dark highway at night time. The officers are chatting amongst themselves when they spot something walking on the side of the road. It can be hard to see at first, but if we brighten the image and slow it down, you can make out a dark bipedal figure running alongside the road. You can see that it takes 3 or 4 steps, then disappears from sight. You can tell by the officers' conversation that they're clearly alarmed and have no idea what it is exactly they saw on the side of the road. Over the years, numerous theories have been thrown around, the most prominent being that this is a glimpse of Bigfoot. Proponents of this theory note the fact that the figure runs on 2 legs, and its dark appearance might suggest a thick matting of fur. Others, however, think that the footage is just too dark and grainy to draw any conclusions, and have suggested it could just be kids pulling a prank. So where do you land on this classic sighting? Is it really Bigfoot? Is there another way to explain it? Let me know your theories in the comments down below. Can animals sense the supernatural? Some experts believe that animals are attuned to frequencies that humans can't perceive, allowing them to pick up on things that we simply can't. This would explain why animals seem to know when something bad is about to happen, such as an earthquake or tsunami. However, in this next piece of footage uploaded to TikTok by SR Caucasus, this dog seems to be reacting to something that's not quite subtle. A woman is giving an interview on camera. In the background, it looks like a dog gets pushed by some kind of unseen force. While it's possible it's jumping out of the way of something on the ground, it certainly looks like something invisible is shoving the dog. So is this dog reacting to something we can't see? There have been numerous accounts of dogs behaving oddly before an earthquake hits or becoming agitated for no apparent reason. Some believe they're picking up on vibrations that humans can't feel. There's also been reports of animals sensing when someone's about to have a seizure or suffer from some other kind of medical emergency. In these cases, it's thought that the animal's reacting to a change in the person's scent or body language. However, in this footage, it's quite clear the dog's reacting to something a little more forceful. So what do you think's going on here? I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. And do you think our pets can sense the supernatural or not? Share your theories with one another in the comments. One of our viewers, Levi Brooks, posted this next one to our Facebook community page. Brooks says that they've always heard strange things on their baby monitor that's placed in their child's bedroom. As it was only audio, they could never catch what exactly was making the bizarre noises. However, when they upgraded to a camera monitor, they captured something quite odd in the bedroom. It's nearly 3 a.m. when this happens. Something appears at the bottom of the frame. It almost looks like smoke or some kind of vapor. Levi notes that they had a son that passed away in 2017. Levi's husband is Irish, so according to tradition, they placed their son's ashes in an Irish cross and put them in what is now the baby's room that you can see in this security feed. The family's hoping the strange vapor is a sign that their deceased son is looking over his baby brother. This next piece of eerie dashcam footage was captured by a motorist in an undisclosed part of Australia, shared to the Dashcam Owners Australia Facebook page. Take a look at what happens. A car is blocking oncoming traffic. A masked man is standing still in the middle of the highway. He approaches the car and appears to growl. We can then hear the screeching of tyres as the OP speeds away from the masked man. The dashcam owner later said that they have no idea what the masked man wanted. They didn't know whether he was trying to rob them, hurt them, or hijack their car. The masked man was never identified, and his motives still remain a mystery. In July 2022, TikTok user Lomedrix posted some home security footage that's left a lot of viewers confused and a little bit spooked. The woman in the feed was supposedly home alone when this footage was captured. Watching that again down the hallway, you can see a shadow pass by. A few viewers suggested it might be passing traffic outside of the home that's causing the shadow to go by. However, the uploader confirmed that cars don't cast shadows when they pass by the house in that particular part of the hallway. The poster asked if the sighting was spooky or if there was some way of explaining the shadow more rationally. While some commenters looked to the realms of the paranormal to explain the bizarre shadow, some said it could be evidence of a prowler sneaking into the home. Some viewers implored the poster to call the police to report what had happened. Assuming that this isn't a setup, how would you explain that mysterious shadow? Share your theories with one another down below. This next piece of home security footage was sent to us by a user known only as Fievel Mouskowitz, who was recorded in June 2022. Take a look at what the camera in their living room has captured. Watching that again, slowed down, you can see a wisp-like shape move from right to left. Following this, orb-like shapes appear to float around the room as well. The OP says the white shape reminds them of a lady walking through their home. Strangely, the house is brand new and hasn't had any other occupants. However, after doing legal research, the OP discovered that the property used to be an old military camp. So what do you think? Is this just a glitch in the camera? Or could it have something to do with the old military camp that once stood on the land? Share your theories with one another down below. Jesse Bradshaw, aka the True Baghdad 34 on TikTok, posted a video to his account showing him saying that he just got out of the shower and finished getting dressed for work when the door in the bathroom allegedly opened all by itself.
So you get ready for work. Got out of the shower, the door opened on its own.
It's obvious that, although it's been a few minutes since Jesse allegedly saw the door open by itself, he's still quite freaked out by what's just happened. He then takes his phone camera with him as he wanders around the house, trying to see if perhaps he can find the cause of whatever it was that opened the door. That's when suddenly this happens. He walks into the kitchen and sees the tap running all by itself. He also notices that several of the cabinet doors have been left open. Then, just as he walks away, more activity is captured. Watch. The tap has turned itself back on just seconds later. Most viewers were freaked out by this footage. Some commented saying that they were genuinely worried for the TikToker's safety, saying that he should have a priest bless the house immediately, or at the very least burn some sage to cleanse the energy of the home. Others jokingly said he should ask the spirit to chip in for the water bill. So what's going on here then? Are we just seeing some faulty taps, or are we witnessing some genuine haunting activity here? Let me know your theories down below. In March 2022, this TikToker with X-Teeth was at home chilling out watching some videos on the internet and then began to notice something moving at the corner of their eye. They took out their phone and began recording. Take a look at what they saw. It almost looks like fingers pressing up against the other side of the curtain. The OP clarified that behind the curtain is a sliding glass door which was shut and locked at the time this video was captured. They said a fan was on the opposite side of the room, which explains the slight movement of the curtains, but the TikToker has no idea what caused the finger-like imprints. Freaked out by the incident, the OP tried to debunk what had happened for several days, but was unable to come up with anything that could even vaguely resemble the impressions seen here. They said they didn't get a bad feeling as such from the incident. Instead, they thought perhaps a deceased relative was trying to make contact. This next photo was shared to our Slapcam subreddit by user Nova Knives. It was supposedly taken by their pregnant friend as she attempted to show off her baby bump. However, when she looked at the picture, she was shocked to see an extra hand resting on her belly. The hand almost looks mist-like and has an ethereal quality to it. While one might initially be able to explain this anomaly as the double exposure or a trick of the light, note that the woman is actually holding the camera in her left hand. That means that the ghostly hand could belong to her, as you can clearly see her other hand resting on her stomach as well. One viewer noted that they didn't think the ghost wanted to hurt the baby, but rather wanted to say hi and here to protect you. The photo continues to stir up debate online, with some believing it's actually a hoax. Others think that the angle of the hand clearly shows that it belongs to another entity, and not the woman herself. So what do you think's going on in this photo then? Does the hand really belong to a ghost? Or is there another way to explain this eerie presence? This bizarre dashcam feed was released to the public by the Florida Highway Patrol. It's an incident that took place on July 20th, 2022, in front of a public supermarket in Lake County, Florida. Take a look at what unfolds. At first, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on, but a woman holding a pitchfork and a bullwhip can be seen walking in front of a patrol car. She stands in the pouring rain with her arms out wide. An officer then pursues the woman. The suspect was later identified as 56-year-old Lisa Sloan. The manager of the public supermarket said that Sloan had been spotted trying to sell stuffed teddy bears behind the store the day before. She also allegedly stabbed a passing minivan with a pitchfork. According to the arrest report, Sloan refused to drop her weapons and resisted arrest. Once in the squad car, she unbuckled her seatbelt and tried kicking out the windows. She told police she felt no more pain anymore and that God was in control. A toxicology report later showed that Sloan had drugs in her system at the time of arrest. While hanging out at a friend's house, Redditor Peppermint the Fox caught something strange on camera. Take a look. The large white object is a propane tank. There's also something else right next to it. At first, it's hard to make out what exactly it could be. It looks like it might be part of the tank. If you zoom in, you can see that the foggy shape appears to have a head perched on top of a large frame. It even has two sparkling eyes that are looking off to the side. Many viewers thought the figure resembled a gorilla, while others suggested it might be a human attempting to steal propane from the tank. The original poster added that the figure vanished right after the photo was taken, and upon further inspection, they could see no footprints or signs of any kind that the figure was even there. So is this photo proof of a mysterious cryptid roaming the area, or is it something else entirely, perhaps pareidolia? Take another look at the image and let me know what your theories are in the comments down below. When our viewer, Angelica Papasay, tried catching an adorable moment of her daughter singing in the back seat of their car, she never expected it would actually end up quite eerie. Take a look at what's been caught on camera. If you look at the seat on the right, there's a strange impression of a figure. It's small and pale and doesn't match the colour of the seat. You can even see Angelica's daughter look to the right as though she's acknowledging something there. When Angelica shared the clip to her Facebook, her friends and family agreed that it looks like her daughter is looking at something sitting next to her. Replying to the comments, Angelica suggested that the figure might be similar to the one she captured in a photo in her kitchen years prior. Here's the photo here. In the background, you can see a strange, transparent shape. Almost looks like a person looking at the camera. So is something following this family around? How do you explain these two separate figures? I'd love to hear your theories on this in the comments down below. Our last piece of footage technically isn't a Ring doorbell, but it is security footage nonetheless. This is the chilling interrogation footage of confessed killer Stephen McDaniel. For over 2 hours, investigators come and go asking questions. Keep an eye on how eerily still McDaniel remains for the entire time. The time-lapse security footage shows him moving his head slightly. His torso remains bizarrely still for over 2 hours. At the time, McDaniel didn't confess, but his demeanour alarmed the investigators who had already flagged him as a person of interest some days earlier. In June 2011, McDaniel murdered his Mercer College classmate and neighbour, Lauren Giddings. During the 4 days that Giddings was reported as a missing person, McDaniel played the role of a concerned neighbour. He even did an on-air interview with local news station News Central.
No one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I always hear noise outside, but it's people walking by pretty much.
In the interview, McDaniel pretends he doesn't know where Giddings could be.
We don't know where she is. Right? The only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her.
However, when the reporter mentions that the police may have found a body, McDaniel's demeanour changes dramatically.
What about the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of heavy stuff where they're the body or whatever they call it from there. Have you heard it?
This is the exact moment Noise has been caught.
I mean, we don't know if it's the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body or we don't know if it's the same person. That's how we're going to ask people if they don't live there. Are you okay, sir? Okay.
McDaniel ultimately confessed to the murder and was sentenced to life in prison. He's currently serving his sentence at Valdosta State Prison and will likely remain there for the rest of his life. What would you do if you saw a strange, unidentified creature lurking in the bushes? If you're like Redditor Eater Cheddar, you might record a video and post it to the internet for all to see. The clip, which was filmed at night time, focuses on a bush in the distance. Suddenly, its leaves and branches begin to thrash about. If you look closely, you can actually see there appears to be something hiding within the foliage. A few seconds pass, and something runs from the bush. Take a look. Although its appearance is brief, the creature doesn't seem to resemble any known animal. It looks large and hairy and runs on all fours. Moves fast, quickly disappearing from sight. The Redditor who posted the video believes that the creature might be a duende, a mythical creature comparable to a gnome or an elf. These creatures are typically known to cause mischief. However, the duende is actually depicted as distinctly humanoid, whereas the creature in this footage looks more like an animal. It's also been suggested that the creature resembles a cryptid known as the Mapanguari. While this beast is also often described as a humanoid, some say that its appearance is more like that of a giant ground sloth. The Mapanguari is said to have long brown hair and large claws. Some accounts even describe the creature as having a single eye and a mouth in its abdomen. While this footage alone is not enough to definitively prove the identity of this creature, there is little denying that it certainly does look strange. So what do you think it could be? Is it really a mythical cryptid, or is there another way to describe its odd appearance? Leave your theories Rick on this one in the comments down below. This terrifying piece of dashcam footage was captured by the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office. It's the evening of January 9th, 2016, when Deputy Jeremy Gortney is traveling down US Route 101 in Newport, Oregon. Suddenly, this happens. Out of nowhere, the officer spots a toddler running down the highway. The officer gets out of the car and manages to get the child to safety. It was later revealed that the 2-year-old had slipped out of a nearby family function being held at the local community centre. The toddler then ran out onto the highway, narrowly missing oncoming traffic. The police later found the child's family. They had been cleaning up after the function and lost eye contact with their child for a split second. It was enough time for the toddler to slip out the door and onto the road. They were frantically searching for their toddler when police arrived. The incident was thoroughly investigated and no criminal charges were laid. Our last clip of the day is truly bizarre. It was uploaded to Twitter by user Hustus Michael. Oh. The clip seems to have been captured in an unknown part of Russia. The camera holder shows a tree that appears to have been thrust right through the middle of the car. We can see it from the bottom and top, and both angles show that the car's been impaled by the tree. Judging by the urgency of those nearby and the camera holder himself, it's as though this incident is fresh and the car has only just become stuck on the tree. Stranger still, the tree's protruding through the driver's side of the car, yet the owner of the vehicle doesn't seem to be around. It's almost as though the car fell from the air and got skewered by the tree. But at one point, we see the top of the tree and its foliage is completely intact, indicating the car didn't fall from somewhere higher up, like perhaps an adjacent building, as some viewers suggested. So how does one explain this bizarre incident? So far, no one's been able to come up with a plausible explanation as to how the tree managed to impale the car like this. Very keen to hear your theories on this one. Let me know in the comments down below. Continue watching more scary videos. These are the scariest of 2025.
This used to be a really old monitor. Now it's a full all-in-one gaming PC, and I don't mean just a simple setup. There's an actual desktop PC inside this thing, a dedicated GPU, a proper power supply, everything packed into this single shell. What used to be completely useless can now run the games I actually want to play. And honestly, this was one of the hardest builds I've ever attempted. But that's exactly why I wanted to do it. So today, I'm going to show you how I turned this old monitor into something way more interesting. Let's get started. The outside already looks ancient. If you were born after 2010, there's a good chance you've never even touched something like this. And I have to admit, it's heavy, like really heavy, thick, bulky, and built like a tank. The exterior, yeah, I'm familiar with it, but what's inside, that's a complete mystery to me. So now, it's time to take it apart and see if there's actually enough space in here to build a PC. First, I remove the stand. There are clips hidden around the corners, and there's no way to get it off without releasing them. I thought this would be easy. I was wrong. This thing fights back. I even cracked parts of the plastic trying to get it open, but eventually I got it, and when it finally comes apart, oh my god, was this thing designed after a jet engine or something? Inside it's just packed. Layers, curves, weird airflow paths. It actually looks kind of insane. And of course, dust. A lot of dust. Which makes sense. This thing has been around for over 20 years, and let's be honest, no one opens up a monitor like this just to clean it. I'm not going to dive too deep into every internal detail of this video, because right now my goal is simple. Strip everything out and get this thing ready for a completely new kind of power. After stripping out everything inside the display, I finally get to the part I've been waiting for, planning the layout. I start mapping things out in my head. First, the motherboard, then the GPU, and finally the power supply. I'm going to mount everything onto the original internal tray of the monitor. And honestly, this is where things get interesting, because there's actually a lot more space than I expected. That gives me the freedom to go a bit bigger this time. For the motherboard, I'm using a B450 IITX motherboard. For the power supply, a FSP 600 watt power supply. And for the GPU, yeah, this is where things change. A full-size GTX 1660 Super. No more low-profile compromises this time. The plan is pretty straightforward. The motherboard will face outward so the USB ports are accessible. The GPU plugs directly into the board, and the PSU sits deeper inside the chassis. Later, I'll run a male to female power extension to bring the power input out to the back of the case. But before any of that, I have to measure because I need to cut into the metal frame to expose the motherboard I.O. And yeah, that also means cutting a small section of the outer shell. Just a little, not too much. Enough to give access for USB LAN, the essentials. I'm really trying to keep the original look intact as much as possible, because the whole point of this build is to hide something powerful inside something that was never meant to happen. After finding the perfect position for the motherboard, now comes the part that actually matters, mounting it securely. This time, I'm not using the usual 8mm metal standoffs. Some parts of the original frame already have awkward holes and uneven surfaces, so using threaded standoffs here would have been a pain. Instead, I went with plastic mounting supports. To make them solid, I first marked out 4 mounting points, drilled the holes, then drilled smaller holes through the plastic supports themselves. After that, I secured them from underneath with screws. Honestly, it worked way better than I expected. Once all 4 supports were locked in, I just lined the motherboard up with the clips and pressed it down into place. That feeling when it snaps in cleanly. Super satisfying. No wobble, no looseness. It actually feels factory made. Next up, the GPU. And the thing I cared about most was, how do I make this heavy graphics card stay perfectly stable without building some crazy custom bracket? Turns out the solution was surprisingly simple. I marked one spot on the frame, drilled a hole through both the metal chassis and the GPU I/O bracket, then secured it with a screw. And somehow, it's insanely solid. Way more secure than I thought it would be. Next is the power supply. I mounted it in this position right here, basically using the same method as the GPU. Mark the holes, drill through the frame, then bolt it down. Simple, done. And while I'm at it, I might as well finish the rest of the hardware. For RAM, I'm installing 16 gigabytes total using 2 8GB sticks. And for the CPU, I'm going with a AMD Ryzen 5 2600. Since this chip doesn't run too hot, the stock AMD cooler is more than enough. So at this point, the entire system is basically assembled. Now comes the scary part, putting it all back inside the shell and seeing if anything collides, and wow, everything fits. Way better than I expected. But from the beginning, I already knew one thing was unavoidable. I still had to cut part of the plastic shell to expose the motherboard I/O. So I carefully measured everything, marked the exact area, then grabbed the cutting tool and removed the excess plastic. And after finishing it all, this is the result. Honestly, it actually looks pretty clean. After finally figuring out where every component was going to live, the next step became the part I was honestly dreading the most, the display. Because there was no way I could reuse the original screen. It was just too bulky, too deep, and took up way too much space inside the shell. So if this build was ever going to work, I needed a replacement display. I even went digging through the storage room of a friend who repairs computers, hoping I'd find something that fit. But no matter what I tried, nothing matched the size of the original screen properly. And then I remembered, I still have an old 15.5-inch monitor sitting around. Now, honestly, it's still not a perfect fit. The screen is noticeably wider than the opening, but at this point, I didn't really have a choice anymore, because this was literally the smallest display I had. There's no way I can just shove an entire monitor in here as is. So now, I have to completely strip it down. The stand comes off first, then the plastic shell, until all that's left is the bare display panel itself. That's the only part I actually care about. Honestly, the inside is disgusting. Dust everywhere. It looks like this thing hasn't been opened in years, but none of that matters. My plan is to mount the screen right in the center and trim part of the front shell so it can sit securely in place, which also means the original exterior is no longer going to stay untouched. And yeah, I'm honestly a little disappointed I couldn't find a display that matched the size better, because this one, it works, but it's definitely going to need some convincing. After trimming the shell to fit the display properly, I wrapped tape around the edges of the screen to make it look a little cleaner. Then I used hot glue to secure the panel directly to the front housing. And yeah, I know this looks a little scuffed, but honestly, this is the best I can do with the tools I have. I don't own a 3D printer. I don't have fancy custom brackets or modern fabrication tools. So most of this build is just improvisation and stubbornness. So hopefully you won't judge me too hard for this part. And after finishing it, I'm not gonna lie, I felt a little embarrassed looking at it. It's definitely not perfect cosmetically, but one thing I am confident about is that it should work reliably. Next, I need to deal with power. Since both the monitor and the PC use AC power, I decided to merge them into a single power input. After that, I drilled 2 holes into the case and mounted the female power jack securely with screws. From there, it's just routing all the power cables for the GPU and CPU. Then comes the power button. This time, I'm actually reusing the monitor's original power button mechanism. I just shortened the little plastic actuator, lined up a new switch where it presses down, and surprisingly, it's a really simple solution. Now it's finally time to connect the display cable to the graphics card. And before I close everything up and turn this into a finished machine, I need to test it first. Because after all this work, if it doesn't turn on, I might actually lose my mind. Oh my god, and it works perfectly. Now that I know everything is stable, it's finally time to put the whole thing back together and even reinstall the stand. And just like that, I've officially turned this ancient display into a full all-in-one gaming PC. Now let's see what this thing can actually do. Starting with Minecraft at 32 chunks. And honestly, the performance is way better than I expected. FPS hovers around 150 most of the time. But then I enabled shaders, and yeah, that hit the system hard. FPS immediately drops to around 45. It's still playable, but if you want smoother gameplay, you definitely need to lower the render distance. Next up, Cyberpunk 2077. At low settings, both the CPU and GPU are being utilized pretty evenly, which is actually a really good sign. It means this combo is well balanced for heavier, graphics-intensive games. No major bottlenecking. The only thing I noticed is the temperatures. Both the CPU and GPU climb a bit over 70 degrees Celsius. That's definitely normal, but not dangerous. Still completely acceptable for a compact build like this. As for performance, FPS stays above 60, which honestly feels great for a story-driven game like this. Just like that, I've successfully turned an old, outdated monitor into a powerful, all-in-one gaming PC. Honestly, builds like this are always my favorite. Taking something people would normally throw away and giving it a completely new life. So if you want to see more crazy projects like this, let me know in the comments.
Our first clip of the day was posted to Reddit by user Omar1R03. It's footage of two men exploring a collapsed cave system in Jordan as they approach a filled-in tunnel. Look at what they see. As one of the men removes several rocks, you can see some kind of face on the other side. Almost looks like a person covered in dust or some kind of disfigured animal. The Redditor who uploaded the clip asked the question whether this could be a ghost or a jinn. According to Arabic folklore, jinns are paranormal beings. They're believed to inhabit an unseen world, parallel to our own. It's said that they can cross into our world, but we can't cross into theirs. In some traditions, jinns are malevolent beings who enjoy causing mischief and harm to humans. In other traditions, they're neutral or even benevolent beings that can help or harm humans depending on their mood or whim. They're described as having dark, soulless eyes, sharp claws and teeth with elongated fingers. Reactions to this clip have been varied over on Reddit, but most people were freaked out by the eerie sighting. One plausible explanation suggested it could be a toy doll covered in dirt, and if you slow it down, you can almost see the resemblance. It's still freaky nonetheless. So what do you think? Is this a jinn, a doll, or could it be some kind of cryptid yet to be classified by modern science? Let us know in the comments down below. Cemeteries are creepy at the best of times, but if you ever get the chance to visit one after dark, it can be pure nightmare fuel. When the investigators from the YouTube channel Soy Ramses decided to explore an old graveyard, it seems that they probably got more than they bargained for. As the video begins, we see the investigators speaking briefly to the camera.
Es que por cierto, amigos, para preguntarnos qué estamos haciendo, porque obviamente pues que estén dos personas en un cementerio es sospechoso y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo por los.
However, if you look closely, you'll notice that the paranormal activity might have already started. There's a shadowy figure walking among the graves.
Es que por cierto, amigos, para preguntarnos qué estamos haciendo, porque obviamente pues que estén dos personas en un cementerio es sospechoso y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo por los.
The YouTubers then begin their investigation and soon discover what appears to be an empty grave full of muddy water. The grave doesn't seem to be freshly dug, and nothing else around it indicates that it could have been filled by heavy rain. They continue on, and it isn't long before they get a fright while examining some tombstones. Watch. Watching that again, two bottles resting on a nearby grave suddenly topple over. Whether there doesn't seem to be anyone else around would have caused it. The investigators search the area. Then a noise catches their attention. It's when they spot the shadowy figure lurking nearby. They give chase, but soon lose sight of it. Then they stumble across a broken grave where they discover something rather unnerving. Take a look.
Jitter-less, ¿qué estás haciendo aquí?
While the contents of the bag is probably a little too graphic for YouTube, we'll leave a link to the original video in the description box below, so you can go and check it out for yourself. Sigbins are mythical creatures that are said to inhabit the Philippines. They're believed to be evil creatures that come out at night time to feast on the blood of their unsuspecting victims. Sigbins are said to be able to walk backwards with their heads between their hind legs, and they keep their balance with a long, prehensile tail. Philippine locals who claim to have seen this elusive creature say it almost resembles a goat with long black ears. However, they're said to emit a foul odour. According to Filipino folklore, there are families who can control sigbins, commanding them to do their bidding. There are genuine logged sightings of these creatures, particularly in rural parts of the Visayan Islands, but some biologists believe it may just be a case of mistaken identity. They believe it may have been a kangaroo that escaped a local zoo enclosure. Well, now, a Filipino YouTube channel called Tabiapo claims to have captured real footage of the mythical sigbin. The clip begins with the YouTuber interviewing a local woman who claims to have encountered the beast while out chopping wood in the nearby jungle. She says it was a little after 3 in the afternoon when the beast approached her. It had bright red eyes and bared its teeth at her. She ran away and only narrowly managed to escape. The YouTuber then searches the nearby countryside for signs of a sigbin. Eventually, while exploring a vast grassland plain, he comes across a strange-looking animal that he claims is a genuine sigbin.
Oh, you know?
It's a small, dark-looking animal with large ears. It skulks about in the grass. Before it scurries away out of sight. Unfortunately, we don't get a real good look at the animal as it never quite comes into focus. Some viewers think this is a sign that the whole thing's a hoax, but many believe this is the real deal. So what do you think? Have you ever heard of the legendary sigbin? And do you think this sighting is genuine? Share your opinions with each other in the comments down below. If you believe that spirits can attach themselves to physical objects, then buying second-hand items could mean you risk also taking home some paranormal baggage. This story from These Curious Times News gives a perfect example of just how unnerving this might be. When Anya Sipovi, owner of the Winthrop Gallery of Art and Curiosities in San Pedro, California, purchased an old picture frame containing a photo of a young boy, she says that it had a dark, sad aura, but that she feels somehow drawn to it. Strangely, the previous owner told Sipovi that the boy's ashes were actually stored in a compartment inside the frame itself. Sipovi also noticed that on the back of the frame there was a pentagram etched out in a series of holes. After taking the photo back to her shop, strange things began to happen. There were security camera notifications when no one was there, and the camera itself fell off the wall entirely. The bell that notifies staff that a customer has entered the store also began ringing on its own, and even the resident cat began acting unusually. Sympathy decided to sage the entire store, all the while communicating to the boy's spirit that the shop is now his own, and he doesn't need to be sad anymore. Mysteriously, according to Sympathy, dark aura lifted. However, it seems that the boy's spirit might still linger. Sympathy notes that once in a while strange things still occur, but that she now knows that she's actually being played with. So what do you think? Could this mysterious photograph really be somehow attached to the boy's spirit? Let me know your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Every year, Instagram user Dorinda Marino treats their mum to a ghost investigation session on her birthday. They often travel to famous mansions and run a group session on the property. In this clip, we see the group running an experiment with a ball. Which one happens?
That's the no, that's not the win. That's not the win. Oh, boy.
Watching that again, the ball rolls and stops. The group initially thinks it could just be the wind, but when the ball spins off in multiple directions, the group is shocked.
That's the win. No, that's not the win. That's not the win. Oh, boy.
It's not known where exactly this investigation took place, so it's hard to dig a little deeper and research the history of the property. Naturally, this bizarre clip has since gone viral, with hundreds of people chiming in the comments section trying to make sense of what happened. There are a few contrasting theories. Some say a string must be pulling the ball, while others think it's a demonic presence compelling the ball to move on its own.
That's the win. No, that's not the win. That's not the win. Oh, boy.
So what do you think? Are we seeing some genuine paranormal activity here? Or is it all just a hoax? Drop your theories in the comments down below.
That's the win. No, that's not the win. That's not the win. Oh, boy.
When it comes to the paranormal, orbs are a topic of hot debate. While some believe that they're ghostly manifestations, others think they're simply dust particles or insects flying near the camera's lens. No matter your stance, this next video will likely have both parties scratching their heads for answers. The clip appears to be an excerpt of security footage. It was posted to Reddit by Izzy Does It 1031. However, the description notes that it was actually captured by one Vanessa M in Massachusetts. At first, the dancing orb could easily be explained away as a flying insect or dust particle. But as you continue to watch, you can see that it actually appears to be something else. At one point, it hovers over a rabbit sitting on the ground. Watch what happens. A beam of light seems to emanate from the orb. It shines down on the animal, which soon scampers away. And the orb moves to the left. Looks like it's heading towards a second rabbit. However, as the orb gets closer, it too pops away. So could it be a drone or some sort of mysterious alien technology, as many viewers have suggested? Let me know what you think this could be in the comments down below. Paranormies are a supernatural investigation channel here on YouTube. Based in Canada, the team travels around North America in search of ghosts, demons, and other paranormal phenomena. In this episode, one of their lead investigators, Johnny, delves into his past, searching for deeper reasons as to why he's been looking for ghosts his entire life. It begins with Johnny recalling a chilling childhood memory that he shares with his brother. Listen.
Secretly and subconsciously, both have been drawn further away from the pool table to the walls, closed door that was nearest to us.
Spurred on by this childhood encounter, the Paranormies team decide to set up an investigation inside of Johnny's dad's home, where a lot of his childhood belongings still reside. Johnny has always had a deep feeling that something paranormal may have attached itself to his family, even before he was born.
I promised to get back to that story and share the details of everything that happened inside that room before I was even born. But to get you to that point, I need to take you back to the present day and why we're filming, where we're filming.
As the team sets up their equipment, strange EVPs get caught on their cameras. Watching that again, a breathy voice can be heard saying, "Fine." Then, moments later, the team's Jitter-less, a specialist piece of ghost hunting equipment, says something that spooks Johnny out.
Wow.
The Jitter-less says the name David. This has particular meaning to Johnny because his uncle, who also happens to live in this house, has recently been diagnosed with cancer. His name also happens to be David.
That's my uncle that lives here.
Things begin to ratchet up a notch when the team starts hearing noises around the home. Following this eerie activity, the Paranormies decide to search the home using the modded Xbox Connect SLS camera. These cameras are known throughout the paranormal community to potentially detect entities that the human eye can't see. Take a look at what they catch.
Is it right there? Right there. There he is. There's nothing there.
Then seconds later, this happens.
Oh, maybe that was nothing.
Then a short while later, a door seems to open all by itself. Later, yet more activity is captured while exploring the garage.
What? Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah.
Sometime later, after their spirit box repeatedly says the word help, a strange shadow can be seen passing through the yard.
Whoa, whoa. Do you hear that? Yeah, there's a big helping.
Compelled by all the bizarre activity, the team decides to run a sensory deprivation session to see if they can contact any spirits that might be present. For long, they keep getting the name Harry come through the spirit box.
Harry, again, Harry. I'm train going by because I'm near train tracks. It's called.
It appears something tragic might have happened on the nearby train tracks.
I'm near a train going by in my headphones. So loud. And then some violence again. You can hear it.
Moments later, some eerie activity is caught on camera.
Did you die in train tracks? Yes. Okay. Did somebody else cause your death? Or did you do it yourself? Say actually. Work in the kitchen? Where's the kitchen? So all no. Oh yeah, say that, yeah.
Towards the end of the session, Johnny suddenly drops the spirit box and begins to act strangely. John's fear boss. Johnny? You okay? He thinks he hears something in the kitchen. He's clearly dazed and confused. As if all these events weren't enough, there's one final encounter left for the team. Take a look. Oh! So what's to be made of this eerie investigation? Did something really have attached itself to Johnny's family all those years ago? And is there still an energy residing in his father's home? If this footage is anything to go by, it certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal is going on here. There's a lot more to this investigation that we weren't able to cover here. I highly recommend you go check out the Paranormies channel. As always, I'll put a link in the description box down below. Their channel's fantastic. Their production quality is second to none. So head on over, show them some love, and smash that subscribe button. Here's a quick and strange one posted to Facebook by user Lider. This surreal scene looks like a glitch in reality, as the floor is covered in water, furniture is partially submerged, and fish swim freely around the child's legs. The video quickly spread on Facebook and TikTok, often with no clear explanation. So as always, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. What do you think is going on in this living room? This next bizarre piece of footage was brought to our attention by viewer David K. It's a viral clip that's been spreading around social media this past couple of months. This video shows what should be a joyous moment as this boyfriend proposes to his girlfriend. Everything seems to be going really well until this happens. For some reason, the woman's mood switches and she suddenly becomes agitated and aggressive. She storms around the room yelling. Everyone looks startled and confused. Unfortunately, the clip ends abruptly and we don't get to see how this pans out. Some people have said it could just be a hoax and that it's all set up to generate a bit of social media buzz. But judging by the people's reactions in the background, they genuinely look frightened and confused by the woman's strange reaction. So what do you make of this? Why did this sweet moment suddenly turn so weird? Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. Tynemouth Priory and Castle dominate a cliff overlooking the River Tyne in the North Sea in the UK. With this area's long and violent history, it's not surprising that one might think they see a ghostly visitor in the area. User @FunkyMusicBoy posted these images to Reddit, which their friend took while visiting the castle's graveyard. Take a look at the pictures side by side and see if you can spot anything out of the ordinary. According to the uploader, the images were captured in quick succession. However, in one, there appears to be an extra person standing on the hill in the distance. It looks like a lady dressed in period clothing. She appears to have a wide-brimmed hat and is possibly holding a bag of some description. While the figure does have a ghostly quality about her, one viewer decided to do some detective work and came up with a rather convincing theory. They looked up the location on Google Maps and discovered that the area where the lady is standing is actually different to where the other people are. The photo might have been taken in such a way that makes both areas appear level. Despite this, the woman's attire does seem out of place, and close-up seems to reveal that the figure has a mysterious glow. We'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Are these images simply a trick of perspective, or is the figure really something paranormal? Let me know what you think down below. Back in 2009, employees of a Dollar General store in the United States began to suspect that something might be haunting their shop. One morning, the manager opened the store and discovered that a crate of soda had been flipped over and liquid had been spilled everywhere. Confused, the manager checked the in-store CCTV security cameras to see what had happened. What he saw was truly bizarre. In the clip, you can see that the crate flips up into the air. Just in front of the stack of drinks, there appeared to be a white shape. It seems to appear out of nowhere right as the crate flies up into the air. The manager isn't sure exactly what this is, but it's definitely weird. While a lot of people said it looks like a ghost flips the crate over, there might be a more down-to-earth explanation here. One keen-eyed viewer said it's possible that it's all a trick of perspective. If you slow it down, it looks like one of the bottles of soda explodes, causing the crate to flip up and over, and that the alleged strange white figure is actually the liquid exploding from the bottle. What do you think? Exploding soda or an angry ghost? Drop your opinions on this one down below. Our first clip of the day was sent to us by Alva Gonzalez. It's some security footage captured at his work.
Wonder what it was. I felt right there, down to my hand, it was not near the pool. I saw something. And I'm like, what the heck was that?
Gonzalez said he was busy at work when he thought he felt something brush up against his leg under the tattoo bench.
And what it was, I felt right there, down to my hand.
You can see him looking around to see if there's anything there.
I saw something. And I'm like, what the hell was that? When I looked around, did I see that? I looked in there, reached in there, and I saw an actual hand.
However, if you slow it down, you can actually see what appears to be a hand. You can see Gonzalez look through the hole. There's nothing there. If this footage is genuine, it's truly a strange one. According to the title of the clip, Gonzalez thinks something paranormal might be afoot here, but just what exactly is going on remains a complete mystery. Gonzalez later messaged us saying that he contacted the man he had just tattooed prior to this sighting. He explained what had happened, and the man said in private that he had just participated in an 8-day ritual appeasing La Santa Muerte. In Spanish folklore and Mexican neo-paganism, Santa Muerte is seen as the saint of holy death. She's associated with death, healing and protection, and her cult has been growing in popularity since the early 21st century. La Santa Muerte is usually depicted as a female skeleton dressed in a long robe holding a cloak or scythe. She's often associated with colours such as white, red or black. Devotees of La Santa Muerte believe she can intercede on their behalf with God and other saints, and that she's especially powerful in matters relating to death. So could the 8-day ritual praying to the Saint of Death have something to do with his eerie hand and its sudden disappearance? Whatever the case may be, Gonzalez was so irked by the whole situation, he told the customer to never return to his tattoo parlor ever again.
With the pillow, that's awesome. What the heck was that?
This next one was sent to us by one of our viewers, Rafaela. Rafaela works as a baker in Heracleon, a city on the Greek island of Crete. They were walking to their work at 4:30 a.m. when they stopped to take some photos of the moon. It was very early in the morning and the neighbourhood was empty. However, when our viewer reviewed their photos later that day, they were shocked by something in the picture. In the middle of the road, there appears to be a dark figure. Rafaela took a series of quick snaps of the moon, so there is a collection of photos all taken split seconds apart. And in each one, the figure looks a little bit different. In one, it looks almost transparent. In another, it even looks like it's running. And in others, it has long limbs. And it looks thick and dark. The OP is certain no one else was around and has no way of explaining the strange figure's appearance in the photographs. If it was just a person, why did they look so different in each snap, taken only seconds apart? Crete is an island in the Mediterranean Sea with a rich history and culture. The island has been inhabited since the Neolithic era, and it's been home to many civilizations over the years. The Minoans, who lived in Crete from around 2600 BC to 1100 BC, were one of the most advanced civilizations of their time. They built great palaces and temples, and their art and architecture are still admired today. The Minoans also had a strong belief in the supernatural. They believed in gods and goddesses that ruled over different aspects of nature, and they believed that these deities could influence human affairs. Many of the temples and palaces on Crete were built to honour the gods and goddesses and to appease them. With this vivid history, it's little wonder that Crete is rich with ghost stories. One of the most famous haunted tales revolves around an old crumbling ruin on the southern coastline of the island. Frango Castello is a small village southwest of Heracleon. The Frango Castello fortress is said to be haunted by the ghosts of fallen soldiers. The soldiers were killed in a battle against the Turks in 1866, known as the Cretan Revolt. Visitors to the site claim they've seen shadowy figures dressed for battle or heard marching up the steps. When they look around, there's no one in the bed. Deathly screams in the middle of the night are said to be an almost common occurrence. Locals believe it's the spirits of the lost soldiers who never received a proper burial. In fact, the term Drosselites refers to a long procession of phantom soldiers that local residents claim to see every single year. The spectral phenomenon is rumoured to happen on the anniversary of the Bloody Battle of 1866. So could our viewer, Rafaela, have caught their own piece of history with his previous set of photographs? Could this be a spirit of someone who died on the island long ago? Take another look at the images and decide for yourself. Ever wondered what strange, undiscovered creatures might be lurking deep in the wilderness? If it's never crossed your mind, then this photo uploaded to our Slapcam subreddit by ZestyClose AD4391, it might just make you think about it more often. According to the poster, the image was captured by their friend. It shows the woods of Kentucky as their family were travelling to their cabin. At first, it seems completely normal, dense foliage by the side of the gravel road. However, if you zoom in on the left-hand side of the photo, about halfway up, see something that will likely give you chills. It appears to be a large dog or wolf-like creature. It has piercing white eyes and it looks as though it's snarling, revealing large, sharp fangs. It's even been suggested that the creature resembles a werewolf. So what do you think this beast might be? A large dog or wolf perhaps? Maybe a bear? Or could it be some sort of cryptid yet to be discovered by modern science? Unfortunately, for now, the creature's identity will have to remain a mystery. A TikToker has captured some eerie footage at a historical site in England that has many questioning whether it's a ghost or on camera. User Sabcarl8890 recently did a tour of the historical Aston Hall in Birmingham, England, when they spotted something rather unusual in one of the rooms. In one of the wings of the Grade 1 heritage listed property, the TikToker believes they've captured the spirit of a woman named Mary. Watch what happens. Slowing that down, a shadow seems to float past the doorway. And it happens again, right at the end of the clip.
Mary. You're sleeping there, Mary. Smiling in front of us.
Aston Hall was a grand Jacobean manor built in the early 17th century. The stately mansion, which sits on a sprawling estate in Birmingham, England, has long been rumoured to have haunted. The stories began in the early 1800s when strange noises and sightings of ghosts were reported by staff. These reports continued into the 20th century, with objects moving on their own and doors opening and closing by themselves. Aston Hall is often regarded as one of the most haunted properties in the United Kingdom. One of the most prominent ghostly tales that linger on the property surrounds a young woman named Mary Holt. Mary was the daughter of a wealthy landowner, Thomas Holt, who built Aston Hall in 1618. It's said that Mary was imprisoned against her will for 16 years in a tiny cell in one of the wings of the home. Her father cruelly locked her up for eloping with a young servant boy who worked at the manor. Historical accounts either say she died of malnutrition or, more tragically, managed to escape from the tiny room, but in doing so tripped down the grand staircase of the home and broke her neck. Since her death, staff and visitors alike have reported seeing the grey ghostly figure of a woman drift through the halls of the old mansion. So could this TikToker have captured the ghost of Mary Holt on camera? Take another look and judge for yourself.
Mary. Smiling in front of us. Hello.
Old houses were often favourites of paranormal explorers. With their long histories, it's likely that they hold some sort of mystery. This video, which was posted to the YouTube channel Paranoiacs, is seriously unnerving, and it might make you question whether the investigator is brave or maybe a little crazy. The footage begins as the investigator approaches the rundown property at night. He performs a sweep at the front of the building, and it isn't long before he catches something chilling on camera. Take a look. At first, it might be hard to notice, but if you look closely, you can see that there appears to be a figure peering out of the upstairs window. However, this doesn't stop him from entering the building. Not long after stepping foot inside the building, a loud crash sends him running. This is when he spots the dark figure in the window for a second time. Despite this, the investigator decides to enter the house once more. As he continues his investigation, another loud sound can be heard. Then, as he turns back, he notices that two large pieces of wood have moved into the doorway. Still, he ventures up the stairs to the attic. Here he finds a door. However, when he opens it, you can see that it actually leads nowhere. It's as if it's been purposefully sealed. Suddenly, it begins to move. This seems to be about all the investigator can take, and he races down the stairs. At this point, it is a little hard to tell what's actually happening, but it seems as though the investigator is being chased from the property. Fortunately, once he leaves the house, the footage abruptly ends, and we're left wondering what actually happened. Our last segment of the day comes from a TikToker who's been documenting some very strange activity inside of his apartment. Several of the clips have gone viral, prompting an ever-growing audience of followers to speculate on what's really going on. It all began when user Dramatic Ian uploaded a short clip showing some very unusual banging inside of his home. Oh. He opens the door. There's nothing there.
This is my whole closet.
The OP says that the building was built back in 1932, and while he's normally a fairly level-headed sort of person, the continued activity has led him to speculate that the property might be haunted. Here's the same noise again, but during the day. This time he opens the front door to prove that there's no one outside of the apartment banging. He then opens the closet, and as before, there's no one there. Following these clips going viral, Dramatic Ian started gaining followers who were keen on getting involved with the mystery. Before long, they started asking questions.
Nobody's ever been hurt. It's usually just the banging on the door. Do I 100% believe that it is something paranormal? Well, not 100%, but I'd like to try and disprove that it is something like a ghost first.
And while he's not ruling out something paranormal, he says he's quite skeptical and that he just wants to solve the mystery. Spurred on by his followers, the OP ran a live stream where he tried communicating with any alleged spirits that might be present.
Alright, let's try and get on camera this time. Can you explain psychic? Can you tell me what psychic means? Catherine is a psychic.
So, when trying to communicate further, this happens.
Catherine, would you like to tell us why?
Stop recording.
The app tells him to stop recording, and judging by the look in his eyes, he's quite terrified by the response. This is an ongoing saga over on TikTok, and there's a lot more we weren't able to cover here, so I highly recommend you head over and watch the events play out. As always, I'll put a link in the description box down below.
If your name just prove there. Jesus Christ.
This creepy encounter was uploaded to Instagram by the South American news outlet Infobay. This bus driver from the Salta province of Argentina says he was finishing his shift driving an empty bus back to the depot when suddenly the stop button was pressed as though a passenger wanted to get off. He took out his phone to film what was happening.
La cara de risa, mano, pero no estoy loco, boludo, me tocan el timbre, boludo, mira. Llego, prende la luz el timbre. No hay alguien que habla atrás, boludo.
The driver shows us how strange it is that the stoplight had been activated, despite the fact that there's no passengers on board the bus.
Y hay alguien que habla atrás, boludo.
Now things get even creepier when you listen closely to the footage. In it, you can hear a woman's voice. Translated from Spanish, it sounds like the voice says, "Stop, driver." The bus driver was stumped by the incident and has no way of explaining what happened. There's been no official word from the bus company either, so for now, this very eerie encounter will have to remain a complete mystery. pleasant stroll in the woods can be a nice way to spend the day, once the sun goes down, it can be a completely different story. Take a look at this image captured on Redditor by the Master's friend's trail camera. Although some viewers have suggested that the ghostly shape could simply be a regular person, there's simply something otherworldly about it. The cam, which has a motion detector, snaps photos every 3 seconds when the sensor is triggered. It took several consecutive photos, but only one reveals this translucent foggy figure. If someone had been walking by, then surely they would have shown up in more than one of the images. Also, the poster says that the cameras captured images of their friend checking the traps at night before. In those photos, the figure is obviously human. It's not foggy, cloudy, or white like the figure in this photo. Several viewers thought that the figure looked like a Civil War drummer. It appears to be wearing a distinctive hat and carrying a drum. If you spotted something like this on your property, would you investigate further or think twice about heading into the woods alone? Espectros de Media Noche is a popular paranormal Facebook page. They regularly investigate notorious and creepy locations around Mexico. In this clip, they search an old cemetery for signs of supernatural activity. Shortly into their investigation, they call out to see if any spirits might be present. A few seconds later, this happens. The gate appears to shake. Spurred on by this eerie activity, the investigator tries using the popular ghost hunting app GhostTube on his phone. The app appears to detect something above the grave. A short while later, as he tries to communicate with a possible spirit, more activity is caught on camera. The gate shakes for a second and third time. The video then ends shortly thereafter. And while a lot of people think the GhostTube app is designed to detect things just for a bit of fun, it's a little harder to explain the shaking gate and padlock. There doesn't appear to be any string or wires manipulating it. So what do you think? Is this encounter genuine? Or is there another way to explain what's happening here? Watch the footage again and decide for yourself. If you came back as a ghost after you died, what would be the first thing you'd do? Sneak into somewhere you're not allowed, haunt someone you didn't like, or would you just Netflix and chill? Redditor Wayne Bruce 11 seems to think they might have caught a spirit doing just that. According to the poster, they've dealt with this ghost for over 15 years. However, they say it's only made itself known by turning lights on and off, particularly around the holidays, when their house is decked out in festive Christmas decorations. Up until now, it seems they've never been able to catch the activity on camera. So, when the family woke up one morning and found the TV on and tuned into a channel none of them ever watched, they quickly checked their home security camera to see what had happened. Have a look. Sure enough, the camera shows the TV mysteriously turning itself on in the middle of the night at 3:33 a.m. to be precise, a time often considered to be the witching hour. Over the course of a few minutes, the supposed ghost seems to flick through a few different channels. Then a short time later, the camera itself changes from black and white night vision mode to full colour. So what could be going on here? As usual, several Redditors had their own theories. Some suspected that the TV might have been updating or that a neighbour with a remote program to the same frequency was responsible. Others, however, seem certain it was the work of a poltergeist and shot from late night TV. Our first clip of the day was sent to us by user 5007Z. They said they had recently been hearing what sounded like someone running on the roof of their home in Thibodaux, Louisiana, over the course of several weeks. They couldn't quite explain what was causing the noise. Then they got a notification from their home security system that movement had been detected. Have a look at the camera caught. The camera overlooks their neighbour's roof, where you can see a transparent figure run from right to left. The camera tries tracking the movement. The figure disappears. So could this be the reason for the running sounds on the OP's roof? There's definitely something there, as the camera is activated by motion and it even tries to track it. Just what it is remains a complete mystery. We may think we've identified most of the creatures on this planet. However, footage like we're about to see from Warren Rose may just call that into question. The video was captured somewhere in North Queensland, Australia. You see the cameraman moving through the dry grass, a few spindly trees in the distance. One tree in particular seems to have captured his interest. If you watch closely, you'll see why. The large is looming just behind it. Whatever it is, it seems to be too broad to be human. One viewer in particular suggested it could be a Juddy. These creatures are said to be 2 to 3 feet tall with black hair and white fangs. They're described as generally harmless, although can be aggressive if provoked. Another possibility is the Yowie. The Yowie is said to be about the height of a human and ape-like in appearance. These creatures are thought to be highly aggressive and are sometimes described as the Australian Bigfoot. While there certainly is something present in this video, more evidence is needed before we can identify it definitively. So for now, at least, the idea that some sort of mysterious cryptid could be roaming the Australian outback remains a possibility. Is there really an afterlife? If so, can the living and the dead somehow communicate? If you're a non-believer, then this photo, uploaded to Reddit by Crypto910, might just change your mind. It shows what appears to be words etched into glass. The poster claims that they noticed it one day while taking a shower, and that it wasn't there before. The scratchings couldn't be wiped away either, as they're actually inside the double pane of glass. After posting the photo to Reddit, one viewer thought that they might have decoded the message. They believe that if you make the image black and white and adjust the exposure, it looks like it says, "My death is okay, sorry it hurts you." When the poster was asked by another viewer if they had a relative that it might be, they replied, "Yes, I do actually. My best friend was my cousin, who was a professional baseball player. He died in a motorcycle accident a few years before I saw this." So take another look at the photo and let me know what you think it says in the comments down below. This next one comes from one of our viewers, Jack Bell. Bell wrote to us saying that he and a friend had recently captured some photos in an old pool hall in Stockport, Manchester, UK. The pair was standing at the front door at noon, waiting patiently for the hall to open up. Eventually, the manager unlocked the door, and Bell and his friend went to the back of the building where there's a quiet section filled with snooker tables. Bell took a snap of his friend taking the first break of the day. He uploaded the snap to Facebook and thought nothing of it. However, a short while later, his mum commented on the photo, wondering who the ominous black figure in the background was. Confused, Bell took a look. Indeed, there's an unknown dark figure standing in the background. Bell and his friend were the only ones in the back room at the time, as the hall had only just opened for the day. Bell says there's only one door into this area and that they actually had to turn the lights on when they first arrived. They're certain that no one else was in the room at the time this photo was taken. Freaked out by the photo, the pair showed the manager the snap. The manager said that a lot of staff don't like opening or closing the building because they often feel like someone's watching them, or they catch a dark, shadowy figure out the corner of their eyes. When they look around, there's no one ever there. Some staff members have even reported hearing the toilet doors swinging and banging all on their own. Bell says the snooker hall opened back in 1984. The building itself was an old mill dating back more than 100 years prior. There are a few cities in the United Kingdom that can rival Manchester when it comes to stories of hauntings and paranormal activity. The city has a long, rich history dating back centuries, and it seems that many of the spirits who once inhabited its streets may still linger today. One of the most well-known haunted locations in Manchester is Central Library. The building is said to be home to a number of ghosts, including the spirit of a librarian who died in the 1930s. Visitors to the library have reported seeing her apparition wandering the stacks, as well as feeling the nice presence. Another famous haunting surrounds the curious tale of the Manchester mummy. Hannah Beswick was an affluent woman who, like many of her mid-18th century contemporaries, had a pathological fear of being buried alive. At the time, premature burial was rife, as there were many medical uncertainties about the final signs of death. After her passing in 1758, Hannah Beswick's body was embalmed and kept above ground in an old clock case at Dr. Charles White's home in Sale, Manchester. Eventually, her body was donated to the Museum of the Manchester Natural History Society, where she became known as the Manchester Mummy. Now, here's where things get a little spooky. Before Beswick died, she told her family that she had hidden a large sum of her fortune in a secret location. However, she died before she was able to tell anyone where exactly she had hidden her gold. After she died, her palatial estate, Birch and Bower, was converted into workers' tenements. Years later, many residents living in the converted building claimed to see a strange woman in a black silk gown wearing a white cap. They said the woman looked exactly like Hannah Beswick. The witnesses claimed that the figure would float eerily through the parlour, then vanish at one particular flagstone. It's said that this sighting would take place time and time again. Then a few months later, when renovations were taking place to install a new loom, a weaver discovered a hoard of gold stashed under the flagstone, right where Beswick's apparition would allegedly disappear. Years later, the entire building was demolished to make way for a factory, and even then, workers reported seeing a strange lady dressed in black walking through the yard. So then, there appears to be no shortage of paranormal stories lingering in the old streets of Manchester. Could our viewer, Jack Bell, have snapped his own piece of history with this eerie Shadow Man sighting? Take another look and decide for yourself. This unnerving photo was shared to the Facebook page The Cornish Ghost Whispers Paranormal UK. According to the poster, it was taken 15 years ago while visiting an old jail. If you look closely at the bottom right corner of the photo, there appears to be a strange figure. Viewers think it looks like an old man, one who's wearing glasses and a white shirt. The poster even says that the figure resembles the deceased grandfather. To make the image even stranger, if you look just to the left of the woman, there's also an unusual mislight shape. So what do you think? Has something supernatural really been caught on camera here? Or are these shapes little more than a case of pareidolia? Share your thoughts on this in the comments down below. Our last eerie clip of the day was uploaded to Facebook by user Sarah Marie. The OP noticed a strange-looking shadow in a house in their neighbourhood, so they decided to knock on the door to do a welfare check. Oh, what happens? Watching that again, you can see the person going to knock on the door, right as a shadow zips past the front door multiple times. The camera holder says that there's no one in the house. They can't explain the strange shadow flying back and forth.
There's nobody in the house. There's nobody in the house. I don't know if I could do that really
Upon review, the shadow seems to be moving back and forth far too quickly for a normal person to be running around the house. Plus, the person that goes to knock on the door looks genuinely shocked when they see the shadow move up close. The uploader notes that just inside the door, there's actually a wall to the right-hand side, which would make it impossible for someone to run back and forth like we see here. Towards the end of the clip, we also see the dogs start barking, almost as though they sense something's not quite right. Naturally, this odd sighting has gone viral on Facebook, with hundreds of people chiming in the comments section, trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. Some jokingly said it could be that McAllister kid from the Home Alone movies, and that someone set up a cardboard cutout to fly past the window to scare away burglars. While a lot of people found this theory amusing, they couldn't get past just how eerie and fast the shadow is actually moving, suggesting that something paranormal is happening here. One commenter, who claims to be a psychic, said they get a male energy from this sighting, and that a 23-year-old boy named Denarius passed away in the home. However, this information is yet to be verified. So what do you make of this freaking encounter? What could be casting such a fast-moving shadow on the side of the home? I'd love to hear your take on this in the comments down below.
There's nobody in the house. There's nobody in the house.
This eerie image was submitted to our Slapcam subreddit by user The Real Ricky LaFleur. It was taken outside of the front of a daycare centre in Alberta, Canada. The OP said they spotted a strange figure on the roof and snapped his photo. In the pic, you can see a thin, humanoid figure crouching on top of the roof. According to the post, the uploader believes it could be a rare type of cryptid known as a juju. They even said that bystanders saw it crawl under the roof's tiling. In Bangladesh folklore, there's a little-known creature known as a juju. It's said to lurk on the edges of the sprawling tea plantations in the hilly region of Sylhet. Reports say it's a thin, hairy creature with piercing red eyes and long, sharp claws. Locals say it sits in the woods waiting for stray children to walk by, then drags them deep into the wilderness, never to be seen again. I'm not really sure why the OP thinks that this could be a juju, given that it's a rare cryptid that's said to only live on tea plantations in Bangladesh. By the way, it's certainly an odd sighting. The thin limbs and crouched posture would be enough to spook anyone passing by. In this next video, we see Mexican paranormal researcher Alberto Del Arco as he investigates a mysterious place named the Desert of the Lions. The area is said to be home to many paranormal manifestations. It isn't long before he captures something unusual on camera. Oh. At first, it's rather hard to notice. However, if we slow the footage right down, you can see a ghostly shape moving past the bush. The investigator continues his exploration of the area and is soon startled when an object suddenly falls to the ground. Eventually, the YouTuber reaches an old property deep within the woods. Here, the cameraman begins searching the nearby trees. However, as they do, the cameraman inadvertently manages to capture a dark figure moving in one of the windows. Oh. Again, it's hard to see, but when the footage is slowed down, it becomes more obvious. The investigator continues to search the area, but soon decides to leave, and the video abruptly ends. So who or what could this mysterious figure have been? Was it a person? Something supernatural? Let me know your theories on this sighting in the comments down below. This next clip is brief, yet will likely linger in your mind for some time. It was posted to the Slaptam community Facebook page by Jason Metcalf with a caption that reveals a rather chilling backstory. In the video, which was captured by an indoor security camera, you can clearly see a shadowy figure as it moves from left to right. It looks tall and appears to have hunched shoulders. According to the poster, the footage was recorded shortly after they heard a noise in the living room. As his wife's parents were staying with them at the time, the poster initially thought that it was just them coming home. However, when he went to check on the situation in person, there was no one around. He then headed back to bed, and that's when he received a notification that the camera had detected some suspicious activity. The poster showed the clip to several people. Some thought that there might have been an intruder in the house, while others suggested it looked like a shadow figure. The poster also showed it to his 3-year-old daughter. She took one look at the recording and knew exactly who it was. "That's my pawpaw," she explained. In 2019, the poster's grandfather passed away in this very house. Since then, he's allegedly heard the little girl having several conversations with a deceased relative. So could it be that the camera picked up the ghost of the poster's grandfather? Or is there another way to explain this rather unnerving figure? Let us know down below. As the UK and the rest of the world mourned the death of Queen Elizabeth, her funeral was broadcast to millions of viewers. However, during ITV News' rolling live coverage of the event, something rather eerie was heard during the broadcast. Have a listen.
Death is irreversible, and she's, as you can see.
Listening to that again, it sounds like someone says the death is irreversible when the fact that she's trapped.
That death is irreversible. She's
As you can see,
There's an awkward pause before one of the anchors tries to maintain composure and comment on what's happening in the visuals.
as you can see here, Melbourne is another day as the first heads out into what's London.
Naturally, with so many millions of people watching the coverage play out live, this freaky little clip went viral on Twitter. Thousands of retweets racked up as people were shocked by the eerie murmuring. Some people said it could be a co-host whispering, not realizing her mic was still on. But the words she whispers are truly bizarre. Some are buying this theory, saying it has to be some kind of EVP or electronic voice phenomena. Many paranormal experts believe that spirits and other entities can sometimes communicate via radio waves, delivering messages from the beyond, often in a fragmented or stilted way. They claim that EVPs can be heard as incomplete sentences, single words, or jumbled phrases. So far, no one's been able to fully explain this bizarre incident, and unless ITV explains what really happened, this eerie whispering will have to remain a mystery.
that death is irreversible, and the fact that she's
As you can see,
Our last video of the day was posted to the Facebook group, Bigfoot Sightings. While it doesn't actually show a sighting of the elusive cryptid, it does provide audio on what one might sound like. Have a listen. The clip was captured in an unknown location by someone that appears to be in a small boat. Immediately, you can hear a loud growling sound echoing through the trees. The video continues as the calls of several other animals can be heard before the unnerving noises begin once more. This time, they sound more like a grunt. While it's unclear exactly what's making the noises, they certainly sound rather ominous. So what do you think it could be? Is it really the call of a Bigfoot? Or are these noises coming from some other animal? Let me know what you think down below. Continue watching more scary videos. These are the scariest of 2025. Just how bad is a $1 laptop? And more importantly, is it even possible to buy one without getting completely scammed? Because think about it, $1 doesn't even buy a decent coffee anymore. So how could it possibly buy an entire laptop? Well, today I'm going to find out. The goal is simple. First, buy a laptop for basically $1. Second, make sure it actually works, or at least it doesn't explode. And finally, push it as far as possible and see if it can run my favorite game, Minecraft. So, yeah, this is probably a terrible idea. Let's do it. Obviously, the first place I checked was Amazon, and yeah, that went horribly. Everything was just slightly outside my budget. So I dragged the price filter all the way to the bottom, and suddenly the laptops disappeared. Now it was just chargers, batteries, broken cables, random junk nobody wants. So yeah, Amazon was a complete failure. But then I remembered, if there's anywhere on the internet where something as stupid is actually possible, it's eBay. So I jumped onto eBay and started digging. At first, nothing looked promising. $20, $15, even $10 still felt too expensive for this challenge. But then, things started getting interesting. I kept scrolling, and the prices kept dropping lower and lower and lower, until finally, I found one. An old laptop sitting in an auction with a starting bid of just $1. And honestly, I didn't even think twice. I placed the bid immediately. Normally, auctions like this turn into complete chaos during the final seconds. People sniping bids at the last moment trying to steal the bid. But as the timer got closer and closer to ending, nothing happened. Nobody bid. And honestly, I think this laptop was simply too terrible for anyone to care about. It was old, filthy, probably slower than my phone, and looked like it survived multiple wars, which somehow meant I actually wanted an entire laptop for $1. Now all I had to do was wait, and a few days later, it finally arrived.
Oh my gosh, here it is. The $1 laptop. And honestly, this thing already looks horrifying. Oh man, this thing smells weird. Like actual mold. So the first thing I did was wipe the whole laptop down with alcohol as fast as possible. I'm not trying to catch some ancient disease from a $1 laptop. But hey, at least there's still an actual laptop inside the box, not just bricks and random junk. And of course, for $1, this thing is far from perfect. For starters, there's no battery, which means it's basically a desktop now unless it's plugged in all the time. And even worse, it didn't come with a charger either. Luckily, I already had a compatible charger lying around. And honestly, I think that's the reason this laptop was so cheap in the first place. Alright, externally it actually looks surprisingly okay. Nothing too crazy. But now comes the important part. Does it even work? I was genuinely scared the screen was going to crack the moment I opened it. Wow, the inside actually doesn't look bad at all. It's even pretty clean, which honestly gave me a little hope. So now there's only one thing left to do. Plug it in and hit the power button. Oh my god, the logo lights up. Wait, it actually boots. No way. It's already loading straight into Windows. Although yeah, it's moving painfully slow. I immediately had a feeling this thing was still running on a mechanical hard drive. And after waiting what felt like forever, I finally made it to the desktop. But wow, this thing is slow. I'm literally doing nothing. And the CPU usage is already above 90%. Then I checked the specs, and yeah, now it makes sense. This thing is running an Intel Core 2 Duo T6600. Just 2 cores, 2 threads, ancient. That's exactly why it feels like it's struggling to breathe. It also only has 4 gigabytes of RAM, and Windows alone is already eating around half of it. And just like I suspected, it's using a 320 gigabyte HDD. And wow, it is painfully slow. If you're not a patient person, stay far away from this laptop. But alright, let's see if it can at least handle something basic. Like playing a YouTube video. I'm playing a video at 1080p, and honestly, I'm almost doing better than I expected. It's still fairly watchable, although every now and then there are small stutters and hiccups. Alright, Minecraft. I mean, there's no way this $1 laptop can't run Minecraft, right? So I started downloading the game, and oh no, this thing is painfully slow. At this rate, I'm pretty sure I'll grow old before this video is finished. So yeah, I had to do something. I decided to upgrade it with an SSD. And no, before anyone says it, I know an SSD doesn't magically increase gaming FPS, but at the very least, the laptop won't take an entire century just to load this game. Luckily, I already had an SSD with Windows pre-installed, so now, let's try launching the game again. Oh my god, it crashed. OpenGL error. I don't even know what OpenGL is. It sounds more like a college class than something stopping me from playing Minecraft, but apparently without it, Minecraft literally can't render graphics. Amazing. This $1 laptop is somehow missing the thing that makes the game exist. So naturally, I did the most reasonable thing I could think of. I went online and downloaded OpenGL. And by the way, downloading random files from sketchy websites like this, yeah, you should probably be very careful if your computer has anything important on it. Alright, installation finished. Moment of truth. I launch Minecraft again, and it gives me the exact same error. No way. Did I seriously just spend 30 minutes downloading something completely useless? At this point, I was genuinely losing my mind. Then suddenly I remembered Minecraft runs on Java. Wait a second. What if the Java installation on this laptop is broken? Okay, maybe there's still hope. So I reinstall Java, redo the entire setup, restart the laptop one more time. Please work this time. And it's still the same. Same error, same screen, same feeling of absolute despair. There is no way. I just reinstalled OpenGL, reinstalled Java, restarted this laptop so many times I thought the power button was about to fall off. And it still doesn't work. At that point, I genuinely wanted to give up. I looked at this $1 laptop, finally started understanding why it only cost $1. But before completely giving up, I decided to try one last thing. Reinstall the graphics driver. Because in theory, if the driver works properly, then OpenGL should work too. And Minecraft should finally launch. Sounds perfect, right? No. Because that's when I discovered the chipset inside this laptop is so ancient that the manufacturer doesn't even support Windows 10 anymore. Fantastic. I am literally trying to play Minecraft on the fossil. The newest driver available only supports Windows 7. Oh no, don't tell me I actually have to downgrade this thing to Windows 7. But at this point, I don't really have a choice anymore. So yes, we are downgrading the entire operating system just to play Minecraft. Eventually, I finally got Windows 7 running, and honestly, at that moment, I really thought everything was fixed. Until I launched Minecraft again, and it still refused to work. The hardware is ancient, the operating system is ancient, everything feels broken. Then I realized something. This Windows install probably doesn't even have all the proper drivers yet. So at this point, I started digging through random YouTube tutorials like a desperate man trying to survive. Eventually, I found this driver utility software, and honestly, I was praying it could detect whatever missing drivers this laptop still needed. And after installing everything, oh no, again, launching Minecraft was still impossible. So now, I only had one option left, a different launcher, one that I probably shouldn't name directly. Basically, a modified Minecraft launcher. Alright, no more backup plans. Let's try this. And damn it, still errors. Even the oldest Minecraft versions won't launch. At this point, I could physically feel this laptop draining my soul. Because I was now on day 2 of fighting with this first machine. And the worst part, I only had a few hours left before this video needed to be uploaded. I genuinely did not expect this stupid $1 laptop to waste this much of my life. At this point, I started desperately looking for help from other people on YouTube. Eventually, I found a few videos showing how to fix OpenGL issues in old laptops exactly like mine. And now, I had to focus. No mistakes, no skipped steps, because this genuinely felt like my last chance. After finishing everything, I just sat there hoping, begging, for it to finally work. Alright, let's try launching it again. Oh my god, it's taking forever. The CPU is slammed at 100% usage. The laptop sounds like it's about to pass away. And at this point, I'm already preparing mentally for another crash. And then, no way. It actually got into the game. I genuinely lost my mind for a second. I was so unbelievably happy it almost felt stupid. After 2 straight days of suffering with this cursed laptop, seeing Minecraft finally open felt like winning the lottery. I seriously owe that random YouTuber my life. That guy's an actual genius, and somehow, against all logic, I had just made a nearly 20-year-old laptop run Minecraft. I honestly thought I was going to give up, but now I was way too excited. The version I'm running is 1.16, and now it's time for the real test, and creating the world. And wow, it took 1 minute and 20 seconds just to load in. Then the world finally appears, and oh my god, it's horrible. 2 FPS, 3 FPS. This thing was moving like a slideshow from 2007. It was terrible, but honestly kind of hilarious at the same time. So I lowered the render distance all the way down to the minimum, and suddenly, wait, 40 FPS. That's actually the highest number I managed to see. Most of the time it hovered around 30, but still, that's way better than I expected from this console. Then I had another idea. I wanted to know if this laptop could survive a TNT explosion. So I built a small 5x5 TNT cube. 3, 2, 1. Oh no, the FPS dropped into the abyss. But somehow it recovered surprisingly fast. So naturally, I decided to make things worse. 1000 TNT? Yeah, the laptop completely froze. 0 FPS, no image loading, no movement, just pure suffering. It was awful, but somehow, the miracle here is that it didn't crash. The laptop was still alive. And then I had one final question in my head. Can this thing hit 100 FPS? So I lowered the resolution to the absolute minimum possible. And, oh my god, 120 FPS. I genuinely could not believe what I was seeing. This entire experience has been ridiculous, exhausting, painful, and somehow incredibly satisfying at the same time. Right now, I'm honestly just excited and weirdly proud of this stupid little laptop. So, if you've made it this far, tell me what you think down in the comments.
Well, Hoga Official is a paranormal YouTube channel based in Pakistan. They travel the country in search of proof that ghosts really do exist. In this episode, they travel to a dilapidated old house that's long been abandoned. Locals say that the house is haunted by the spirits of dead children, and that on some dark nights you can actually see their shadowy silhouettes in the empty rooms of the deserted home. Spurred on by these rumours, the team of paranormal investigators begin to search the property. For long, they spot something strange on the roof of the building. It looks like a strange, thin, humanoid figure. Then, moments later in one of the rooms, they spot a small child crouching in the corner. The cameraman calls to his colleague, who rushes to the room. Everyone look in the room again. There's no one there. Spooked but determined, the team continues their search of the building. Soon they spot something eerie in one of the rooms.
हेलो बात तो सुनो बच्चों ये बात तो सुनो मेरी इधर आओ नहीं कहते कुछ इधर आप बात सुनो बात क्यों नहीं सुन रहे तुम
As if the shadows aren't eerie enough, this happens.
अरे मुझे शैडो से इतना रिकॉर्ड नहीं हो रहा इनके बाहर जा रहे
The shadowy children have disappeared. Nowhere can be found. So what's to be made of this eerie footage? Given that the locals believe the old house is haunted, it certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal has been caught on camera here.
इनके बाहर जा रहे
This next eerie encounter was captured on a CCTV system overlooking a car park. It was uploaded to TikTok by Jitter-less Nocturnos. Take a look at what happens. Watching that again, a dark shadow seems to move from one person to the other. When this clip hit social media, a lot of viewers were stunned by the footage and began to suspect whether it was a demonic possession caught on camera. They noted how odd it is that both of the people seem to react to the shadow moving. So what do you think? Could this really be some kind of possession, or is there another explanation for this strange sighting? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. Some bizarre footage captured in North America has sparked fresh debates about the legendary cryptid known as El Chupacabra. The clip, which was uploaded to YouTube by Shadow Files, shows a strange dog-like animal in the side of the road. It's gaunt with unusually large ears and a very long, thin tail.
What is this? The moon is this creature.
And he's saying fits the description of El Chupacabra. El Chupacabra is a legendary creature said to inhabit parts of the Americas. It's said to attack and drink the blood of livestock. The name El Chupacabra is Spanish, goat sucker. Reports of sightings and attacks on livestock began to surface in Puerto Rico in the early 1990s and have since been reported in other parts of the Americas, including Mexico, Chile, and the United States. The physical description of El Chupacabra varies, but it's typically said to be an emaciated dog-like creature with enormous fangs. Some reports describe it as having a pronounced jaw and eyes that glow in the dark. The existence of El Chupacabra is not supported by scientific evidence, and many experts believe that the creature is a modern-day legend or a misinterpretation of other known animals. Some possible explanations for El Chupacabra sightings include misidentifications of wild dogs or other animals, or indeed hoaxes. Many sightings of El Chupacabra have turned out to be wild dogs with mange, a skin disease caused by tiny mites that burrow into the skin of animals, often leaving them disfigured and poorly. So what do you think? Mange or cryptid? Cast your votes in the comments down below. For some time now, YouTuber Bobby Bars has suspected his home might be haunted. In fact, the activity became so frequent and strange, he began documenting it all on his YouTube channel, World Paranormal. In this clip, we see Bars rapping in a TikTok video. At first, you think it's just him spitting some mad fire, but soon something strange begins to happen in the background. The Sonic plushie in the background raises its arm, seemingly on its own. Viewers immediately said it was the work of a poltergeist. A poltergeist is a type of ghost or supernatural entity believed to be responsible for physical disturbances, such as loud noises and objects moving or being thrown around. Some people believe that poltergeists are malevolent entities that seek to harm or scare people, while others think they may be the manifestation of a person's subconscious or repressed emotions. Given that Bars has spotted other activity in and around his home, it certainly does make you wonder whether his house could be haunted by some kind of unresolved spirit. This next eerie image was posted to Facebook by Tyresha Smith. She says that her friend Wesley had his 18-wheeler truck break down in New Hampshire right next to a cemetery. While waiting for repairs, Wesley said that he spotted something moving at the corner of his eye, but when he looked over, there was nothing there. Spooked by the setting, he decided to take some photos. Adjacent to the graveyard, in the middle of the road, you can see a transparent figure. If you zoom in, you can see right through the figure. When the post hit Facebook, a lot of viewers confirmed that the location was Valley Street Cemetery, and that there's always been an unsettling vibe around the property. Many said that it feels like someone's always watching you, and one commenter even claims to have seen a full-bodied spectre walking around the grounds at night time on more than one occasion. So, could this really be a ghost caught on camera? Take another look and judge for yourself. A few months ago, a viewer of ours, Kimberly Firth, sent some footage of a strange shadow that was captured by her home security camera inside the bedroom. Have a look. And now, yet more eerie footage has been captured inside of Firth's home, this time while she was sleeping. It's a little after 3 a.m. and you can see what appears to be a hand wave past the bed. It's quite brief, so here it is, slowed down. It even seems to make Firth stir in her sleep. Pairing the two pieces of footage together certainly does make you wonder what's going on here. Could the home really be haunted by something? We'll have to wait and see if more creepy footage emerges. This next one is some bizarre CCTV footage taken in an unknown back alley. Everything seems normal. Keep an eye on the cat. Watching that again, it looks like the cat starts a fire among a pile of rubbish in the corner of the alley. Cats have a long history of being associated with superstition and folklore. In many ancient cultures, cats were believed to have magical powers and were often associated with the supernatural. In some traditions, cats were thought to be able to predict the future or bring good luck. In others, they were believed to be able to communicate with the spirits of the dead. In many cultures, black cats were particularly associated with witchcraft and were often thought to be familiars of witches. So how do you explain this bizarre sighting? Did the cat really start the fire? Or is there another, more grounded explanation for what's going on here? Share your theories with one another in the comment section down below.
Wow, look at this.
Exploring and Paranormal is an up-and-coming ghost hunting channel on YouTube. Nick, the host, travels around North America in search of ghosts and other supernatural activity. However, in this next short clip he sent us, it seems the haunting activity is a little closer to home. For some time now, Nick has suspected his house might be haunted by a spirit, or that he may have brought back an entity from one of his investigations. While sitting and watching some TV, something eerie happens in his living room. Watch. Out of nowhere, the pen on the coffee table rolls along. You can see what appears to be quite a genuine reaction from Nick as he notices the movement. So could Nick's home really be haunted? Could he have brought something back after one of his paranormal experiments? Let me know where you land on this clip in the comments down below. A group of paranormal investigators have captured an eerie photo inside of a 17th century close. Many viewers are calling it a genuine ghost caught on camera. Mary King's Close is said to be one of the most haunted places in Edinburgh, with reports of ghostly apparitions and strange occurrences dating back to the 17th century. Visitors to the close have reported seeing ghostly figures, including those of a little girl and a man in 17th century clothing, as well as hearing strange noises and feeling a sense of unease. Some have even claimed to have been touched or pushed by unseen entities. It's the 28th of November 2009 and the Ghosts of London team are investigating the old Mary King's Close underground vault, which runs along Edinburgh's historic Royal Mile. It's late and the Ghosts of London team are the last to leave the building. As they depart, they take a few last snaps and head out of the vault. The team hadn't thought anything too strange had happened during their investigation. It wasn't until they reviewed their photos some days later. In this photo, which was uploaded to Facebook by Disbelief Paranormal, you can see one of the Ghosts of London members taking one of the last photos of the night down a darkened staircase. At the end of the stairs, on the right, you can see what appears to be a face peering out from one of the side rooms. Here it is zoomed in. Now we can see the figure much more closely. The team confirmed that there was no one else in the building when this was taken. Even more alarming, the door where the figure is standing had been closed and locked only seconds before this photo was taken. Mary King's Close was the site of a devastating outbreak of the plague in the 17th century, and it's said that the spirits of those who died from the disease still linger there. Some visitors claim to have felt a sense of illness or sickness while in the close, and others have even reported feeling as though they're being watched by unseen eyes. Ghost sightings have been reported on the property for centuries. One possible explanation is that the vault was one of the closest buildings to Nor Loch, a contaminated and stagnant body of water that once pooled near the outskirts of Edinburgh. Some historians have suggested that the built-up gases from the swamp may have created an eerie glow effect deep within the vault, causing villagers at the time to believe that ghosts were lurking. It's also been suggested that the gas may have caused hallucinations. While this may have accounted for some of the earliest alleged ghost sightings, Norlock was drained and developed in the early 19th century. So then, how does one explain the eerie face that appeared in this photograph? For now, this image will be another tantalising piece of evidence that Mary King's Close may indeed be haunted. This next black and white photograph was shared to Facebook by Disbelief Paranormal. Its true origins are a mystery. The photo was captured circa the 1950s or 60s and shows a young nun standing out the front of a stone gate. Just next to her, on the left, is a strange opaque figure that appears to be reaching out towards the young woman. You can even make out what appears to be fingers clasping onto the nun's left arm. Some viewers suspected it might be a case of double exposure given just how clear the fingers and arm of the figure actually are. Unfortunately, that's all that's known about this image, so for now it'll have to remain one of those creepy little photos that will continue to haunt social media for years to come. Some strange activity has been caught on the restaurant's CCTV system, and many viewers are calling it supernatural. In the early hours of April 10th, 2022, Reddit user Mulan2012 was finishing his evening shift at the restaurant when something strange happened in the back room. The OP and his co-workers heard a banging noise as though objects were being flung around in the office. When they looked in the room, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Luckily, the CCTV camera was running the whole time. This is what it captured. It's nearly 1 a.m. when a laptop comes flying out of a cupboard in the back room. When the footage hit Reddit, responses varied. Some thought it was just the workers pulling a prank for that sweet Reddit cred, with the OP responded saying, why would they risk breaking a work laptop for a few internet views? Others thought it was the work of a poltergeist, a type of spiritual entity that many believe has the power to interact with the physical world. So I'll throw this one out to you for final judgment. What do you think's been caught on CCTV here? Is it just a prank, a coincidence, or something a little more mysterious? Let me know in the comments down below. This next piece of footage, posted to TikTok by user MadRFCKRS, is rather creepy. It was supposedly captured somewhere in the Philippines, where not much else is known about the clip. Take a look. As you can see, there's some kind of creature moving on the rooftop. It's dark outside and the camera only manages to capture glimpses. Yet, for the low light, you can see it fairly clearly. It appears to be humanoid. Its eyes look like they glow in the dark, likely reflecting the light of the camera. Its skin looks grey and it moves as though it's on its hands and knees. Despite the creature's rather creepy appearance, several viewers think that it might be simply a naked man. However, if this is the case, it doesn't really lower the creep factor. What would you prefer to see crawling around on your roof? An unknown cryptid or a naked man with unknown intentions? Let me know down below. At first glance, this video posted to Facebook by Bridget Dion seems to be relatively innocuous, just the inside of a living room. However, a few seconds into the recording, you can see a black shape move quickly across the screen. While initially too fast to see any detail, if you slow the footage down, it looks somewhat human-like. The original poster later commented on the clip saying, I literally tried debunking that friggin' shape in every way, and the only answer that seems to make sense is that it's a ghost. While this Facebook user might very well have captured something paranormal on camera, this brief video alone is certainly not enough evidence to prove that she has. So for now at least, this shadowy shape will have to remain a mystery. This next one is a live feed that was captured during the recent snowstorms that ravaged Buffalo, New York in late 2022. Reddit user Rudacanthosephala55 was watching it when they thought they spotted something rather creepy. Watch. Watching that again, on the right-hand side, there appears to be an ominous figure looming on the side of the road. It has long, thin limbs, its arms outstretched as though reaching for something. The OP asked viewers whether they thought it was moving or not, but it's quite hard to tell due to the low quality of the image. Several comments suggested it could just be one of those enormous skeletons that Home Depot had been selling prior to Halloween. Perhaps it was left up and now looks particularly eerie emerging from a snowstorm. So, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one. Is it as simple as a left-out Halloween decoration, or did this live stream catch something a little more sinister? Let me know down below. This next video, uploaded to TikTok by Biano456, has captured something truly terrifying. Watch. At first glance, it looks like Godzilla is rising from the depths of the ocean. However, several viewers of the clip have been quick to point out that the giant object emerging from the ocean is likely to be a huge piece of ice. So while you might be disappointed that this video doesn't actually show a giant monster, if you were actually on this boat, you'd probably be just as terrified. This next clip, uploaded to TikTok by Unknown Railfan 1373, is truly bizarre. Take a look and look at it captured. The train seems to have no driver. In fact, there doesn't seem to be anyone on board the vehicle at all. While this is certainly creepy in its own right, another TikToker by the name of Ethan News on Music has noticed something even more chilling about the bizarre train. See if you can spot it. Please tell me I'm not the only one who saw that. As the train continues down the track, it looks like there's a crouched, disfigured creature at the back of it. Around the world, there have been many stories of phantom trains. A funeral train is said to run from Washington, D.C. to Springfield, Illinois, every year around the date that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. There have also been accounts of ghost train sightings in the UK, Japan, Canada, and Sweden. While some of these sightings have been explained, other phantom train mysteries remain unsolved. So then, does this video show a driverless ghost train wheeling its way across the countryside? And what about that mysterious figure that appears to be hitching a ride on the back? Watch the clip again and let me know what you think's going on here in the comments down below. This next piece of footage was uploaded to Reddit by user Stuart James Author. He claims that it was captured in Oxford Castle in the UK as part of a paranormal investigation. One that was conducted overnight while there was no one else on the premises. Take a look at what his camera managed to capture. As you can see, there appears to be a disembodied face staring at him through the window. It looks pale and ghost-like. Supposedly, he didn't notice it at the time of recording. Then, as the camera rounds the corner, the poster thinks he captured something else as well. Take a look. A strange shape that he believes to be a figure can be seen lurking in the darkness. Again, the poster claims they didn't see it at the time. The city of Oxford is a favourite destination for paranormal enthusiasts, with several well-known ghost sightings reported over the years. In 1610, a man named George Napier was accused of being a Catholic priest, a grave offence at that time in England, and subsequently sentenced to death. After the execution, his family managed to retrieve most of his body, however his head was never found. To this day, it's rumoured that the spirit of George Napier still rides around the city of Oxford in search of his missing head. However, the most famous ghost said to haunt Oxford is that of King Charles I, who reigned from 1625 until 1649. During his time on the throne, Charles fought with the English Parliament over his rights as king. Many of his subjects opposed his policies, especially the levying of taxes conducted without parliamentary consent. Charles was eventually executed for high treason, and it's said that his spirit still wanders the grounds of the Oxford University. Some of those who have reported seeing his ghost claim to have also seen him without his head. With its long and gruesome history, it seems little wonder that the city of Oxford and its castle are thought to be the home of several restless spirits. Does the Reddit footage prove this? Take another look and judge for yourself. This next creepy photo was posted to Facebook by Alice Thomas. It shows her fiance with his friends as they pose for a picture of the restaurant. However, if we take a close look at the image, there actually appears to be one extra guest that's unaccounted for. See if you can spot them. In between the two men wearing caps, there's an extra face. The figure looks pale and ghost-like, lacking the depth of colour and detail that's present in the other boy's face. Furthermore, it seems that there'd be no way for an actual person to squeeze into the booth in that position. Some commenters think it might simply be a trick of the light as it reflects off the seat's padding. Another person suggested it might actually be a piece of clothing. Whatever the reason, there's no denying the fact that it really does resemble a face. One viewer even went as far as to say it looked like a soldier wearing a World War II helmet. So what do you think's going on in this photo? Does it show the ghostly face of some sort of supernatural entity? Or is it just an example of pareidolia? Let me know your opinions on this one down below. For some time now, homeowners Michael and Heather have suspected that something might be haunting their home. In fact, the bizarre activity became so frequent they began to document it all on their TikTok account, Southern Haunts. Here's an early account of some of the eerie things that have been happening in their home. Take a look. Strange knocking can be heard at the door, but there's clearly no one there. Then another door begins to bang. This time, they open it. Soon after, a cupboard door begins to knock as well. When this first clip hit TikTok, viewers warned that you should never open a door that's knocking when there's no one there, in case you invite an unwelcome spirit into your home. Spooked by the encounter, the homeowners set up a series of cameras around their house to record while they were away. This is what one of them captured. which Michael and Heather decide to conduct a Ouija board session to see if they can make contact with any spirits that might have taken up residence in their home. Before long, things go wrong. They then hear a noise upstairs. Watch what happens. Watching that again, it sounds like something runs at them from the top of the stairs. Now the homeowners are almost certain they have a paranormal presence on their hands. To add fuel to the fire, one of the static cameras in the kitchen catches this. So is this home really haunted? This is an unfolding story with new footage uploaded quite regularly. If you want to check them out, as always, I'll put links in the description box down below. These next two videos were uploaded to TikTok by Little and Large 13. In the first clip, we see a person dressed in a panda costume walk into view of a security camera. The person remains motionless for a few seconds before walking out of sight. Some think that this video is probably a hoax, as the person in the costume seems to know exactly where the camera is positioned. However, this next video might prove that this is not the case at all. In this clip, which was captured just 2 days later, we see a woman walking towards the clothesline. She begins to remove and fold a towel, and suddenly she looks around as if startled by something. She quickly grabs the second towel and heads inside. If you look closely, you can see that the panda is actually staring into the yard through the hole in the fence. So does this TikToker really have a creepy panda stalker? Or is it all just a bit of spooky fun? Let me know your thoughts on this down below. The following photos are several stills taken from a hunting cam which was posted to Reddit by user Teddy Roosevelt's Rifle. At first glance, there doesn't appear to be too much to see besides a deer feeder surrounded by a fence. But if you look more closely, you can make out a mysterious illuminated figure to the left of the feeder. The figure looks to be standing on 2 feet. It appears to have thin limbs and a rather large bulbous head with sizable eyes that are reflecting the glow of the camera. The second photo shows a zoomed-in image of the figure, but unfortunately the resolution is very low. Since they were posted to Reddit, the photos have been rather polarizing. Some viewers think it's just a deer with its head down, facing away from the camera. Others think it could be an owl, a cat, or even a possum. However, some have turned to the paranormal for an explanation. They suggest it could be an alien or even a duende, a mythological creature comparable to a gnome. Unfortunately, these two images are just not enough evidence to definitively prove the identity of this strange figure. So for now, at least, this creature will have to remain a mystery. Is it possible to interact with the living after we die? This video might shed some light on this very question. Take a look at what's being caught on camera. posted to Reddit by user Chest Wrong, and it was accompanied by a rather comprehensive backstory. The poster explains that they had been hired to perform some maintenance work on a property in which the former tenant had recently passed away. When the landlord first let them into the premises, they both noticed that the microwave door was wide open. Thinking little of it, the landlord closed the door and the two of them continued their tour of the property. However, as they came out of the hallway, they noticed the microwave door was again wide open. The landlord thought perhaps that the door hadn't latched completely the first time she closed it, so she made sure to close it again properly. The poster then went to Home Depot to pick up some supplies. He returned soon after and began working on the repairs. After fixing the door frame to the bathroom, he entered the kitchen where he noticed the microwave door was open yet again. Now thinking that this was the beginning of something weird, he decided to get back to work. Over the course of the morning, the door seemingly opened itself several more times. Wondering if the former tenant was still present and attempting to make contact, the poster decided to call his wife for advice. She suggested that he set up his phone to see if he could capture the event on film. As the poster ate his lunch, he set his phone to record the microwave. Knowing that the name of the man who had recently passed away was Kevin, he decided to introduce himself. In fact, in the video, you can hear him saying, "It's okay, Kevin, don't be scared. If you want to show me you're here, open the microwave again." Almost immediately, the door opens.
It's okay, Kevin. Don't be scared. You want to show me you're here? Open the microwave again.
So what do you think? Does this photo show a genuine attempt from the deceased to interact with the living? Is there another way to explain the movement of the microwave door? Love to hear theories on this one in the comments down below. The catacombs that wind their way below the streets of Paris, France, have a long and macabre history. In 1774, the city's cemeteries were terribly overcrowded, and so a plan was formulated to help eliminate the problem. Using the site of the former Tomb Issoire quarries, which at the time were located just outside of the city, construction of these mega ossuaries began. From 1786, nightly processions of covered wagons transferred remains from many of Paris's cemeteries to these underground tunnels. Estimated to house the remains of more than 6 million people, the catacombs were largely forgotten about until the early 19th century, when they became a fashionable place to stage concerts and other private events. This still image was posted to the Facebook page Ghosts of London. It was supposedly recovered from a camera found deep within the catacombs in the early 1990s. The photo shows an underground passageway aglow with lights. At the end is an indistinct figure that looks like a cross between a man and a beast. In fact, the figure has even been described as resembling the jackal-headed Egyptian deity Anubis. This image is made even more horrifying when you realise it may have been the last ever recorded by someone who disappeared in these maze-like tunnels. It's said when the camera was recovered, it actually had a small video on it. Those who viewed it soon realised that the person seemed to be lost and confused. The clip then said to have ended abruptly as the camera dropped to the ground. However, apparently it captured one last image, this one here. So does this photo really show some sort of mysterious creature roaming the dark passageways of Paris's catacombs? So let me know what you think about this creepy figure, and also let us know if you've ever visited the Paris catacombs in person. Martina Manar is a TikToker who posts videos of the strange things that happen around her house. In this one, we see a baby resting peacefully in the crib at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Almost instantly, a balloon begins moving towards the baby's crib. First, it moves in an unusual way, as if swinging through the air. Once the balloon reaches the crib, it then begins to violently bob up and down. The baby doesn't seem to be scared, however, appearing to squeal with delight as the balloon continues its odd movements. Could this be the work of a poltergeist? One perhaps that's eager to make contact with a child. This is just one of many creepy videos on this TikToker's channel. If you want to see more potentially paranormal happenings, as always, I'll leave a link in the description box down below. A shadow person is a type of supernatural entity that's said to lurk at the edge of our visual field. When someone claims to have seen one, it's usually little more than a fleeting glimpse. This video, which was posted to Facebook by Sarah Nichols, might just show one such sighting caught on camera. The footage we see is actually a secondary recording of the video that Nichols' son captured while walking around their house. Take a look and see if you can spot anything strange.
This is a video of the video that he filmed.
At first glance, the clip seems quite normal. However, at the end of the video, just as the child seems to be putting the phone down, there appears to be a dark, shadowy figure in the left-hand corner of the screen. The poster has no idea who the figure could be. She claims that the only other people in the house at the time this was taken was herself and her husband. The poster goes on to say that there's been tons of activity in this particular area of the home, recounting the time she came home and put her shoes on the boot rack by the door. She then went to use the bathroom, and when she came out, one of her shoes was in the kitchen sink. On another occasion, she claims her son was playing with one of his toy cars on top of a tray table, when suddenly it flew across the room violently. Could it be possible that the boys inadvertently captured proof of the paranormal force that's said to be haunting their house? Watch the clip again and judge for yourself.
This is a video of the video that he filmed.
Reddit user RudaCanthocephala55 recently shared a deeply unsettling set of photos on our Slapcam subreddit, captured by a home ring security system in Casa Grande, Arizona. The original uploader wrote the following in their post. This person came to my house, tried to open my locked door, peered through my windows, checked my car, and wandered around my property. Watch out for this individual on the east side of town near First Street. Make sure you lock your doors. The snapshots from the security footage show an eerie figure creeping around the property at night. Particularly alarming is the fact that this individual appears to have painted their face completely white. Disturbingly, this isn't an isolated incident. Numerous residents in the area have reported similar encounters with this mysterious prowler, heightening concerns within the community. Authorities have been notified and locals are urged to remain vigilant and ensure their homes and vehicles are securely locked. What would you do if you caught this unsettling figure lurking around your property? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. What do you think would be the scariest sound to wake up to? Well, it seems that Reddit user Orlando might have captured it on video. Take a listen. According to the poster, they were taking a nap all alone in the house when they woke up to hear an old music box playing a creepy tune. When quizzed by a viewer about the type of music box, the poster said it was the kind that you have to physically twist and wind up with your whole hand. This means that unless there was someone else in the house, the music box shouldn't have started playing the music. The poster went on to note that after they stopped recording this video, the music suddenly stopped. Was some sort of paranormal entity attempting to get the poster's attention? If so, it seems they succeeded. What would you do if you woke up to hear a creepy tune echoing through your house? Would you try to ignore it and go back to sleep, or would you run screaming down the street? Let me know in the comments down below. It seems that the man in this first TikTok video likely suspected that his house was haunted. Uploaded by Mr-less Paranormal, the clip shows the man setting up a camera, and it isn't long before it looks as though it captures some evidence. Take a look. As you can see, a dark, shadowy figure appears from the right of screen, then seems to follow the man up the stairs. If you look closely, the figure looks as though it might actually be walking on all fours like an animal. If this footage is indeed genuine, then it would have to be some of the best evidence yet supporting the existence of shadow people. The scares don't end there either. A few seconds later, the door to the right begins to move, seemingly all by itself. And if you watch closely, you can see a pale, ghostly face peeking out of the darkness. If this tenant originally thought that his house might be haunted, then it seems after reviewing this footage, he'd likely begin searching for a new place immediately. Have you ever had a feeling that there's a supernatural presence lurking in your house? Maybe you've seen a fleeting shadow out the corner of your eye or felt an inexplicable coldness. The feeling can elicit goosebumps, even though you're not quite sure what you're experiencing. However, if you suddenly start hearing a disembodied voice, the situation becomes harder to ignore, especially if the voice sounds eerily like your own. According to TikToker Marissa Ryan Stan 69, that's exactly what happened to them. They were lying in bed when they heard a mysterious voice that sounded just like theirs calling out to them from another room. Watch. It sounds as though the voice is saying, "Come here, in here, come here, hey, in here, come here, I've got something, come here." According to a comment from the original poster, the mysterious voice responds to theirs, yelling louder when they too raise their voice. In a follow-up video, we see the poster frantically pacing around the house. They ask the audience for help identifying the supposed supernatural presence that's causing the disturbances.
I just need somebody who knows what this is. Please reach out. I don't care if it's in the comment. Privately, just please reach out.
Although this time the eerie voice remains silent, it seems that the presence still might make itself known. As the TikToker nervously moves about, we can see an unlit candle sitting on top of the toilet. However, just before the video ends, a flame can clearly be seen.
Somebody please reach out if I answer or some help or something. Thank you.
So is this TikToker's house really haunted by some sort of paranormal force? Let me know where you sit on this in the comments down below. This next creepy clip might just show some paranormal activity. Take a look. Uploaded to Reddit by MGE308, the footage was supposedly captured in a meat packing plant that they used to work at. What makes this clip extra creepy is that the poster claims it was on a weekend that they had off, suggesting that there was no one else around. In the footage, you can see the pallet driver appears to manually adjust itself as if controlled by some sort of unseen force. Some who saw the clip thought a malfunction might be responsible for the device's unusual movements. However, one viewer, who claims to be a mechanic that works on similar devices every day, said while a wiring issue could cause it to drive on its own, it would definitely not cause the tiller to move up and down like you see in the clip. They believe there's no mechanical explanation for what we see in this video. So then, does this footage really show a paranormal force at play? Let me know if you have anything to add to this conversation in the comments down below. Our last clip of the day is yet more eerie home security footage of a child in their bedroom. This was uploaded to TikTok by Funkakui TV. This video was captured late at night as a toddler plays in his room, while the parents are sleeping peacefully next door. Everything seems perfectly normal until things turn a little creepy. Watch. It looks as though the kid is talking to someone. And suddenly, this happens. It looks as though something pushes the child and grabs his leg. Some commenters said the footage had an unsettling feeling, suggesting that a demonic entity was interacting with the child. But what do you think? Is this something evil or just a playful kid using his imagination? Take another look and make your own mind up. Continue watching more scary videos. These are the scariest of 2025. This old office PC cost me less than $40 on eBay. I wanted to push this machine to its absolute limit. So I tested all 4 GPU to find the one that could truly wake this beast up. First, we'll test it completely stock, and then find out how much extra performance we can squeeze out of it, with a few very questionable upgrades. Because believe it or not, with enough bad financial decisions, and at least one suspicious-looking power supply, even a forgotten office PC from 2011 can turn into a surprisingly capable gaming machine in 2026. This is the HP Pro 3340, one of those pre-built office systems companies used to buy in bulk. And honestly, you can still find these things all over eBay for prices low enough that you probably won't end up in debt buying them. In this video, I'm not going too deep into the buying process, so instead, let's focus on what's actually inside this case. And, oh my god, along with the PC, I also got a free lifetime supply of dust. This thing is absolutely filthy. I'm definitely cleaning it later. The case layout is also kind of weird. When you stand it upright, all the components are flipped compared to a normal modern PC layout. That's because a lot of older OEM systems use the BTX layout, which was marketed as running cooler and quieter back in the day. And now, interestingly, there isn't even a graphics card inside, not even a weak one, which honestly makes sense. Office PC like this were never meant for gaming in the first place. The RAM situation is also pretty basic. Just 8 gigabytes total using 2 4GB sticks. There's also a DVD drive in here, although realistically, I think it's only here to make the PC look complete because I'm definitely never using it. But then, oh wait, there's actually an SSD inside, 128 gigabytes, and the brand name is Kim Needy. Yeah, I have absolutely never heard of this company before. It sounds like the kind of SSD that either lasts 10 years or explodes tomorrow. I'm just hoping there's a hidden Bitcoin wallet inside so I can finally stop suffering making these videos. As for the power supply, it's rated for 300 watts under ideal temperatures, although output drops as heat increases. But the important detail here is the 12-volt rail. It only supports around 192 watts. And yeah, that's going to matter later. Alright, let's see if this thing even works before upgrading anything. No extra hardware, no modifications, just power it on exactly as it is. And surprisingly, perfect. It boots straight into Windows almost immediately.
But then something weird happened. The moment I opened CPU-Z to check the specs, blue screen, instantly. The legendary Windows blue screen of death. And honestly, I had no idea what caused it. After restarting, the system suddenly booted into Windows setup mode, and then somehow went right back to working normally again like nothing had happened, which is both reassuring and slightly terrifying. So I tried opening the software again, and immediately another blue screen. At this point, I had to restart the machine again. This time, instead of CPU-Z, I tried using HW monitor, and the exact same thing happened. That's when I started noticing a pattern. Every time I opened a program that tried to deeply access the hardware information, the entire system would instantly crash, which usually means one thing: something in the hardware or software stack is unstable. So instead, I checked through the task manager, and thankfully the system seemed normal then. Now the real question, what CPU is actually inside this thing? And oh no, it's an Intel Core i3-3340, a processor that launched around 15 years ago. And yeah, this is not a powerful chip. Just 2 cores, 4 threads, locked at 3.3 gigahertz. At that moment, I genuinely started worrying about how the tiny integrated graphics inside the CPU in modern games. Then things somehow got worse. The SSD already had over 10 years of power runtime. The system was running a very old version of Windows 10. So I decided to completely reinstall Windows to see if the blue screen issue was actually caused by the operating system itself. And after reinstalling everything, I tested those same programs again. Perfect. No more crashes, which honestly felt like a miracle. Then I checked the CPU benchmark score, and wow, it only scored around 760 multi-core and 262 single-core. And honestly, if I'm being brutally honest, that performance is terrible. Alright, time to test some actual games, starting with Minecraft. And, oh boy, the FPS is only hovering between 10 and 20. It feels awful. The stuttering is constant, the game freezes every few seconds, and sometimes it even drops below 10 FPS. So, I started tweaking everything I could to see if this tiny ancient CPU could somehow crawl its way up to 60 frames per second. I lowered the render distance to the absolute minimum, disabled basically every visual effect possible, and boom. The highest number I managed to see was 53 frames per second. Most of the time, though, it stayed closer to around 40. And honestly, if you only look at the frame counter, it sounds playable, but the actual experience is terrible. The render distance becomes so low that if I fly into the air, I can barely even see the world below me anymore. Then I moved to Tomb Raider, and yeah, the stuttering here is even more obvious. FPS hovers around 15, even after lowering the resolution down to basic HD. Technically, it's still low. But realistically, this ancient 15-year-old CPU is already way beyond its limits. And then came CS2, or at least I tried to launch it. The hardware is simply too old. The game refuses to even start. At this point, it's pretty clear what this machine is actually good for. Web browsing, watching YouTube, light office tasks, but modern gaming, yeah, we're going to need a few upgrades first. Before upgrading anything, I want this machine to be actually clean before it receives its new power. And honestly, I'm just hoping I don't suffocate while cleaning out all this dust. There's so much of it in here that this PC probably qualifies as a biological hazard at this point. Now, I can't remove the motherboard from the case without first taking off the cooler. And once everything comes apart, you can really see something interesting. This case actually has a lot of internal space, and that's the biggest reason why upgrading this system is going to be much easier than I expected. But it gets even better. This PC doesn't use a proprietary power connector, which means I can upgrade to a higher wattage power supply later without needing weird adapters or expensive conversion cables. That is a huge advantage. And another great thing, the case also supports larger aftermarket CPU coolers if temperatures become a problem. Although there is one downside to that, and I'll talk about it later. As for this tiny power supply, I'm still going to be using it for quite a while, so I want to clean it as thoroughly as possible. Is during all the upcoming performance testing, the PSU is going to suffer more than anything else in this machine. Now, the motherboard itself uses the LGA 1155 socket, released back in 2011, and supporting both Sandy Bridge and Ivy Bridge processors. But the chipset here isn't designed for overclocking, so realistically, it makes more sense to choose balanced CPU like the Intel Core i7-3770 rather than the K version. Although, as you already know, I happen to own both of the most powerful CPU for this platform anyway, the Intel Core i7-2700K and the Intel Core i7-3770K. So thankfully, I don't need to spend extra money on a processor for this upgrade. And if you're wondering about pricing, these chips usually go for around $30 used. Performance-wise, they're actually pretty close to each other on paper. The RAM is running at 1,600 megahertz, which honestly was one of the best options back then. So instead of replacing everything, I just bought 2 more matching 4 gigabyte sticks for only $14. Now the system has a full 16 gigabytes of RAM. And there's actually something interesting about this platform. If you use a 3rd gen Intel CPU, the memory runs at the full 1,600 megahertz speed. But if you install a 2nd gen chip, it automatically drops down to 1,333 megahertz instead. Not a massive difference, yeah. It's still something worth knowing if you're building on old hardware like this. At this point, though, memory is no longer the problem. This machine finally has enough RAM to realistically handle modern games. Now, the power supply, yeah, that's where things get complicated again. It's only 300 watts, and even worse, it doesn't include a 6-pin PCIe cable for graphics cards. A little disappointing, but thankfully I already planned around that. Right now, I have 4 different GPUs sitting here, and every single one completely changes what this machine becomes. Some are safer, some are faster, some are probably terrible ideas. Because with a weak OEM power supply like this, every graphics card choice becomes a careful balancing act between performance, power draw, heat, and risk. So I'm going to test all 4 cards and figure out which one actually makes the most sense for this machine. Starting with the GTX 1050 Ti with 4 gigabytes of RAM. And honestly, this card makes a lot of sense here. No PSU upgrade needed, no external power connector required, and the TDP is only 75 watts, which basically makes it the perfect drop-in upgrade for old office PCs like this. Alright, let's install it and see what this machine can actually do. After powering it on, oh no, the system immediately throws a warning saying the CPU is not officially supported, which honestly makes sense. The BIOS on this machine is ancient. As you can see, this version dates all the way back to 2013, and at this point, that's basically prehistoric in PC terms. So now I have to swap the old CPU back in, just to update the BIOS first. I head over to the manufacturer's support page, search for the correct BIOS package for this motherboard, then start running the update files. And if you ever do this yourself, seriously, disable your antivirus first. These older BIOS update tools sometimes get flagged for no reason and can interrupt the flashing process. After that, I run a few commands through the terminal so the system can properly begin the BIOS update. And honestly, this is also why I usually recommend buying non-K CPU for office systems like this. These chipsets were never designed for overclocking anyways, so paying extra for an unlocked chip is mostly a waste of money. In my case, though, I already own the chip, so I might as well use it. And finally, after the update finishes, the BIOS version changes from 2013 to 2014. Yeah, not exactly modern, but apparently it was enough, because the moment I rebooted the system, boom, the motherboard finally recognized this monster of a CPU. Alright, now it's finally time for the performance test. Let's see what this little office PC can actually do. Starting with Minecraft. At 32 chunks, the results are honestly pretty impressive. While moving around on the ground, the system stays above 100 frames per second most of the time. And when I fly high into the air, the frames per second drops by around 10 to 20 frames, which honestly isn't bad at all considering the age of this hardware. Power consumption is also surprisingly efficient, but one thing immediately started worrying me: the CPU temperature. Even at only around 50% usage, the CPU is already getting close to 70 degrees Celsius, which means if this processor ever hits full load for a long period of time, the cooler is definitely going to become the next thing I need to upgrade. Now let's move on to Cyberpunk 2077. At low settings, performance sits around 35 to 40 FPS. The CPU temperature stays pretty hot here too, hovering around 70 degrees Celsius. But honestly, the bigger issue seems to be the graphics card itself, struggling under the heavier graphics. So, if you mainly play lighter games or esports titles, this setup is actually a very safe and affordable option. Especially considering the GPU only costs around $70 used. But if your goal is heavier AAA games, And it's time to test GPU number 2, the GTX 1066 gigabytes. I picked this card up for around $75, so it really isn't much more expensive than the previous GPU. But the downside is power consumption. This card can pull up to 120 watts under load, and unlike the GTX 1050 Ti, it also requires a 6-pin PCIe power connector. So now comes the risky part. I'm going to test it using this tiny OEM power supply, and see whether the system can actually handle it without exploding. Checking the power draw, the GPU is actually consuming almost exactly what the manufacturer claims, close to 120 watts under full load. But importantly, it doesn't stay there all the time. Sometimes the power draw drops below 90 watts, depending on what's happening in game. I also checked the temperature of the SATA to 6-pin adapter and the power cable itself, and surprisingly, everything stayed cool. No overheating, no melting smell, nothing sketchy at all, which means I can finally start pushing this setup properly without feeling like the entire system is about to catch fire. Starting again with Minecraft. Performance is definitely better this time, with around 10 to 20 more FPS compared to the previous one. Then I switched to shaders. At that point, both the CPU and GPU were running nearly at full usage, but total system power consumption still stayed around 140 to 150 watts, which is completely fine for this power supply. We're still comfortably below its limits. The only disappointing part is the actual frame rate. Even with the stronger GPUs, performance still hovers around 30 FPS. Not amazing, but honestly still playable if you just want to enjoy the beautiful visuals of the game. Now moving on to Cyberpunk 2077. This time, the system reaches around 45 frames per second, and looking back at the previous test, the improvement honestly isn't that dramatic. We only gained around 5 extra frames. So overall, this probably isn't the ideal GPU pairing for this machine after all. Now it's time to test the RTX 3056 gigabytes, and interestingly, it actually shares a few similarities with the GTX 1050 Ti. No external power connector needed, and incredibly low power consumption at only around 70 watts. So let's see if this thing is actually worth using in a setup like this. Back to Minecraft first, and wow, the FPS jump is immediately noticeable. Sometimes it even shoots past 200 FPS, but the problem is still the CPU. This old processor architecture just can't maintain stable frame pacing anymore, so even though the average FPS is high, it still randomly drops below 100 during heavier moments. Then I switched to shaders, and honestly, I was kind of disappointed. Performance still hovers around 30 FPS. There really isn't a huge difference here. Now moving to Cyberpunk 2077, this is where the card finally starts showing its strength. Compared to the previous two GPU, the difference is much more obvious. The game stays around 70 FPS most of the time, and consistently remains above 60, which proves this card handles graphically intensive games really well. Then I tried enabling ray tracing, and yeah, things fell apart pretty quickly. The visual upgrade honestly isn't dramatic enough to justify the performance hit on a card like this. FPS immediately drops to around 40, and the game no longer feels smooth. So realistically, this GPU performs best using pure rasterized performance, not ray tracing. The biggest problem though is the price. This card still costs around $170. And honestly, if it were my money, I probably wouldn't choose it. Now for the final bar, so the RTX 3060 12 gigabytes. And honestly, this test is probably complete overkill. But that's exactly why it's interesting. I wanted to force this machine to run at its absolute limit. At this point, there's no way I can keep using the original power supply anymore, because realistically, it could kill this GPU at any moment. So after upgrading the PSU, the next thing that had to go was the cooling. I don't want this old CPU overheating and throttling itself the second things get serious. The annoying part is, once I install a large air cooler, the side panel no longer fits. But honestly, I stopped caring at that point. So I just removed the side panel completely and let the whole system breathe freely instead. Alright, let's see the CPU scream for mercy. I'm only testing shaders this time because honestly that's enough to expose the bottleneck immediately. And yeah, performance only hovers around 30 to 40 frames per second. At this point, it's painfully obvious the CPU is the thing holding everything back. Moving on to the next game, even there, performance only stays around 60 FPS on high settings. This old processor is completely overloaded trying to keep up with a monster like the RTX 3060 gigabytes. So after testing everything, the GPU that actually makes the most sense for this build is probably the RTX 3056 gigabytes. And if your budget is tighter, the GTX 1050 Ti is still a surprisingly decent option without sacrificing too much. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this chaotic experiment.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Cam. You're about to see some really scary videos. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. It's like this. Here's a nice scary video to start today's list off right. A certified nursing assistant who goes by the username Your Fave Bipolar recently shared security footage from the aged care facility where she works. And what it captured has left viewers struggling to explain what they're seeing. The footage comes from a locked Alzheimer's and dementia unit. It's the kind of ward where every door requires a code and residents are carefully monitored around the clock. No one should be wondering the corridors unaccounted for, but that's exactly what the camera appears to show. At several points, the figure appears to have glowing eyes. Staff on duty that night reportedly confirmed no one was in that section of the building at the time the footage was recorded. Some commenters have pointed out that dementia patients sometimes move in unusual, unpredictable ways that can look eerie on grainy night vision cameras. But those who work in aged care have long spoken about unexplained occurrences in these facilities. Stories of call buttons pressed in empty rooms, voices heard in corridors after lights out, and the uncanny phenomenon of residents appearing to converse with people who aren't there, or at least people the living can't see. The TikToker, who goes by Honeybell of Ontario, has been documenting some deeply unsettling events inside her home, and what starts as one strange discovery quickly spirals into a series of scary videos she can't explain.
And I'm
It begins when she returns home after dropping her daughter off at her father's house. She walks through the door, still wearing her coat, and immediately notices something wrong.
I literally still haven't come back.
The chairs around her kitchen table have been moved, not just shifted slightly, they've been stacked.
And all the chairs were around the table.
She was the only person home. The doors were locked, and she was visibly shaking as she films the scene, struggling to make sense of what she's looking at.
I just went down with a girl to the house, and all the chairs were around the table.
That's not the only thing troubling her. In an earlier video, she takes her followers on a tour of the house and brings them upstairs to a room she's already been calling the spooky room.
I tried to mom from Tommy yesterday, and I wanted to show her the house. So of course, I showed her the spooky room.
She doesn't remember leaving the light on in the room. There's a crawl space up there sealed off by a wooden panel. Only when they arrive, the panel is lying on the ground.
She's like, what? That's because
Lex tells her it's probably just the draft that knocked the panel loose, and there is a strong draft up there. She tries to convince herself that's all it was, props the panel back into place, decides she's going to move it shut. She then keeps looking around the room, and something unnerving happens.
Okay. Well, it must have been the draft. I'll have to get somebody to come in.
The door she had just propped up falls to the ground.
You know that all her fault. Or I'm gonna do it.
There's another detail that caught viewers' attention. At around the 36-second mark, if you look closely into the darkness of that crawl space, there appear to be two faint, glowing points of light staring back at her. Almost like eyes watching from the shadows. She doesn't seem to notice them at the time, but thousands of commenters did. Then comes the third video. She set up a camera inside her home, hoping to catch whatever's been causing these disturbances. And what the footage appears to show is a door slowly opening on its own. She believes she may have captured a poltergeist on camera. Taken individually, each of these moments might have an innocent explanation, a draft, a trick of the light, a door that doesn't latch properly, but taken together. The stacked chairs, the torn off panel, the glowing eyes, the door opening by itself. It paints a picture of a home where something uninvited may be making itself comfortable. What do you think is going on in this house? Could there really be something lurking in that crawl space? Let us know in the comments.
Okay. Well, it must have been the draft. I'll have to get somebody.
A security camera inside what appears to be a hospital or aged care facility captures something that's left viewers genuinely rattled. Right there on the screen behind them, you can clearly make out what looks like a figure standing in the middle of the frame. The television isn't even switched on. The person turns back to face the room, and just like that, the figure is gone, completely vanished. Now, facilities like hospitals and nursing homes are often reported to be hotspots for unexplained activity. It makes a kind of sense. These are places where people pass away regularly, where grief lingers in the corridors. If spirits do remain tied to the places where they spent their final moments, you'd expect to find them here. What stands out about this clip is just how clearly the figure appears. It's not a shadow, it's not a smudge on the lens, it's a distinct shape standing upright, visible for only a moment before it disappears entirely. Could this be a genuine paranormal encounter caught on a security camera, or is there a simpler explanation? A woman going by the username Urban Beauty Meme recently shared Ring doorbell footage sent to her by her sister, and what it captured in the middle of the night has viewers convinced they're looking at something that shouldn't exist. The clip was recorded outside her sister's home, which sits just 10 feet from the church. It's late at night, the street is empty, then something appears. A figure moves across the frame. It appears to be wearing a long white robe. The figure passes through the camera's field of view, disappears. The sister's husband initially suggested it was probably an animal. But when they actually reviewed the footage, that explanation fell apart quickly. The figure looks oddly small compared to the surroundings. The proximity to the church is a detail that's hard to ignore. Throughout history, churches, cemeteries, and other sacred sites have been hotspots for reported apparitions. Whether you attribute that to spiritual energy, psychological expectation, or pure coincidence depends on your perspective. The original poster said she got literal goosebumps watching it, and judging by the comments, she wasn't alone. So what do you think was caught on that ring camera? A neighbour out for a late night stroll, trick of the light, or something from the other side? A series of baby monitor clips have gone viral after appearing to show a young child having a conversation with someone who wasn't there, someone the family believes is a deceased relative. The child can be heard speaking clearly, apparently responding to questions and reacting to a presence, referring to the unseen figure as Pop Pop. According to the family, Pop Pop is a deceased grandfather. What makes these clips particularly unsettling is what happens in the background. At one point, a shadow appears to sweep across the room. A distinct dark movement that doesn't correspond to anything visible in the frame. There's also a brief but noticeable camera glitch accompanied by an audio stutter and momentary pause in the feed. Baby monitors are known for occasional interference, but the timing, right as the child appears to be interacting with something, has struck a nerve with viewers. Now it's worth noting that some observers have questioned the authenticity of at least one of the three clips. The first segment, they argue, has visual qualities that could suggest AI generation. The movement looks slightly off, and there are subtle inconsistencies that experienced eyes have flagged. But the other clips appear far more straightforward, and many viewers believe the interaction is genuine. A child too young to fabricate a complex scenario, simply responding to someone they can see. We can't. Stories of children communicating with deceased relatives are surprisingly common. Parents across cultures and generations have reported similar encounters. Kids describing people they've never met in life, using names they shouldn't know, referencing details that check out. Whether it's a comforting sign from beyond or simply a child's imagination filling in the gaps of family stories they've overheard, it remains one of the most debated phenomena in the paranormal world. Do you think children can genuinely perceive things adults can't, or is there always a simpler explanation? TikTok user Kath Jenkins Knoll shared this unsettling clip, and it's one that's hard to explain. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary moment, a toddler laughing during nap time. Things start to get eerie. What do you think? Is this kid just being silly, or should the parents be a little more worried? The New York Post is reporting a sudden wave of Bigfoot sightings across northeast Ohio, and the sheer number of reports in such a short window has even seasoned researchers paying attention. According to the Bigfoot Society, at least 7 separate sightings have been reported in the region since last Friday alone. 7 in one corner of one state in under a week. The area in question has been described as one of the gloomiest parts of Ohio. Heavily forested, sparsely populated, and the kind of terrain where something large could move through with nothing easily spotted. Details on the individual sightings are still emerging, but reports describe a large, upright figure seen at the edges of wooded areas, often at dusk or dawn. Several witnesses reportedly didn't know about the other sightings when they came forward, which investigators say adds a layer of credibility. Now, Ohio isn't typically the first state people associate with Bigfoot. That honour usually goes to the Pacific Northwest. But the Buckeye State actually has a long and surprisingly rich history of sightings, particularly in its rural northeast counties. Skeptics will rightly point out that clusters like this can be driven by suggestion. Once one sighting makes the news, people start looking harder and misidentifying bears, large dogs, or even other people in low light. But proponents argue the opposite. The clusters happen because something is actually there, moving through an area, and multiple independent witnesses are encountering it. The fact that a major outlet like the New York Post is covering this rather than just niche cryptozoology forums suggests the story has legs. Whether those legs belong to an undiscovered primate or just a very confused bear is the question everyone's asking. What do you make of 7 sightings in 1 week? Mass hysteria, misidentification, or could something actually be out there in the Ohio woods? A viewer named Scott Sigmund sent us this next photo, and the story behind it is genuinely chilling. On the 22nd of March 2024, Scott, his wife and their children took a ghost tour through the historic downtown area of St. Augustine, Florida, one of the oldest cities in the United States and a place with a deeply haunted reputation. As the tour guide recounted stories of people being beheaded near Flagler College, Scott's wife decided to snap a photo on her iPhone. No filters, no editing, just a standard camera shot. But when they looked at the image later, something was very wrong. In the photo, the figure appears to have a strangely distorted face, almost as if, in Scott's own words, his head turned into a Dali painting. The features are warped and surreal, as though reality itself bent for just a fraction of a second. Scott says this wasn't the only strange experience his family had that night. He mentions the area's ley lines, invisible lines of energy that some believe connect sacred and paranormal sites, and says they felt something unusual throughout the tour. The Sigmund family are longtime fans of this channel, and we're grateful they shared this remarkable image. But what do you make of it? Is this a simple camera glitch, or did Scott's wife accidentally photograph something from the other side? A driver is heading down a dusty rural road in the dead of night, somewhere believed to be in sub-Saharan Africa, when their headlights pick up something they weren't expecting. Some people who've seen this footage believe it could be evidence of a tokoroshe, a creature from southern African folklore said to take the form of a small figure and appear in the night. Others reckon it's simply a young herder watching over the animals. But at that hour, in that kind of isolation, the whole scene was deeply unsettling. What do you make of this? Is there a rational explanation or is something far stranger going on here? A TikTok user filming from her cruise suite window while sailing through Antarctic waters captured something that sent the internet into a frenzy and racked up over 25 million views in the process. In the clip uploaded by Lucy.Jets, a large vessel can be seen in the distance. It appears ancient, tall masts, weathered sails, looking as though it belongs to another century entirely. Against the stark, icy backdrop of Antarctica, it's a deeply unsettling sight. The video's creator, Lucy, was clearly stunned, and so were the millions who watched it. Comments flooded in with theories ranging from a portal in time to a ghost ship doomed to sail the Southern Ocean for eternity. Here's where the story takes a turn. The vessel was eventually identified as the bark Europa, a steel-hulled bark originally built in 1911 in Hamburg, Germany. She's very real and very much still operational. The Europa runs expedition voyages to some of the most remote waters on the planet, including regular trips to Antarctica. With her traditional rigging and historic silhouette, she genuinely looks like something from another era. And in the fog and isolation of the Antarctic, it's easy to see how she could be mistaken for something otherworldly. Two photographs taken by NASA's Mars rover Curiosity, one from 2014 and another from 2026, both appear to show something that shouldn't be there. In each image, taken years apart, an anomalous object can match the profile of any known debris, dust devil, or camera artifact typically seen in rover imagery. The 2026 image, taken over a decade later, shows a strikingly similar anomaly. Again in the sky, again without an obvious explanation. Researcher Jean Ward was among the first to highlight the connection between the two photos. Ward points out that the objects share visual characteristics despite being captured years apart from the same rover in what appear to be different locations. Now, the skeptical explanations are worth considering. Mars has an atmosphere, and while it's thin, it can produce visual effects. Cosmic rays striking the camera sensor can also create bright spots that look like objects, but are actually just pixel damage. NASA has attributed similar anomalies to these causes in the past, but for those who study unidentified aerial phenomena, the idea that UAPs might not be limited to Earth's skies is a tantalizing one. If these objects are genuine and not sensor artifacts, then something is flying through the Martian atmosphere and we have no public explanation for what it could be. Are NASA's own cameras capturing evidence of something extraordinary on Mars? Or is this simply a case of cosmic rays and overactive imaginations?
Just one thing I want to throw out here. There's a bit of mischief with the US government.
Investigative journalist Ross Coulthard has made a claim that even by his standards pushes into extraordinary territory.
Not just being somewhere in the United States, but I know there is another proof. And I know the United States knows about it.
In a recent interview on the American Alchemy podcast, Coulthard alleges that he personally visited a fenced-off site somewhere in the American Southwest, a location guarded by the US Forest Service under the cover story of protecting ancient ruins.
And I was there just the other day. And guess what? It's got a big fence around it, lots of security signs. It's supposedly US Forest Service. And you know what? It's not. And it's supposedly ancient ruins of tribal art. And you know what? It's not.
But according to Coulthard, the ruins aren't what's really being protected. He claims the site contains a functional interdimensional portal.
What's happening is the United States is using the US Forest Service and claims of the protection of archaeological relics to keep secret from the public. Portals on US soil. Yeah.
Now, before you dismiss this outright, it's worth noting who's making the claim. Coulthard is an award-winning journalist with decades of experience in investigative reporting. He's not a fringe figure who's broken major stories on defence and intelligence matters in both Australia and the United States. The claim also echoes earlier investigations Coulthard conducted in 2025 into Bradshaw Ranch near Sedona, Arizona, a property with a long history of UFO sightings, strange lights, and what locals describe as vortex energy. Native American oral traditions in the region speak of doorways to other realms, and modern New Age practitioners have long been drawn to the area for similar reasons. Reactions online have been predictably polarised. Some UFO enthusiasts see this as further evidence of government secrecy around anomalous phenomena. Skeptics, meanwhile, are demanding verifiable proof, something Coulthard has so far been unable to provide publicly.
There is another point.
The use of the Forest Service as a cover is an interesting detail. It's a civilian agency with broad land management authority, making it an ideal front for restricting access to sensitive areas without raising the kind of red flags that military security would. Is Ross Coulthard onto something the governments have been hiding in plain sight? Or has one of journalism's sharpest minds been led down a rabbit hole with no bottom?
What's happening is the United States is using the US Forest Service and claims of the protection of archaeological relics to keep secret from the public. A portal on US soil. Yeah.
A hospital worker's colleague was filming a light-hearted video during a late-night shift when the camera captured something no one expected. The scary video was taken on a hospital unit that used to serve as the old paediatric ward. It's since been repurposed, but staff say the history of the floor is well known, and for some, it's a source of quiet unease during overnight shifts. In the clip, posted to Reddit by user ToughTangerine9454, you can definitely see a childlike figure scoot past in reflection. According to the person who shared the video, there was no one else on the unit at the time. No children, no other patients in that section of the corridor. Former paediatric wards are among the most commonly reported sites for paranormal activity in hospitals. Staff across the world have shared similar stories. The sound of small footsteps in empty halls, children's laughter heard through walls, and fleeting glimpses of small figures that vanish when you look directly at them. Was this simply a trick of the glass and bad timing, or did the camera catch a glimpse of one of the ward's former patients still wandering the halls? A TikTok creator, Shwamahama, decides to sneak into Chicago's Congress Plaza Hotel for some late-night ghost hunting, and ends up getting far more than they bargained for. The Congress Plaza Hotel opened in 1893 and has been a fixture on Michigan Avenue ever since. It's also widely considered one of the most haunted hotels in America. Over the decades, guests and staff have reported shadow figures, phantom sounds, and rooms so unsettling they've been permanently sealed off. In the first clip, the creator is creeping through the hotel's corridors when they're spotted by a security guard. You'd expect that to be the end of it, when escorted out, maybe a warning. Instead, the guard does something unexpected. Rather than kicking them out, he offers to take them on a personal tour of the old Golden Ballroom. A grand space that's been the site of countless paranormal reports over the years. And then the guard pulls out his phone. Oh my God. Shows them photographs that he and other employees have taken inside the hotel. That's weird, dude. In one image, what appears to be a transparent figure is sitting on a bench, visible enough to make out a shape, but clearly not a solid person. In another photo, a second translucent figure can be seen in a different area of the hotel. The guard says these images are well known amongst staff and that most long-term employees have their own stories. The Congress Plaza has a grim history. It's been linked to multiple deaths, including suicides and at least one murder. Several floors have sections that remain closed to guests, and room 441 in particular has a reputation for violent paranormal encounters. When even the security guards are giving ghost tours instead of sending people home, you have to wonder what exactly is lurking in the halls of the Congress Plaza Hotel. A home security camera has captured something genuinely unsettling, and the scary footage has left viewers divided. As the woman walks to her car, you can see a figure that appears to walk straight into her home. The scary video was originally shared on Reddit roughly 3 years ago. According to the person who posted it, the clip hadn't gained much attention online until now. What makes this one particularly eerie is how solid the figure appears. It's not a faint orb or a smudge of light. Some viewers believe this could be a genuine paranormal encounter, spirit or shadow person following the homeowner inside without her knowledge. So what do you think walked into that house? A shadow cast by the porch light, or something that doesn't belong there at all? Think the chills stop here? Not quite. Our merch store is packed with haunting designs to keep the eerie vibes alive. Tees, hoodies, stickers, caps, you name it. Plus, free shipping on orders over $50. Check the link below or the pinned comment. A viewer named Linda sent us this scary video from St. Augustine, Florida, one of the oldest and most haunted cities in the United States. Linda was on a guided cemetery tour when she decided to film through the wrought iron fence. The group wasn't allowed to enter the grounds, so she simply panned her camera across the darkness beyond the bars. At the time, she didn't notice anything unusual. It was only later, back in her hotel, that she reviewed the footage and spotted it. When slowed down, the shape becomes even more difficult to explain. St. Augustine has a long and dark history. Founded in 1565, it's seen centuries of conflict, disease, and death. The city's cemeteries are among the most storied in the American South, with reports of apparitions, phantom lights, and disembodied voices going back generations. The Huguenot Cemetery, located right in the heart of the old town, is said to be one of the most active sites. Visitors and tour guides alike have reported shadowy figures moving between the headstones after dark. Linda insists there was no one inside the cemetery when she filmed. The gates were locked and the tour group was standing outside. So what exactly raced through the darkness that night? Could this be one of St. Augustine's restless dead caught on camera? Or is there a simpler explanation hiding in the shadows? A viewer named Scotty sent us a series of photos taken at his workshop, and one of them contains something he can't explain. Scotty was snapping pictures to send to his girlfriend, just casual shots of the shop. He took them in quick succession, one after the other, and didn't think twice about it. It was his girlfriend who noticed it first. She texted him saying she'd zoomed in on one of the photos and spotted what looked like a face hovering just above his shoulder. Scotty went back and looked. Sure enough, there it was. What appears to be a face staring downward at him, partially cut off. Is what makes it harder to dismiss. The photos were taken in rapid succession. In the frames before and after, the area behind Scotty is completely clear. Whatever this is, it appears in only one shot. Scotty admits he's not sure if he's seeing what he wants to see. The power of suggestion after his girlfriend pointed it out. But the more you study the image, the harder it becomes to write off as a trick of the light or a simple reflection. This CCTV footage was captured inside a supermarket in Russia, and it's got a lot of people talking. A small, dark, semi-transparent shape begins to move across the frame. At one point, it pauses mid-air, just hanging there, completely still. Now, skeptics have pointed out that this is exactly what an insect or a small piece of debris looks like when it lands on or near the camera lens. Because it's so close to the sensor, the infrared light makes it glow, and the lack of focus gives it that ghostly, translucent appearance. But others aren't so sure. They say the shape moves with too much purpose. Some even believe it could be a spirit lingering in the store. So what do you reckon? Is this a restless presence caught on security camera or just a late-night visitor? The 6-leg variety. Reddit user Brandonum69 shares security camera footage that appears to show something or someone sitting inside their parked car in the middle of the night. The outdoor camera flagged movement at 2:02 a.m. and again at 2:05. When the owner checked the footage, they could see what looks like a figure sitting in the passenger seat of the car. The car was locked. No one in the household was outside, and by morning, there was no sign that anyone had been inside the vehicle. Some commenters have suggested a more mundane explanation, that the shape is simply a reflection of foliage from a tree overhead, catching the infrared light from the security camera and creating the illusion of a seated figure. It's a fair point. Night vision cameras are notorious for turning leaves, branches, and reflections into shapes that look eerily human. But others aren't so sure. They point out that the shape appears in a consistent position across multiple timestamps, and that it has a distinctly human silhouette that's difficult to attribute to random foliage. Was something genuinely sitting in this car at 2 in the morning? Or is this a textbook case of shadows and reflections playing tricks on a night vision lens? A scary photo taken inside an old village home in Pakistan has left viewers deeply unsettled. The house had been abandoned for some time, but it was far from forgotten. Locals knew it well. The property had long been the subject of stories about hauntings, and it was those very tales that drew a group of people to visit. The person who took the photograph, Reddit user WhatsItTo69, says they were simply documenting the interior of the home. It wasn't until they reviewed the image afterwards that they noticed something deeply out of place. There in the frame appears to be a figure, or at least the outline of one. It doesn't match anyone who was present at the time, and the position suggests it was standing in a part of the house where no one from the group had ventured. Abandoned houses with reputations for hauntings exist across every culture, but in rural Pakistan, these stories often carry particular weight. Many villages have oral traditions stretching back generations about homes where tragedies occurred, deaths, disputes, or events that left a mark on the land itself. The belief in jinn, supernatural beings in Islamic tradition, means that reports of unexplained presences in old buildings are taken seriously by many in the community. These aren't dismissed as ghost stories. They're treated as genuine warnings. Whether or not you subscribe to those beliefs, the image is difficult to ignore. The shape has a distinctly human quality to it, and the fact that it appears in a house already infamous for strange occurrences only adds to the weight of the claim. A viewer named Tasha sent us something that's been bothering her since 2020, and after seeing it, we can understand why. Tasha was living in an old house in Kansas City, Missouri. She says the place made her deeply uncomfortable from the very first day. She could never explain why, but she refused to be there alone and kept every light in the house on at all times. On the night of February 12th, 2020, her birthday, she turned in early, around 8:30. Nothing unusual happened. A few days later, she was scrolling through her camera roll to photograph an item she wanted to sell online when she stumbled across something that stopped her cold. There in her photos was an image she never took. According to her Google Photos metadata, it was captured at 10:36 p.m. on her birthday, while she was asleep in bed, alone. The photo shows a white face, not a smudge, not a light artifact, a face staring directly into the camera from what appears to be just above where she was lying. What disturbs Tasha most is not just the image itself, but the implication. If this is real, then something was standing over her, hovering over her in her phone while she slept. Nothing else in the room was captured. No furniture, no bedding, no background, just the face. Tasha says she checks her camera roll every year after her birthday now, just in case. So far, nothing else has appeared. Was something truly lurking over Tasha as she slept that night? Or is there a rational explanation for how this photo ended up on her phone? If you're a freaky fiend and can't get enough scary videos in your life, then go ahead and click that subscribe button. We drop the very best creepy clips from around the internet each and every week.
We don't want to freak you out, but if you're scared of ghosts, this next story might give you a bit of a fright.
A news clip shared by 10 News Australia covers a strange case out of the UK involving a hospice called the Norwich Priscilla Bacon Lodge.
Paranormal activity at a hospice in the UK, so much so an exorcist was apparently called in.
According to newly released emails from 2023, staff reported unsettling experiences inside the building, sightings of odd activity, and a sense that something wasn't right. One of the most disturbing details mentioned was the alleged appearance of a young child in a red dress. And the reports were serious enough that the hospice chaplain reportedly contacted what are known as deliverance ministers. They're often casually described as exorcists, although the term can cover a range of religious practices. The building itself has a history that, depending on what you believe, might add to the atmosphere. It was built on the grounds of what was once a children's hospital. Staff reportedly wondered if that connection could explain the stories. Now, the NHS Trust has confirmed that a blessing took place at the building, but they deny there was ever an exorcism. So we're left in that familiar grey zone. Something happened that upset staff. A religious response was requested, but the official wording is careful. There are mundane possibilities here too. Old buildings can create strange noises. Stress and night shifts can prime people to misinterpret shadows and reflections. And once one person reports something, it can spread through a workplace quickly. But if even a blessing was considered necessary, you have to wonder what staff were experiencing day to day. So what do you think this really was? A stressed workplace in an eerie old building? Or the kind of case where the staff saw enough to make them genuinely afraid? Well, that's it. That's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you can't get enough of the scary videos, then check out those 2 links there for more. Leave us some comments down below or smash that thumbs up button. It really helps us out in the algorithm. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
This used to be a broken DVD drive. Now it's a working PC. And yeah, I know that sounds fake, but I built it for just $50, and it doesn't even use a normal power supply. So the question is, how is this even possible? You've probably seen videos like this before. Crazy ideas that get millions of views, but half the time, I'm not even sure if they're real. That's exactly what I thought too. So instead of just watching, I decided to build one myself. Make it real, make it usable, and push it far enough to see if it can actually run games. So today, we're finding out if this is genius or just another illusion. First, I need to find an old, broken DVD drive. These things are everywhere in old PCs, basically forgotten at this point. And luckily, digging through my pile of old hardware, I actually found one. It's filthy, like seriously disgusting. But I don't care about the condition of the outside. I'm only here for the drive itself. So I pull it out of the case. And yeah, it's covered in dust inside too. No surprise there. Alright, step 1. Clean everything. Get rid of all that dirt, all that buildup. If I'm going to turn this into something new, it has to start clean. Once that's done, there's one important thing left. Does it still work? And here's the funny part. I was actually hoping it was dead, because if it still works, it almost feels wrong to tear it apart. So I plug it in, test it, and oh my god, it still works. Smoothly, after all these years. That's actually kind of impressive. But let's be real, nobody really uses DVD drives anymore. They've basically become obsolete. You can find them for almost nothing on the used market. So yeah, even though it still works, I'm going to turn it into something way more useful, a PC. First, I need to strip everything out of this DVD drive. Luckily, it's pretty easy. Everything is built as one compact unit. Just remove the front panel and the whole thing comes apart. Now comes the tricky part, choosing the right motherboard. There's no way I can use something like Mini ITX, or even smaller variants. The height alone already exceeds the limits of this DVD drive. And my goal here isn't just a small PC, I want a fully independent mini system. Something that doesn't rely on a traditional desktop power supply. So yeah, all standard PC motherboards are out. At this point, I had to rethink everything. And then I remembered, I already have something perfect for this. This single board computer, I actually bought it back when I was still in school. Something so small, it's basically the size of a credit card. I don't even remember when I bought it. It's been sitting around for years. You can tell the metal parts are already showing signs of rust. But design-wise, it's incredible. Despite its tiny size, it has everything built in. CPU, GPU, RAM, USB ports, Ethernet, HDMI output, even Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Literally has everything it needs to function like a normal PC. And the one I have here is the Raspberry Pi 3 Model B+. The CPU name is way too long to say out loud, so I'll just throw it on screen. But it runs at 1.4 gigahertz. Yeah, that sounds low, but there's a reason for that. Power efficiency. This thing runs on just 5 volts / 2.5 amps through micro USB or GPIO. That's roughly 12 watts of power. Think about that for a second. You could literally power this entire PC with something as small as a power bank. And inside, it even has a built-in iGPU, the Broadcom Video Core 4, capable of outputting up to full HD over HDMI. Because of how little power it consumes, cooling is usually very simple. But honestly, I am a bit worried about heat over long periods of use. Now back to the DVD drive. Since I'm going to fit this mini PC inside, I need a plastic layer to isolate the electronics from the metal casing. No way I'm risking a short circuit, so I used some hot glue to hold everything in place and then pressed it down with the power module to make sure it's firmly secured. While that sits, I need to answer one important question. Does this tiny PC still work? It's been a long time since I last touched it. Honestly, this is definitely an interesting experience. For you, not for me, because there's a big problem. I lost the original power adapter. Yeah, it's been years. The manual is gone too. So I had to improvise. I grabbed a micro USB cable, just a regular phone charger. And luckily, I had a power bank that matches the required output. So this might actually work. Since I don't have the manual, I had to jump on YouTube and find a guide. At this point, I'm basically just copying the guide step by step. No mistakes allowed. Now, normally you can install an OS using a USB like a regular PC. But I'm going with a safer method, something that has a much higher success rate. First, I remove the micro SD card from the device and plug it directly into my laptop. Any system works. Windows, Linux, doesn't matter. I won't bore you with the setup process, so let's skip ahead. Once the installation is done, you'll see the confirmation message on screen. And at that point, we're ready. Just take the card out and plug it back into the Raspberry Pi. Then I powered it on. And the best part? With this device, all I have to do is plug in the power and it boots automatically. And just like that, it loads into the operating system. Honestly, the setup process is surprisingly simple. The fact that it even runs at all after all this time, it already feels like half the job done. Now my next task is to secure it inside the DVD drive. The good news? There's actually a decent amount of space inside, so I decided to take it a step further. I added a power bank inside as well. That way this mini PC can run completely independently without needing to be plugged into the wall. But there's a problem. No matter how I position the board, I still have to cut into the case to access the ports. So I measured everything carefully and cut out just enough space for the HDMI port. I had to be extremely careful, not just to avoid cutting myself, but also to keep the cut clean and precise. And thankfully, it turned out really clean. Now comes the mounting solution. For the motherboard, I went with the simplest method I could think of, using a soldering iron to melt small holes into plastic. Then I dropped in standoff screws, letting the melted plastic hold them in place as it hardened. And just like that, the board is securely mounted. As for the power bank, that part was way easier. Didn't take much time at all. At this point, I'm about 90% done, but there's still one thing that really bothers me. This system has no power button, which means every time I want to turn it on, I have to plug and unplug the power, and honestly, that's annoying. It feels messy and definitely not professional. So I decided to build my own power button, but it's not as simple as it sounds. The Raspberry Pi 3 doesn't come with a physical on/off button built in. Instead, I had to wire a push button directly to the board. One side to GPIO pin 5, the other side to GND pin 6. Here's the cool part. Even when the Pi is technically off but still connected to power, pressing this button will wake it up and boot the system. And yeah, it can also be used to shut it down. But there's a risk. If you just cut the power suddenly, you can corrupt the SD card and lose data. So to avoid that, I wrote a small Python script, like the one on screen, to handle a safe shutdown when the button is pressed. That way, the system powers off properly, instead of just dying instantly. Alright, everything's wired up. Let's test it and see if it actually works. So I pressed it while the system was running, and instantly, it pops up a menu, shutdown or restart. That's actually really cool. Instead of just cutting the power and risking data corruption, I can now shut it down properly. Safe, clean, and way more reliable. But what about when the system is off? I press the button again, and perfect. It boots up immediately. That's exactly what I wanted. Honestly, that little button completely changes the experience. It makes the whole system feel real, like an actual PC, not just a hacked-together project. All right, final step. I mounted the power button on the front panel so it's easy to access. Then I closed everything up, and just like that, I turned an old DVD drive into a fully functional mini PC. From the outside, it barely looks different, but inside, it's something completely new. Now it's time to enjoy the result. Let's see what this thing can actually do in the real world. For basic tasks, if the system is fine, you get all the essentials, office tools, text editing, no problem at all. Even web browsing works, but yeah, it's a bit rough. Pages load slowly, scrolling isn't very smooth, and the overall responsiveness feels sluggish. Then I tried YouTube, and yeah, this is where things fall apart. Even at 240p, the video runs horribly, probably around 5 frames per second. It's not just bad, it's painful to watch. Honestly, it feels like I'm torturing my own eyes. At that point, I started to worry, can this thing even handle games? I tried installing Minecraft, but no luck. It keeps throwing errors about missing libraries even after switching to a different operating system. So I went with something much like Mindtest. And even then, it struggles. We're talking about 4 frames per second. That's not just low, it's basically unplayable. So yeah, performance-wise, this old Raspberry Pi 3 Model B Plus just isn't enough anymore. If you're actually planning to use something like this, I strongly recommend going for a newer Pi model. They're not that expensive, and the performance difference is huge. But still, this project wasn't really about performance. It was about the idea, turning an old DVD drive into a working PC. And in that sense, I'd say it's a success. Plus, the best part, this thing can run for about 2 hours in a power bank, completely independent from wall power. And honestly, that's pretty cool. So what do you think about this build? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
How you doing on Calendar? This is Sam. You're about to see some seriously scary videos. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. We have Kasmia, who's a popular urban explorer on YouTube and Snapchat, who often investigates eerie abandoned buildings, and more often than not, he encounters very strange things. The building that he explores in this video appears to have been a residence at some point. It's old and largely empty, but a few decrepit furnishings remain. For the first few minutes of his exploration, everything appears to be fairly normal. He seems to be entirely alone in the building. However, a few minutes into poking around the empty rooms, a noise suddenly startles him. He spins around just in time to see a head disappearing behind a door. He gives chase, but the shadowy figure is gone. There are further indications that he's not alone in this creepy old house. As he's examining a bathroom mirror, he's startled when something's caught on camera. A hand seems to reach through the doorway. But there doesn't appear to be anyone there. Not long after, the shadowy head makes another appearance. The explorer this time doesn't seem to notice it. Then things escalate to off the charts creepy when he decides to look into the mirror once again. Oh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة.
Watching that again, slowed down, an eerie face can be seen looking back at him from the mirror. When he swings around, there's nothing there.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة.
So who or what was watching this YouTuber as he explored the old house? Was someone following him around as he documented the building? Is the place truly haunted by some sort of spirit? Either way, one thing is certain, he wasn't alone in the house.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
This footage would he have on the paranormal map has since garnered a healthy following on both YouTube and Snapchat, as viewers tune in every week to follow along on his explorations. His channel's well worth a look. As always, there's links in the description box below. When TikToker and beloved Talia posted a quick lip sync video, they didn't think much of it and sent it out to their followers to enjoy. However, comments quickly started rolling in asking who's in the background. Take a look. It can be hard to notice at first, but if you slow it down, a shadow comes in from the left. Then, right at the end, there's an ominous silhouette in the background. According to the comments, the uploader didn't initially notice the figure and was home alone at the time of recording. People started speculating that it was either a prowler in the house or something paranormal, like a shadow person. Whatever it is, it certainly freaked the comment section out, with most people saying she needs to get out of the house immediately. In 2015, a local resident in Chile was filming two street-legal race cars speed down the road and they inadvertently caught something truly mysterious on camera. The footage was uploaded to the YouTube channel The Buzz for all to see. Watching that again, slowed down as the cars zip by and the dog seems to materialise out of thin air. Even if the dog was just standing on the road, how did it not get hit by the two speeding cars? Neither car hit the brakes or swerved, so it's as though the drivers didn't see the dog at all. Yet somehow it just appears and casually strolls across the rest of the road. When this clip first hit YouTube, it quickly went viral, with comments claiming we're witnessing a teleporting pooch. Others joked that the dog just respawned on the spot. Whatever way you look at this footage, it's a mystery. It seems to just get weirder and weirder the more times you watch it. For many, Christmas time is the happiest time of the year. Imagine then if you glanced outside only to realise you're being watched by a Sasquatch. According to YouTuber North by Wild West, that's exactly what happened. Captured somewhere in northern Minnesota, the video begins as the camera holder films their family's Christmas celebrations. As she pans past the Christmas tree, she notices something slinking into the woods out of a nearby window.
Merry Christmas! The tree? Oh my god.
At first, the figure's hard to see, just a dark shape against the trees. Everyone heads outside to get a better look at the creature. Now, its size and shape become more apparent. It's tall and appears to be covered with dark hair.
Oh my god. No way.
The creature also walks upright, unlike a bear. It clearly isn't a trick of the eye, as the family dog notices its presence and soon takes off after it.
Oh, oh no.
Both the dog and the creature disappear into the woods. However, the creature reappears a few minutes later. This time, it's much more clear.
Oh my god.
It moves through the trees, eventually disappearing from sight. Frightened, the camera holder then ushers the rest of the onlookers back into the house.
We're back inside, guys.
So could this video really show the elusive cryptid affectionately known as Bigfoot? Many photos and videos claim to provide evidence of the mysterious creature, yet today no one's been able to definitively prove that it really exists. This next video was uploaded to Reddit by OddExplorer2735. It features what some think might be paranormal activity at a nursing facility somewhere in San Diego. The clip was supposedly captured by a co-worker of the poster while they were on a late-night break. They noticed some odd movement nearby and, as they were already on their phone, decided to take a video. Watch. As you can see, several translucent shapes pass by the line in quick succession. According to the poster, the staff at this particular facility believe it to be haunted. As paranormal activity is thought to be common at many medical facilities, several viewers thought that these figures had to be ghosts. However, a few keen-eyed viewers thought that the shapes were just water from a sprinkler system. This certainly seems possible, and if you watch the clip again with that in mind, seems like it could actually be the case. Unfortunately, the quality of the video is too low for viewers to come to any definitive conclusion. So what's your opinion? Was this a genuine paranormal encounter, or has this mystery been debunked as little more than water coming from a sprinkler? In January 2022, Unanswered Universe uploaded this eerie piece of footage to their Instagram account and it's been freaking viewers out ever since. Have a look. This home security feed catches the moment a chair moves, seemingly all on its own. The homeowner goes to inspect it when it suddenly flies towards him. Understandably, most viewers were freaked out by the incident, with many saying the house needs to be blessed by a priest. noting that the chair seemed to move quite aggressively, as though a demonic energy was the cause. Others were a little more level-headed, skeptical of the camera angle and why the camera was filming in the first place. So let me know where you sit on this. Demonic energy, or just a prank looking to score some instant views? I know, down below. In December 2014, a woman named Cecilia Carrasco claimed she was attacked by a ghost. 34-year-old Carrasco was visiting her lawyer in Santiago, Chile, and she felt something push her to the ground. Luckily, the officer's CCTV cameras caught the incident on camera for all to see. Nothing seems to touch the woman, yet she falls to the ground as though pushed by some unseen force. Calling the event, Carrasco said she felt like two hands pushed hard on her chest before she fell. She admits that she never believed in ghosts until the incident and is now frightened to leave her home. Initially, Carrasco thought someone in the office had pushed her, then ran away. When the receptionist confirmed that there was no one there, she had to see the footage for herself to see what had actually happened. Authorities thought that she may have been confused as to what took place. However, they declined to comment on the strange footage. Despite the fall, Carrasco didn't require any ongoing medical care. So what do you make of this bizarre event? It does genuinely look like Carrasco was pushed, so could it have been a ghost? Drop your theories in the comment section down below. There are certain rules we're taught to believe that the universe will always obey no matter what. What happens when one of those rules is unexpectedly broken? That's exactly what seems to happen in this strange video uploaded by Redditor DRK34. The question is, does this footage show a glitch in the fabric of reality? The footage appears to have been shot on a cell phone camera in some sort of park or outdoor area. The person behind the camera is recording a toddler running with a dog bounding behind playfully. That's when something truly mysterious happens. Take a look. The dog runs into a dark shadow and disappears from view. A second later, the dog reappears several yards away from where he just was. He seems to have teleported several yards in a matter of seconds. Some viewers think that the dog just moved very quickly and changed direction while obscured by the shadow. Others are less certain of this mundane explanation. Most viewers state that if you watch closely, it's quite clear the dog couldn't have moved so fast so quickly, and that he seems to completely disappear for a split second. They also point to the dog's confusion as evidence that something's amiss. So what do you make of this bizarre footage? Is this really a teleporting pooch, or is there a simpler explanation? If you've ever come home to an empty house and thought it felt a little bit creepy, perhaps you shouldn't watch this next video. Uploaded to YouTube by Carrero Mask Channel, the clip shows a man as he returns home to his 5th floor apartment. The place is dark, but when he turns on the entrance light, he's immediately startled. There appears to be a hand resting on the arm of his sofa. At first, it looks as though the hand belongs to someone that's hiding on the other side. However, when the camera begins to pan out, it mysteriously vanishes. The YouTuber eventually enters his apartment and begins to look around. Yet he's unable to find anyone. The clip is certainly a head scratcher. If the hand did belong to a person, where did they go? It would be almost impossible for someone to escape from a fifth floor window, and even harder to do so without being seen. There's also the fact that the hand suddenly disappears. It doesn't just slink back over the sofa as you'd expect if it belonged to someone. It just seems to disappear into thin air. Another chilling aspect to this video is that the YouTuber usually posts normal content about his day. He's not known for posting paranormal clips. So what do you think this footage shows then? Did the hand belong to a human intruder? Or is there something supernatural at play here? Watch the clip again and judge for yourself.
We'll be doing a preliminary investigation of paranormal activity.
YouTuber Phil Kosh is certainly no stranger to the paranormal. On this occasion, he decides to explore the Alchemist Theater in Bayview, Wisconsin, a venue thought by many to be haunted. Even Kosh himself claims to have had a conversation with several actors who have witnessed strange things in the theater as well as in its basement.
People of the Alchemist upstairs. Investigating the darkest dark
In this video, he centers his investigation around the basement, and it quickly becomes obvious that this is a place you don't want to be, especially after dark. As he explores the dimly lit area, he's suddenly startled when he runs into a cord hanging from the ceiling.
Jeez. Now I'm freaking myself out. I'm freaking myself out because I just ran into this little thingy hanging from the ceiling.
Already on high alert, Kosh's night only gets creepier from here. He makes his way down a passageway and begins to search the adjoining rooms.
This hallway, we got two doors open here. What's in this room here?
He eventually reaches a doorway. This is a good one he finds.
Oh, jeez! Okay.
Inside, he discovers a creepy doll-like prop that appears to be hanging from the ceiling. The investigator is immediately spooked, however soon regains his composure and returns for a closer look.
But this is a theater. I'm sorry. This is a prom. This here. Look at this. Okay, everybody, look at this. What would? Okay, what? Okay, that must have been full play. Okay, now I gotta really check this real. This is the most disturbing thing I've seen in my freaking life. Jeez!
Suddenly, a door closes behind him. He decides to follow the sound, but is soon distracted by yet another door slamming shut.
Oh, come on. I think I have enough information here to get the hell out of here and go back in. Sound like it came down this hallway. I'm in the dark. I don't have a real flashing. I'm going out from my blue screen. I can't see anything. So the voices upstairs, the voices from upstairs. Can't help that from upstairs around.
moving around all the. There are things moving around all around me, and I can feel the legs. I'm heading out, and I don't even know which way to go.
It's at this point that he wisely decides to pack up and leave. However, the basement is a dark labyrinth of rooms and hallways, and it's hard to find his way out.
Can't see anything. Is this the way out? That was that door that just closed.
Then, just as he thinks he's found the exit, this happens.
I'm looking for the doorway to the upstairs, which is the thing. There's a doorway, there's a way out. Jeez!
Watching that again, a broom or shovel inexplicably falls in front of him. Then the video abruptly cuts out.
I'm out of here. I don't know where I am.
Kosh was obviously able to find his way out because he returned to the theatre 2 months later. In an effort to capture even more eerie footage, this time he decides to set up several cameras throughout the premises. Sure enough, it isn't long before his efforts are rewarded. Take a look.
Something just moved behind me.
As he takes a seat in the theatre, the chair behind him inexplicably moves.
Something just moved behind me.
He then returns to the basement. As he approaches the room where he first saw the creepy prop in the previous video, the door appears to open by itself.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna look, see if this prop is still back here. We'll take a look. Oh, that's not cool.
Naturally, he scrambles out of the area, but is soon tempted to take another look. Thinking that there might be someone messing with him, he calls out, but gets no response.
If anybody's not messing with me, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Kosh then enters a nearby room where he continues his search.
Okay, flashlight. Hello?
Suddenly, the door to the prop cupboard opens once more, this time with a lot more force. This event is enough to send the explorer running from the basement. As he does, one of the stationary cameras captures another door opening. Panicked, Kosh quickly grabs his equipment and exits the building. It seems that apart from the chair moving in the theatre, the creepiest encounters in the building all occurred when Kosh was close to the creepy prop. Could it be that the doll itself is responsible for the strange events? Some people thought it might be possessed by a restless resident poltergeist. Sadly, the theatre is now permanently closed, making it difficult for anyone to find the answers to these pressing questions. This set of photos was submitted to us on our subreddit by VRXMum. In 2017, the OP and her family all got together for the passing of their great-grandpa. They took a series of photos at the cemetery as a keepsake for the day. Although somber, everything seemed perfectly fine. That is until the family reviewed the photos they had taken that day. If you take a close look, there appears to be an extra hand. It looks like dull grey fingers. Some viewers suggested it might be the woman in green's hand. However, the OP remembers that she had her hand on her back at the time. Plus, the fingers are a dull grey colour and don't match the tone of any of the people present. Given that the photo was taken at the cemetery, even the mere suggestion of grey reaching fingers appearing out of nowhere is unsettling. You ever been going about your day and felt like someone, something was watching you? After this video from Instagram, a paranoid normal, you might find yourself looking over your shoulder a little more than normal. In this clip, we see a man in a dim room. Keep your eyes on the curtains in the background. The streaks of light coming through the curtains are about to go from abstract shapes to pure nightmare fuel. Take a look. As the man goes about his business, the light coming through the curtains begins to take on the shape of a person's silhouette, almost as if someone's standing on the other side of the window. However, if that were the case, it would be the shadows, not the light, that form the silhouette. At one point, it's as though a hand runs down the curtain. Could this be a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces and other signs of life when none exists? This might be the case, but how do you explain that hand running down the curtain? The man quickly rips the curtains open, showing there's nothing on the other side. So could this then be some sort of spirit haunting the home? Some viewers have been quick to dismiss this video as a hoax, questioning why the man was filming in the first place. However, others have questioned how such a thing would even be possible to fake in the first place, especially because the end of the video shows that there's nothing waiting on the other side of the curtain. This very brief clip has little accompanying information. It's been suggested that it might have been captured by someone on vacation, and judging by the large pillars, it looks as though it's filmed outside of a temple. As the camera holder pans around the side, take a look and see if you can spot anything unusual. Besides the man seen exiting the building, keen-eyed viewers may notice there's another figure standing by one of the columns. However, it isn't until you slow the footage down that you can see what it actually looks like with any great detail. The figure stands with its head tilted back at an awkward angle, its mouth and eyes wide open, leaving empty black holes in its pale face. Its head seems to be twisted into a frozen scream of horror. While there's no denying that this is a creepy video, the fact that there's almost no accompanying information makes it impossible to know just what we're seeing. Could it be a spirit that's somehow associated with this old temple? Unfortunately, until more info comes to hand, this clip will have to remain a mystery. In this clip, we see several people visiting a friend in hospital. As they casually chat, one of them appears to call the camera person closer. As they do, the camera moves around, inadvertently capturing something rather chilling in the background. Take a look and see if you can spot what it is. It's very easy to miss, but if you slow the footage down, you can clearly see the head of a small figure peeking out from behind the bed. Strangely, nobody seems to notice the mysterious figure before the clip ends. If you take a good look, you can see that it appears to have a rather unusual face. It has dark hair, large eyes, and an oddly shaped nose. The strange thing about this video is that the room the group is in looks rather small, meaning it would be very difficult for someone to be hiding. So then, could this figure actually be some sort of paranormal entity? Spending the time in hospital is already an unpleasant experience without the thought that you could be sharing a room with a spirit. This bizarre piece of footage was uploaded to TikTok by JMaleo165. A worker at a hospital is filming the security feed with their phone, showing their co-workers that something truly odd is happening in the laundry room. The security footage is sped up, but as you can see, the washing machine starts moving, seemingly all on its own. Shortly after, the washers on the left start moving as well. Before long, yet more movement can be seen. It almost looks like the machines are being pushed by some unseen force. Then they start moving back and forth. At one point, the door at the rear of the room opens. According to the uploader, this is an employee who heard a commotion in the laundry room. They then notified the security desk that something strange was happening. After this, you can even see one of the powder drawers on one of the machines open by itself. Naturally, the comment section was set alight with theories. Some people thought perhaps it was actually a security feed from a cruise ship. At first, this could make sense. However, the paperwork on the desk in front of the monitor says it's a hospital. Another keen-eyed viewer asked why none of the machines seem to be plugged in with hoses or electrical cords. This is a valid point, but it still doesn't explain how these super heavy machines just pivot back and forth with ease. Another theory is that they are actually on and vibrating heavily, which could cause them to move around the room. But if they're not plugged in, then this doesn't explain the movement either. Because this footage was filmed at a hospital, many viewers thought it could be the work of a poltergeist, perhaps the residual energy of those who have passed away in the hospital. So they're the theories, but where do you sit on this bizarre piece of footage? Drop your opinions in the comment section below. This curious snippet of footage has been doing the social media rounds lately. It purports to show a time traveler at an Elvis concert in the early 1970s. Take a look. As you can see, there appears to be someone in the crowd holding what looks like a modern smartphone. They're pointing it right at the stage as though filming the event. Obviously, tech like this didn't exist in the early 1970s. Some people thought it looked like the Kodak 110 camera, a slim cartridge-based device released in 1972. While this could be a possibility, it looks like the person is filming continuously in portrait mode, up and down. The Kodak camera takes still images and needs to be held horizontally. Another suggestion is that it's a cigarette case and that the person just happens to be holding it up while being jostled by the crowd. Others noted that an Elvis concert would certainly be a worthy event to time travel to. So what are we actually looking at here then? An old Kodak camera, a cigarette holder, or a genuine case? Time travel? Take another look at the footage and decide for yourself. In this next video, we see a group of friends having a time setting off small fireworks in the grass. It's night time, so the people are only visible when the sparks shoot brightly into the air. Unfortunately, these brief flashes of light also show that something sinister might be lurking nearby. Whoa. At first, it can be hard to spot. However, when the fireworks go off, we can see that there seems to be an extra figure lurking in the background. This person isn't interacting with the group or even watching the fireworks as they spark into the sky. Instead, this pale grey figure stares straight ahead with its hands by its side. Even though it looks rather creepy, it's possible that this figure was there the whole time. The footage is grainy and the surroundings dark. This might make the figure look even more unnerving than they actually are. However, what happens next suggests that we might actually be witnessing something paranormal. Watch.
She is such a concept bitch.
As the next firework flies into the sky, it illuminates a chilling face staring directly into the camera in the left-hand corner of the screen. The face is large and has dark sunken eyes. Some have speculated that it's the face of the same figure seen previously. Of course, it's possible it's just one of the friends attempting to scare the camera holder. Yet, the earlier appearance of the pale, ghostly figure seems a little too coincidental. Take another look at this mysterious footage and let us know what you think's going on in the comment section down below. There's very little information about this mysterious video, except that it was supposedly captured somewhere in Japan. The footage shows two men in a public bathroom. The bathroom seems empty, yet one of them claims he can hear a voice. Convinced that he can hear a sound, he coaxes the other man towards one of the toilet stalls. After a quick search, they discover that the sound seems to be coming from a small radio left by the base of one of the toilets. At first, this seems like a perfectly logical explanation for the mysterious sounds, yet the pair soon discover that the device is actually unplugged. While the situation up until this point is certainly odd, it's when the man exits the stall that things get really creepy. Watch. Suddenly, the pale face of a young woman can be seen by the man's elbow. Her appearance is so brief that if you blink, you'll probably miss it. However, if you slow the footage down, you can clearly see the mysterious face. The area is very small, so it'd be almost impossible for the man to not have seen the woman when he entered the stall. That, coupled with the face's ghostly appearance, has led many to believe that it might actually be a spirit of some kind. So what do you think's been captured in this video? Could the face really belong to a ghost? Or is there a chance there could have been someone hiding in the stall the whole time? Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think in the comments section below. Nothing puts a dampener on your day like a poor night's sleep. After getting several nights of bad sleep in a row, Redditor KitKat9876 decided to get a camera to see if they could find out what was going on. The answer ended up being much more disturbing than they anticipated. According to the Redditor, they were having trouble sleeping at night because something would regularly wake them up. They report feeling like something was shaking the bed, but upon waking, they were never able to locate a cause for the strange feeling. Deciding enough was enough, they brought a camera and placed it at the foot of the bed, hoping to capture video footage that could answer their questions. The footage is unsettling, providing more questions than answers. As the Redditor lies sleeping, there appears to be a disturbance with the blankets. It looks as if something has lifted a portion of the blanket into the air. It remains in the air for a few seconds, then drops back down. The sleeper never stirs. The video becomes oddly pixelated during the movement. Much poorer quality than the rest of the video, which makes it hard to see exactly what's going on. The abrupt change in video quality makes the footage even eerier. So what's going on in this strange clip? Some viewers have reported spotting something that looks like a face hovering over the sleeper's back just after the blankets settle. They've suggested the presence of a ghost or even a demon. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Let your theories rip with one another in the comment section down below. In February 2017, a passenger on a commercial airliner flying from Warsaw to London spotted something truly bizarre out their window. They shared the pic to the Facebook page, Chile UFO. In the photo overlooking the wing of the plane, you can see a mysterious formation in the distance. There are 6 distinct columns or figures jutting out from the clouds. Viewers were shocked at the humanoid-like silhouette the shapes were casting. Some said they were angels or demons, while others explained they had to be aliens. It's unclear whether the other passengers on board the flight also saw the phenomena. It's also a shame the passenger didn't take a video of the bizarre sighting to solidify just how strange it is. So for now, all we can do is speculate on what this thing could actually be. This image was posted to Reddit by BetaTap93. In the description, the poster mentions that it's an old photo of them and their cousins. In it, we can see the group smiling happily as they eat a meal. However, near the center of the picture, there's a strange streak of white mist. It has no definite shape or form, and none of the people in the photo seem to notice it. While the shape is odd, it's certainly not definitive proof of the paranormal. It could simply be steam from a hot cup or perhaps a puff of smoke from a nearby cigarette. However, the story that accompanies the photo seems to make it even more believable. According to the Redditor, everyone seemed to know there was something strange about the house in which this picture was taken. Their mother even had a name for it, Gasparin, which in Spanish means Caspar. They would hear things like wind chimes ringing inside the house when there was no wind, random knocking sounds coming from the walls, and even a guitar playing by itself. However, the strangest event centered around a toy car. One night, everyone in the house was awoken by the sounds of the car turning on. They turned it off, but it sprung to life once again. Finally, they decided to remove the toy's batteries. A few hours later, it mysteriously turned on yet again. These events, described by the Reddit all, sound like the classic antics of the poltergeist. Could it be Gaspar and the ghost that we're seeing in this photograph? Take another look at the photo and tell me what you think it could be in the comment section down below. For many years, there's been stories about a strange bipedal creature that lives in the forests of Ohio. Hunters often share reports of a large, hairy animal that walks upright through the trees. Its features are often said to be similar to Bigfoot, but it's thought to be far more aggressive than other alleged Sasquatch species. This legendary creature has become known as the Ohio Grassman. For the most part, sightings of this legendary beast have been mostly hearsay. That was until early 2020 when YouTuber We Do It Outdoors captured some footage of something big and hairy moving through the woods in Salt Fork, Ohio. Take a look. As you can see, a large white beetle animal appears to be walking among the trees. The first major sighting of the grass man took place in Minerva, Ohio in August 1978. Evelyn and Howie Clayton were sitting inside their Ohio home when suddenly their grandchildren and their friends came running inside, screaming about a large hairy creature. The Claytons ran outside to see what was going on when they spotted a tall, bipedal, ape-like creature rummaging through some discarded trash. They estimated the beast to weigh more than 300 pounds and said it was covered in dark matted fur. Some weeks later, the Claytons would have another encounter with this bizarre animal. Late one night, they spotted a large pair of eyes peering at them through one of the windows of their home. Howie went to grab his gun, but by the time he ran outside, there was nothing to be found. The following day, local police were called in to investigate. After a thorough search, they discovered large footprints in nearby mud, and they noted a foul smell that lingered in the air. However, it wasn't until the Claytons discovered that pet German Shepherd dead in the woods that the myth of the Ohio grassman really took hold with not only the local community, but the United States as a whole. Soon, sightings all over the Buckeye State came rolling in. Reports of hairy bipedal creatures became so prevalent that one area of the Salt Fork State Park was dubbed Bigfoot Ridge. These sightings haven't been happening for just a few decades either. In the 1700s, Native Americans living in the Ohio grasslands told stories of large ape men referred to as wild ones of the woods. It's said that some tribes would leave offerings of food just to keep the peace. So is there really an unknown species of creature living in the woods of Ohio? Taking into account the sightings, the footage, and the myths and legends surrounding the beast, there certainly seems to be something living out there in the woods that's acting as an impetus for the legendary Ohio grassman. YouTube channel Adventure LR is no stranger to creepy abandoned places. However, in this video, the team seemingly get a lot more than they bargained for. For the first few minutes of the clip, the investigators don't see anything particularly notable as they explore the derelict structure. There's trash and debris strewn across the floor. Everything seems to be going fairly smoothly until this happens. As they cautiously make their way down a long hallway, a figure suddenly darts into view, then runs up the nearby stairway. Bravely, the team decides to sprint after the figure. They rapidly ascend the stairs and turn right into the corridor on the next level. The figure has completely vanished. They call out, but no response. The building is completely silent. Quietly, they tiptoe through the hallway, making sure to check every room as they progress. Finally, the adventurers decide to call out to the elusive figure again. This time, they actually get a response. Whatever it says, it seems to spook the explorers, and they immediately run from the building. Their frantic state appears to indicate that they're being chased. While this encounter is almost certainly not paranormal in nature, it's rather creepy nonetheless. Who was the figure that was lurking in this seemingly abandoned building? Could it have been a squatter? If anyone can translate what the figure says at the very end of the video, we'd love to know in the comments down below. Hey guys, I just wanted to show you guys a pretty quick feature of the Xbox One with Connect. It actually has a pretty cool night vision that I just found it. If you guys already know, it has night vision. YouTuber Marvin Carglass decided to film an Xbox One Connect tutorial. It seems he inadvertently captured more than he intended. As he shows his viewers how to use the Connect night mode, you can see something rather eerie in the background. All you can basically see is my Xbox One controller. I'm going to switch on the night vision for you guys. As you can see, it lights up the whole room. It's actually a pretty cool feature. I don't know if they have an app for this or not. At first, it can be quite difficult to see, but once you notice it, it suddenly becomes quite obvious. It's a strange, dark shape that's moving in the other room. It's shortly followed by a shadowy mist that rises up towards the ceiling. The shape immediately disappears when the YouTuber switches the camera's setting. In the description, the YouTuber states that he was alone while filming the clip, and that it wasn't until he had finished that he noticed the strange anomaly. In an update, he also notes that he's since moved out of the house after his mum saw a shadowy figure in her bedroom and decided it was time to go. This is certainly a very strange video. While the footage isn't enough evidence to determine what the strange shape is, the fact that he mentions that his mum also saw a shadowy figure makes it pretty compelling. But what do you think? Is there another way to explain the strange dark shape in the other room? Or has this YouTuber really captured evidence of something paranormal lurking in the darkness? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Coulrophobia, the fear of clowns. It's more common than you might think. After watching this video from YouTuber World Paranormal, you might begin to develop this phobia yourself. The video shows an eerie night vision view of a display of dolls and other vintage toys. The fact that someone set up a camera to record the toys suggests that their owner may have spotted something strange happening there in the past. It doesn't take long for us to see why they're suspicious of the antique playthings. The first indication that something's amiss comes when a small orb of light floats past the camera. Could it just be a speck of dust floating past the camera? Maybe. But then something else unusual happens that's harder to explain. Oh. The clown's hand seems to move slowly downward. A little while later, the camera begins to move or shake, although there's no one in the room to touch it. Seconds later, the clown's hand moves back to its original position. But what's going on in this creepy video? According to some viewers, if you listen closely while watching, you can also hear some odd sounds happening in the background that don't seem to have an explanation. So is there a playful poltergeist in this house, or is the doll haunted? Either way, the toy's owner should certainly be wary of this strange clown. In this short clip, we see a young woman riding a merry-go-round. Everything seems normal at first. You might notice something rather unnerving if you focus on the mirrors in the background. Take a look. There's a reflection of a rather strange-looking figure. It has a distorted face and its eyes are very small and completely black. It's been pointed out that the ride's lighting and the shape of the mirror may be responsible for distorting another person's face, whether there doesn't seem to be anyone else around in the area. Whatever the case may be, the woman in the video doesn't seem to notice the face at all. So what do you make of this clip? Is there something paranormal at play here, or is it more likely just a strange distortion? Take another look at the clip and judge for yourself. This next puzzling clip was uploaded to TikTok by user Art. It shows what many are calling a glitch in the Matrix. Take a look.
The lights are on. But the lights are not on.
The TikToker shows that the light in his living room is off, yet in the reflection on a glass frame on the wall, the light appears to be on.
But when I'm looking at it, I can see the light bulb on.
At one point, he shows both the lights and the reflection in the one shot, and you can see there's a difference between the two.
Hang on. See it? You can still see it. You still see it. Lights are off. You can still see it. I'm like crouched down to show you. That's a glitch in the Matrix, my friends.
This bizarre clip has since gone viral, racking up thousands of views with hundreds of comments trying to debunk what's actually going on. Some people think perhaps it's all a trick of perspective and that the reflection is actually showing a different light just to the room down the hallway. However, others aren't convinced, saying that the angles aren't right for that to be the answer. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Where do you sit on this? Is it all an illusion, a trick of perspective, or is there another way to explain this bizarre situation? Let me know in the comment section down below.
It's a real glitch in the Matrix live. I'm moving closer to my front window where the sunlight would supposedly come in. But there's no sunlight coming in and hitting that light, right? So I'm holding my phone. I'm just going to walk closer and closer. As we walk closer, look at the reflection.
In February 2022, several patrons at the White Swan Inn in Bedfordshire, UK, claimed something invisible deliberately knocked one of their beers off a table they were sitting at. Natasha Magnan, the manager of the 300-year-old pub, couldn't believe the security footage when she went to re-watch the alleged ghostly incident. Take a look at what the cameras captured.
The point goes a bit, the point goes a bit fuzzy, but this is the point that it's knocked over. The candle going mad, see the candle going mad.
At first, you could see the candle on the table begin to flicker.
The point goes a bit fuzzy, but this is the point that it's knocked over. The candle going mad, see the candle going mad.
Then this happens.
See the hand? See that?
Magnan believes there's a transparent hand that appears just before the pint falls over.
See the hand? See that?
Here it is zoomed in and slowed down. At first, Magnan thought the group of boisterous lads had simply knocked the pint over themselves. However, after watching the security footage, she thinks something paranormal may be happening here. It's not the first time the centuries-old pub has been dubbed haunted either. Over the years, staff and customers alike have heard strange noises around the building. Magnan said one night, while closing the pub on her own, a window mysteriously opened itself after having just been closed minutes earlier. A cleaner reported a shadowy person standing in the toilets, but when he went to have a closer look, there was nobody in the room. Magnan wonders whether a clairvoyant who recently visited the pub has stirred dormant spirits that may be residing in this old building. So is this 300-year-old pub really haunted? Given that staff and punters alike have always experienced strange things on the property, and now that there's video evidence of objects moving on their own, it would certainly seem that something mysterious is happening on this historic site.
See the hand? See that?
Exploring creepy abandoned places is a specialty of Korean YouTuber D-Dog Michael. In this video, he heads to Japan to investigate a building that, at first, looks relatively modern. Turns out to be extremely run down. As he explores the building, he calls out to any resident paranormal entities. Shockingly, it seems he receives an answer in the form of an eerie knocking sound. Not long after, as he's looking around what appears to be an old kitchen, he becomes distracted by a noise. Then, as he turns, he notices that an object that had been resting against the wall moments earlier has now mysteriously vanished. Seconds later, he gasps while pointing the camera towards a dark window on the wall. From the fear in his voice, it's clear that he can see something terrifying watching him. Clearly spooked, the investigator decides to keep exploring the building. However, it all becomes too much when he hears what sounds like footsteps emanating from the darkness. He then hurriedly makes his way into the building. It's now raining outside, yet the explorer continues to shine his flashlight into several of the building's windows. It's now that he finally catches a better look at the figure that was seemingly scaring him inside the building. Oh. Some viewers have speculated that the explorer has captured some sort of freaky face staring back at him through the window. Others think it's actually something falling across the floor. Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think this could be. Whatever this eerie footage shows, one thing's for sure. It's unlikely this YouTuber will return to this place anytime soon.
뭐 빛을 혹시 문제가 안 있습니까? 방금 현상 안 있어요.
The origins of this next clip are shrouded in mystery. It appears to have been captured somewhere in Japan, but not much else is known. In it, we see a group gathered around a well. First, everything seems relatively normal until they peek inside. As the camera focuses, you can briefly see what appears to be a thin arm stretching out of the darkness. The group is scared and make their way from the area. There is another creepy detail in this clip, however, one that's very hard to see and few will likely notice on their first viewing. If you slow the footage down, you can see, just as the group flee the area, a ghostly woman suddenly appears in view. She appears to have pale skin, similar to the one seen in the previous video from Japan. While variations of the ghostly woman appear in many Japanese folk tales, there is one in particular, known as Okiku, that shares many eerie similarities to the figure seen in this video. The story goes that while alive, Okiku was falsely accused about losing one of the Himeji Castle's 10 treasured plates. As punishment, she was thrown into a well. It's said that she emerges from the well each night and can be even heard counting, as if searching for a missing plate. What the well seen in this video doesn't resemble the well in Himeji Castle. The similarities between the tale of Okiku and the ghostly figure seen in this video are undeniable. Unfortunately, the location in which this footage was captured is unknown, which makes it difficult to speculate any further. If you have any more information about where this mysterious clip was filmed, we'd love to hear about it in the comments down below. This last video on our list was uploaded to the YouTube channel Gangwa P and appears to be an excerpt of footage taken from a security camera. The video shows a closed gate and, at first, everything appears to be normal. Then, on the left-hand side of the screen, it seems as though a dark spot begins to form. The shape is tall, like a person, but without any clear features. Suddenly, a ghostly figure seems to walk past the gate. It's hard to spot at first, but if you watch the footage again, you should be able to see it. Two more similar-looking figures move past the gate during the course of the video. While one might be initially mistaken in thinking that the footage is on loop, the person's hand in the foreground shows that it's not. Another thing that seems to prove that the footage isn't repeating is that about halfway through the clip, you can see what appears to be a person in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Even though the quality of the video is poor, it looks as though the person might actually be able to see the transparent figure as they pass by the gate. This is certainly a very strange clip. Unfortunately, without any further information, it makes it difficult to know exactly what it is we're seeing. Are these mysterious figures paranormal in nature? Is there another explanation for their sudden appearance? As always, I'll leave a link to the original video in the description. If anyone can translate what the woman who's watching the video is saying, we'd love to hear about it in the comment section down below. YouTuber Bright Eyes Tarot seems to have caught something strange in their home security system. It was reported at night time, so we see the yard in night vision mode. All is still for a few seconds.
Check this out. Just hold up, you'll see.
But then a strange splotch of light moves onto screen.
There. There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen. And it has been consistently iced over. Not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
It isn't perfectly round, but rather jagged around the edges.
What is that?
According to the YouTuber, it was far too cold out for the strange sighting to be any sort of insect. So what else could it be?
There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen. And it has been consistently iced over. Not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
Perhaps it's just the light from a passing car or other mundane source. This could be the case. That is, until the light does something quite peculiar. The light moves slowly across the camera and approaches the steps leading to the porch.
Not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that? And then wait. There's it still. Does it go up the steps? Yep, it's going up the steps.
Then it seems to move up the steps as if attempting to go into the porch and perhaps into the house as well.
Is there someone standing on the porch? No?
Bright Eyes Tarot is a clairvoyant and regularly uploads card readings to their channel. Is it possible then that this OP is more sensitive to the paranormal and has somehow manifested this strange orb? Watch the footage carefully again and let us know what you think.
There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen. And it has been consistently iced over. Well, not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
This next video is certainly creepy. It was posted to the YouTube channel Santiago Sanchez SRS, a channel known for posting inspection-style videos of houses that are up for sale. However, this particular house is a little different. This one is believed to be haunted. In the video's description, the YouTuber notes that the former owners abandoned the house at 2 a.m., claiming it was haunted by demons. One of the first things that he finds upon entering the house is a sink full of insects. This is certainly unnerving, but not necessarily a sign that something paranormal is afoot. Shortly after, he walks into a room that's completely empty, save for a few miscellaneous objects, including a single chair. He looks around, then moves on to what is likely a bedroom where he finds a child's bike and a pile of clothes hangers on the floor. Surely this is evidence that the owners did indeed leave in a hurry. While the exploration is certainly eerie up until this point, it isn't until the YouTuber returns to the room with a single chair that we finally catch a glimpse of the reason why the family probably left. Watch. The chair suddenly begins rocking back and forth, seemingly all on its own. Clearly, the YouTuber seems spooked as he quickly exits the house. While the YouTuber only spends a few minutes in the house, it's more than enough to send him running for the hills. Unfortunately, it seems we may never learn the true extent of what the former owners experienced that really caused them to leave the property in the middle of the night. This next video was sent to the Think-A-Thunker YouTube channel by a man known only as Matt. The clip was supposedly captured by a construction crew somewhere in Alberta, Canada. Oh. It shows a blurry figure throwing what appears to be a large log or even a whole tree some distance. Based on the figure's strength, many who have viewed the clip think it could be some kind of Sasquatch. In Think-A-Thunker's analysis of the clip, he estimates the log to be about 10 feet long. Given its thickness and likely species, Think-A-Thunker determines that it could weigh at least 50 pounds. Since the bipedal creature was able to throw it so far, it must have been extremely strong. Even the world's strongest man couldn't throw something of that size and weight nearly as far. However, apes are typically stronger than humans relatively to their size. It's this reason that many viewers think that the figure seen in the video has to be some kind of large ape. It's also been suggested that the creature could be a bear. However, bears don't have opposable thumbs, which would make it virtually impossible to throw a log like the figure seen in this video. While the strength of the creature suggests it could be a large ape, none native to Canada. In fact, there aren't any apes native to North America at all. The province of Alberta contains over 4 million people. However, its population is mostly concentrated in a few urban centres. This leaves most of the expanse relatively uninhabited. Thus, if some kind of giant ape were to live in the area, then Alberta would be a great place to remain undetected. Furthermore, apes are known to be territorial, so this animal may be attempting to warn the onlookers to keep their distance. So what do you think's been captured in this video? Could it really be a Sasquatch demonstrating superhuman strength? Is there another way to explain what we're seeing? This freaky piece of CCTV footage was uploaded to our SlideCam subreddit by Elite Wizard 7513. It was captured on a home security feed just north of Carson City in Nevada. As the homeowner loads some things onto their truck, something eerie can be seen in the background. Watch. watching that again, a strange shadow emerges from the darkness, then creeps across the yard. It looks like it deliberately hides behind the car. It then slips between the two vehicles. Some viewers thought that due to the video's poor quality and low compression rate, we might simply be seeing a distorted dog or cat. However, others thought the figure's movements looked too deliberate, almost like this strange shadow is stalking the man. The OP suggested it was a shadow figure, or even a ghost. It's definitely a strange piece of footage, one that gets creepier the more you watch it. This mysterious footage was captured at an outdoor dining area in an unknown location. It's the middle of the day and the place is packed with people enjoying their food. However, if you watch the clip closely, you may notice a rather ghostly-looking figure lurking in some of the diners. Cool. At the very beginning of the video, there appears to be a dark, transparent figure just to the right of the person in the purple top. At first, it's hard to see, but if you slow the footage down, it becomes more clear. Then, as the camera pans past one of the diners, we can see what appears to be a ghostly face peering out over his shoulder. While most supposed paranormal encounters usually take place in the wee hours of the morning, if this footage is genuine, then it might prove that ghosts really can appear during the day as well. Take another look at the clip, and you know what you think. Our last clip, uploaded to TikTok by Mr-less Paranormal, shows an intense encounter in the middle of the night. It's captured via a home security system. Oh. As you can see, a man is seen sleeping peacefully, and suddenly something seems to grab him by the foot. He's lifted into the air as he scrambles to get away. Eerily, he then just sits cross-legged, not moving at all. Some viewers thought they had just witnessed a possession, a demonic energy entering this poor man while he slept. Others believe it's the work of a poltergeist, a type of spirit that many paranormal investigators say can interact with the physical world. However, a lot of people were suspicious of the camera's position, declaring the whole thing a staged hoax, a clip designed to soak up TikTok views. So is this real or fake? Take another look and decide for yourself. Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see some of our longer compilations, then check out those two links right there. Remember to leave us some feedback in the comments down below. We love reading them. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
This is the $50 PC I bought from eBay in my last video. And trust me, it did not look like this before. When I first got it, it looked like someone had pulled it straight out of a flooded field. Mud, dirt, water damage. This thing was absolutely disgusting. I genuinely thought the entire system was dead. But after tearing it apart, cleaning everything, and testing each component one by one, I discovered something surprising. The only thing that actually died was the power supply. Everything else still worked, and that's when this stopped feeling like junk. It started feeling like potential. So now I want to know, how powerful is this thing really? And more importantly, how far can I push this once flooded PC before it becomes a real gaming machine? $75 is a tiny budget for a computer. But the strange part is, this machine isn't nearly as old as I expected. Instead of some ancient platform from 15 years ago, this thing actually runs on the much newer LGA 1200 platform. It's a compact SFF Office PC, officially called the HP TPC EFF 125. And after adding the replacement power supply, the total cost of this entire machine comes out to around $75, which honestly sounds kind of ridiculous when you think about what's packed inside. For that money, you get a complete ultra-compact system with a proprietary PSU, optical drive, motherboard, cooling, and everything squeezed into a tiny 7.6-liter chassis. The moment you open it, though, reality hits immediately. There's barely any room to breathe inside this thing. A large graphics card? Forget it. The biggest headache here isn't even the low wattage power supply. It's the proprietary connectors. HP basically looked at standard power cables and decided they were too easy for normal humans to use. Instead of a regular 24-pin connector, this thing uses a weird flat 7-pin cable to power the motherboard, while the extra 4-pin connectors handle CPU and PCIe slot power separately. So yeah, upgrading this little machine is definitely not going to be straightforward. Still, I can already see the potential hiding inside it. Right now, the system only has a single 8GB DDR4 RAM stick installed, which is fine, but not exactly exciting. There's also an NVMe slot and even a Wi-Fi card, although the wireless part already has a little rust from its unexpected swimming lesson earlier in life. So naturally, the very first upgrade had to be an NVMe SSD. Ironically, the SSD itself costs more than the entire PC, but honestly, this system deserves it. Alright, now it's finally time to power this thing on and see how it performs. Except, something is very wrong. The PC suddenly refuses to boot at all, which makes absolutely no sense because just 2 days ago, this machine powered on perfectly fine, and now, completely dead again. At first I thought maybe the replacement PSU had failed, so I checked it carefully, but the power supply was still working perfectly, which honestly made the situation even more confusing. So now I'm stuck playing detective. I start stripping the system down piece by piece, removing everything unnecessary until only the CPU and motherboard are left. Still nothing. At this point, I start worrying the Intel Core i3-10105 might have died somehow. So I test the CPU and another motherboard, and immediately get display output, which means the real problem was hiding inside this motherboard the entire time. Now I'm looking at this thing like a crime scene investigator. And then finally, I spot her. Deep inside the PCIe slot was a tiny piece of mud still trapped in there. Not normal dirt either. This stuff was extremely fine, almost like wet sand, hidden deep in a corner where you'd never notice it unless you looked really closely. And somehow, that tiny little piece of mud was enough to create electrical leakage inside the slot, triggering the motherboard's short-circuit protection and completely shutting the system down. So immediately I grab cleaning alcohol, rust remover, soft brushes, and carefully blast the slot with low heat until every last bit of dirt is gone. After cleaning every corner one more time, I reinstall the RAM, reconnect the power, and press the button again. And no way! It comes back to life instantly. At that moment, I genuinely felt like a doctor who had just saved a patient from dying on the operating table. And while I was already inside the machine, I suddenly got curious about the optical drive too, because after being soaked in water and packed with mud earlier, I genuinely didn't expect this thing to still function. So I pressed the eject button, and no way. The CD drive still opened perfectly fine, like absolutely nothing had happened to it. And the CPU inside this machine is technically an Intel Core i3-10105. but not the kind of weak little i3 people usually make fun of. This thing is still surprisingly capable. It has 4 cores, 8 threads, boosts all the way up to 4.4 gigahertz, and somehow only pulls around 65 watts. Benchmark-wise, it scores around 2447 multi-core and 460 single-core, which honestly isn't bad at all for a tiny office PC like this. Now for the real test, gaming. Starting with Minecraft. Surprisingly, it's actually pretty decent. FPS stays above 100 most of the time, sometimes even jumping past 200 FPS, while the CPU still isn't fully loaded. That's at lower settings though. The moment I increase render distance to 8 chunks, performance instantly gets cut almost in half. But even then, it still stays above 60 FPS most of the time, which honestly makes this a pretty solid experience for integrated graphics. Now let's move on to something much heavier, CS2. And yeah, this is where reality hits hard. Unlike Minecraft, the system is absolutely fighting for survival here. FPS hovers around only 15 frames, while the CPU gets slammed at nearly 100% usage the entire time. The integrated Intel UHD Graphics 630 is also struggling badly trying to render all the effects in the game. Even the RAM is basically tapped out with almost no free memory left. I tried dropping the resolution down to HD hoping it would save things, but honestly, it only gained around 10 extra FPS, and for a fast-paced game like CS2, that still feels pretty rough. Now onto Grand Theft Auto 5, and unfortunately, things don't improve much here either. At full HD, the game sits barely above 10 FPS, feeling sluggish almost the entire time. Dropping the resolution to HD helps a little, and the game becomes somewhat smoother, but let's just say this feels less like modern gaming and more like the kind of experience you'd proudly show off back in the early 2000s. The CPU inside this machine honestly isn't weak at all. But if I leave it alone to fight modern games using only the integrated Intel UHD Graphics 630, that poor iGPU is going to start coughing blood. So if I actually want decent gaming performance, this thing absolutely needs a dedicated graphics card. The problem is, look at the inside of this machine. There's barely any space, and the power supply is already struggling for existence, which means I'm basically forced into using low-profile GPUs only. And here's the painful part. Those tiny cards are weirdly expensive. I genuinely can't justify spending huge money on some ultra-compact high-end GPU. Take the Radeon ARX 6400, for example. This tiny little thing costs around $180. That's more than double the price of the entire PC I'm working with right now. And honestly, my goal here isn't to throw money at a build just for content. Maybe I'm just broke. But what I actually want is something realistic. I want this little machine to play modern games reasonably well without needing a second mortgage to buy the GPU. I also have a few low-profile single-slot GPUs lying around here. But honestly, most of them are so weak that even the integrated Intel UHD Graphics 630 can beat them pretty easily. So installing those cards wouldn't actually make the PC stronger. In some cases, it would literally make performance worse. Now, technically, something like an Intel Arc A380 would fit this system pretty well. But the problem is the price. That card alone costs more than this entire PC setup, which completely defeats the point of the build. So instead, I decided to go with a much cheaper solution. My solution was a GT X1050 Ti low profile that cost me around $100. The plan sounded simple until I actually tried fitting it inside the case. The card was just too wide. So if I wanted this thing to fit properly and still close the side panel afterward, the power supply had to move somewhere else. That's when I noticed something interesting. If I removed the hard drive cage and the optical drive bracket, there was suddenly a massive empty space inside the case. And somehow the PSU fit there almost perfectly. At that point, there was no going back. First, I found an extension power cable so I could relocate the power input cleanly toward the back of the case. Then I used some insanely strong double-sided tape to mount the power supply in its new position. At first, I was honestly scared the thing would fall off the second I touched the case. But after testing it, that PSU was holding on for dear life. Somehow it ended up feeling way more secure than I expected. Next, I needed a place for the rear power socket. I kept things simple, drilled a hole directly into the case and screwed it into place. It's definitely not the most elegant engineering solution ever created, but honestly, it worked surprisingly well. And after that, everything became much easier. Now I could finally install the GTX 1050 Ti low profile properly into the PCIe slot. Of course, if I actually wanted smoother gaming performance, the system also needed another 8GB stick of RAM, which cost me another $25. But after putting everything back together, the final layout actually looked surprisingly clean. The relocated PSU accidentally became the perfect cover for all the ugly cables, making the build look far more professional than it had any right to be. Somehow, the side panel still closed perfectly. Alright, now, let's see if this tiny machine can finally handle some real gaming after the upgrade. First up is Minecraft at 32 chunks, and compared to before, this upgrade is absolutely massive. The FPS now stays above 100 almost the entire time, and sometimes even jumps past 200 FPS. When I fly high up and look across the map, the frame rate drops a little, but it still stays comfortably above 60. That's way better than I expected from this tiny office PC. Now moving on to Counter-Strike 2. Before the upgrade, this thing could barely crawl past 10 FPS, but now, the frame rate is literally over 10 times higher, staying above 100 FPS most of the time. And what surprised me most is how relaxed the system still feels. Neither the CPU nor the GPU is even close to running at full load yet. That's a huge improvement. Now for something heavier, Grand Theft Auto 5. And surprisingly, it still performs pretty well. The game sits around a stable 60 FPS, although you can definitely feel the GPU starting to struggle more in graphically heavy scenes like this. If I push the graphics settings much higher, this little GTX 1050 Ti low profile would probably start begging for mercy pretty quickly. Overall, it felt like the Intel Core i3-10105 still had a lot more potential left in it. The problem was, the tiny SFF case and weak power supply were holding everything back. So naturally, I started thinking about something far more dangerous, installing a much stronger graphics card. But to make that possible, I needed a larger case and a completely separate power supply, dedicated just for the GPU. And yeah, this setup looks ridiculous, but honestly, it's still one of the most effective ways to upgrade these tiny office PCs. Since the motherboard wasn't designed for a normal case, I had to improvise my own standoffs first. Then, because the original power button no longer existed, I soldered 2 wires directly from the case button onto the motherboard's front panel pins, so the system could still turn on normally. Surprisingly, it was actually pretty easy. The original proprietary PSU still handles power for the motherboard and CPU, while the second power supply is used only for the graphics card. After that, I mounted everything into position, and at this point, the build was finally starting to come together. And the GPU replacing the old GT X1050 Ti low profile is now in Radeon ARX 6600, which costs around $190. After finishing the build, this thing barely even looks like the same PC anymore. Feels like I accidentally created an entirely different machine. Alright, now let's see what kind of performance this monster actually delivers. This time, I wanted to push things harder and test everything at 1440p. Going back to Minecraft, the FPS hovers around 200, which sounds amazing. But I quickly noticed the CPU starting to struggle. The frame rate jumps around pretty wildly, and I think the limited core count is finally starting to show its age here. Switching over to shaders, the game lands around 50 FPS. Not insanely high, but still smooth enough to actually enjoy the visuals without suffering. Then there's Grand Theft Auto 5. And once again, we're sitting around 50 FPS. This time, the GPU is clearly the one fighting for its life, staying pinned at nearly full usage the entire time. Meanwhile, in CS2, the stuttering is basically gone completely. The CPU and GPU feel surprisingly balanced here, and for once the system doesn't seem bottlenecked at all. So yeah, you just watched a fairly modern office PC transform into a genuinely capable gaming machine. And honestly, the Intel Core i3-10105 still performs well enough, that I don't even feel the need to upgrade it anymore, which is great news for my wallet. Thanks for watching all the way to the end, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Spam. You're about to see some really scary videos. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. It's like this. Our first clip comes from the TikTok account f.paranormally. It shows some home security footage of a kitchen when something strange happens. Some viewers have asked the question, is this a real ghost attack caught on camera? Have a look. As you can see, it appears something inexplicable happens to this poor, unsuspecting homeowner. Breaking the clip down, we first see the chair move, seemingly all on its own. Then the homeowner appears to be grabbed by some unseen force. While on face value, this appears to be something straight out of a horror movie, a few viewers have pointed out a few telling details that may prove this is all a hoax. When the man first walks to the table, keep an eye on his right hand. You can see he grabs something, it looks like string. He makes a few tugging actions, then the chair miraculously moves. It's then a matter of falling over and lifting your leg in a way that looks as though you're being pulled up the stairs. So, it would seem our first encounter for this episode is indeed a fake. For many UK residents, the Longs Arms pub in Wiltshire is considered one of the most haunted pubs in the country. The current owners of the establishment, Rob and Liz Alcock, have experienced a plethora of strange and hard-to-explain situations. Guests often see dark apparitions or shadows at the corners of their eyes, or objects moving for no reason at all. Up until recently, it's always been hearsay. Well, now there's some CCTV footage to back up the claims that this old pub is indeed haunted. Here we can see footage from behind the bar. Look at what happens. Watching that again, the glass inexplicably shatters on one of the lower shelves. When the owner Rob posted the clip to Twitter, it set the social platform alive with speculation and theories. Many thought that something must have fallen onto the glass, causing it to shatter. However, watching the footage closely, nothing falls. Plus, the glass is inside of the cupboard shelf. The owner admitted that he was fascinated by the footage and couldn't stop watching it. One of the eeriest accounts to come out of the pub was when a customer noted a young boy sitting quietly with another couple eating dinner. The customer commented to Rob on how well behaved the little boy was during the dinner. However, Rob had to tell the customer that the couple had been eating dinner all by themselves. There was no little boy with them. Other customers have reported being pushed in the back of the head by ghostly hands. And also a strange man has been spotted on numerous occasions picking up apples in the backyard in the middle of the night. And when they search the property, there's no one ever there. So is this old pub really haunted then? Judging by the customer reports and now this eerie footage, it's hard to deny that something strange seems to be happening on this property. This next chilling piece of footage was sent to the YouTube channel Fourth Wall by an anonymous user. They said they were walking through a cemetery late at night in Japan when they heard some strange noises coming from one particular monument. That's when they took out their phone to film the event. That's what happens. Watching that again throughout the clip, you can hear a strange murmuring or moaning. The camera holder is startled when they spot a dark shadow standing by the monument. to just vanish from sight. No one seems to know what's being caught on camera here. Some have suggested a ghost or spirit, perhaps an apparition of the person who's buried inside this very monument. Others thought the murmuring sounded like chanting, suggesting the black figure was a monk or priest. If so, how did they just vanish into thin air? This is truly a mysterious piece of footage that no one can definitively explain. Let us know your theories in the comment section down below.